Chapter 1448. There was far too much rotten flesh, and the stench of blood filled the air. Qin Yu looked around for a long time and finally couldn't stand it any longer. He summoned the ever-burning flame and left the hall. Once it was touched, it would burn endlessly. This was the ever-burning flame. The flames rose up. After a moment they were extinguished. Qin Yu flicked his sleeves, stirring up a great wind that swept away the ashes. In the empty hall, the black crown quietly fell to the ground. Qin Yu looked down and saw the Eye of Eternal Night embedded in the center. Although it was much dimmer, it hadn't broken. Luckily, it seemed its life was tough. First it was suppressed by the Darkness Chief Sovereign, and then it was plundered. Then, it experienced the backlash of the Great Tao and still hadn't died. The hall's seal had already been broken. Qin Yu already knew this, otherwise he wouldn't have dared to step inside. Now there was nothing to worry about. He stepped in and bent down to pick up the Darkness Emperor crown. As if sensing Qin Yu's aura, the Eye of Eternal Night flashed with an incomparably dim halo. Then, a pair of eyes slowly appeared. They were dim and lifeless, and they seemed to be at a loss as they looked at Qin Yu. He didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but from this gaze, Qin Yu could feel an incomparably complex emotion. There was hesitation, shock, fear, and disbelief. But soon, before Qin Yu could observe it any further, all of these emotions vanished, as if what he saw just now was just an illusion. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows and said, "Tell me, what happened? You were clearly the one who chased after the Darkness Chief Sovereign, so how did you end up being suppressed?" After a moment of silence, the Eye of Eternal Night's weak consciousness sounded out. "I was careless and fell into the Darkness Chief Sovereign's trap. Thank you for saving me." This was strange. Ever since the Eye of Eternal Night had seen the Lord Ruler's attitude towards Qin Yu, even though he hadn't said anything on the surface, Qin Yu could clearly sense that the Eye of Eternal Night was unconvinced, unbalanced, and faintly hostile towards Qin Yu. For the Eye of Eternal Night to thank him in person was truly unexpected. Qin Yu felt a bit strange. He coughed and said, "It's good that you know. In order to save you this time, I paid a considerable price. You must remember my life-saving graciousness." These words weren't wrong. Qin Yu had even shattered his recently reformed Great Tao, so it wasn't an exaggeration to say that he had paid a great price. Cough cough. The only thing that was slightly awkward was that this self-destruction of the Great Tao didn't actually play any decisive role. But regarding this matter, Qin Yu obviously wouldn't admit it. The Eye of Eternal Night sounded a little absent-minded. "All right. I'll keep that in mind." Qin Yu was finally able to confirm that there was something wrong with this fellow's condition. Was he affected by the backlash of the Great Tao? His heart tightened. The scene of the Dark Ruler losing control was still vivid in his mind. He didn't want to face it again any time soon. He could sense that the Eye of Eternal Night had weakened a little, but its condition was still stable. Its power showed no signs of going berserk. If nothing went wrong, then he could eliminate the possibility that he was affected by the backlash of the Great Tao. Was he frightened? After all, even though Qin Yu had personally experienced what had just happened, compared to the Eye of Eternal Night that had been swallowed by the Ruler of Darkness, the experience was definitely on a different level. It was not impossible. TSK, you've lived for God knows how many years, but you still don't have much courage. What Qin Yu didn't know was that the Eye of Eternal Night had indeed been frightened by his random thoughts. It was just that the specific reason was different. The true source of the Eye of Eternal Night's fear came from the mysterious existence hidden in space-time. It came from its aura, that aura, impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Eye of Eternal Night's heart was in a mess. Countless thoughts intertwined and collided. It felt like its entire mind had turned into a rolling paste. It found it hard to believe, but the truth was right in front of it. It had confirmed it many times in its personal experience just now. Yes, it was the truth. No, I must stay by Qin Yu's side. He clearly had an extraordinary relationship with the existence hidden in space-time. I'll definitely find the answer if I follow him. In short, no matter what, I can't let my master suffer any harm. With this in mind, the Eye of Eternal Night instantly made a decision. With a slight buzz, Qin Yu looked at the Eye of Eternal Night that had completely become one with the Dark Crown. Their auras were fused together, and there was no possibility of them being separated anymore. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. What kind of operation was this? The Eye of Eternal Night said indifferently, in order to express my gratitude to you, I am willing to give up my freedom and fuse with the Dark Crown. This will make its power even stronger, and it will be enough to ensure that you can perfectly conceal yourself. No one will be able to detect any abnormalities. The words were extremely sincere, and it was reasonable to repay the kindness of saving his life. But for some reason, Qin Yu felt that it was extremely strange. He kept feeling that the Eye of Eternal Night, which had completely fused with the Dark Crown, was staring at his reaction with its eyes wide open. His face stiffened and he coughed lightly. Actually, you don't have to be so magnanimous. Oh, so serious. This matter is ultimately to help me, the Eye of Eternal Night said indifferently. Master's will be carried out. I'm doing this to ensure that no accidents will happen to you in the following matters. Qin Yu already knew that this fellow was loyal to that woman. So when he heard this, although he still felt that it was strange, he could reluctantly accept this matter. TSK, if you're loyal to such a degree, then I think you're the one with the most brains here. Qin Yu coughed lightly, suppressing these thoughts. He hesitated for a moment before saying, since you have already fused with the Dark Crown, then in the future we might have to spend time together. So, can you retract your gaze a little? I keep feeling like I'm being watched by you. The Eye of Eternal Night paused for a moment. It dryly said, sorry, I don't have much experience. I won't do it in the future. Then, the feeling of being watched disappeared. Qin Yu rubbed his eyebrows. Although he still felt that something wasn't right, thinking about it, there didn't seem to be anything bad about this matter. He coughed lightly and got to the point. How do I use the Dark Crown? The Dark Ruler has died, and the crown has returned to an ownerless state. If you take a drop of blood, you will naturally become its new master. Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. That's it? That's it. It was unknown what the Eye of Eternal Night thought of. It paused for a moment before continuing to explain. In truth, the more precious an object is, the easier it is to recognize a master. This is because the true difficulty lies in the process of obtaining them. The so-called treasures of the heavens and earth belong to those with the ability. Since you can obtain them, then you naturally have the qualifications to become their master. Although this explanation was a bit crude, if one carefully thought about it, it was very reasonable. One could even understand it as the Eye of Eternal Night's flattery. Qin Yu was secretly pleased. To be able to make this arrogant fellow lower his head, he felt a bit of a sense of accomplishment. Even the discomfort of his weak body seemed to lessen a little. Qin Yu's lips curved up. He flicked his finger and a drop of blood flew out, falling onto the Dark Crown and fusing into it. He closed his eyes and quietly sensed it for a moment. Then, he placed the Dark Crown on his head. With a thought, it vanished from sight. A smile appeared on his face. Qin Yu opened his eyes, filled with joy. The Dark Crown could indeed further strengthen his ability to change his aura, ensuring that no one could sense his ever-changing appearance. But this wasn't the Dark Crown's full ability. Or, it was more accurate to say that amongst its many effects, it wasn't too dazzling. Let's put it this way. In the Dark World, the Dark Ruler being able to compare with Ruler Vastyang was half of the credit. But now, the Dark World had clearly become Qin Yu's home field. Let me think a little. In the future, in the Dark World, would Qin Yu be able to fight a ruler? There was probably a bit of a disparity. One had to admit that Qin Yu's strength was a bit lacking compared to the Dark Ruler's. But one couldn't forget that Qin Yu was able to reform the Great Tao, and he also had the Sword of the East Sea in his hand. With both of them erupting together, even a ruler wouldn't be able to gain an advantage in the dark world. This could be said to be completely unprepared. Had his strength risen yet again? At the very least, in terms of life-saving methods, he now had another powerful card in his hand. Thinking of this, Qin Yu's smile widened. When he heard the Eye of Eternal Night say that it needed to sleep for a period of time to recover, he nodded in agreement. He looked up at the quiet hall in front of him. Perhaps it was because it had been swallowed up by the backlash of the great Tao of darkness before, and now that Qin Yu had become the new master of the Dark Emperor crown, there was actually a strange connection formed between them. Qin Yu had an intuition that he really could swallow and refine this hall. It was a hall, but it was more like the manifestation of some kind of dark strength. After refining it, there would surely be benefits. Should he swallow it or not? Qin Yu's heart stirred. The stone pagoda's voice sounded out. Master, this hall comes from the western wilderness. If you refine it, there might be an accident. It paused for a moment and said, After all, you've only seen 2 cases of people randomly eating things and having a stomach upset. It's best to be a bit more cautious. Qin Yu thought for a moment and felt that this was reasonable. He took a deep breath and suppressed the thought of refining the hall in his heart. In any case, it was already meat in his mouth. It wouldn't be too late to eat it when things were stable in the future. He carefully looked around. After determining that he hadn't missed anything, Qin Yu left the hall. He swept his eyes over the ring-shaped mountain. On the surface, it didn't seem any different from before. But the truth was that a change had already occurred. The ring-shaped mountain and the hall were one. They were both a part of the seal. And now, a subtle connection had formed between Qin Yu and the hall. The result was Qin Yu stepped out. The ring-shaped mountain became soft, like a mass of liquid that he easily passed through. It was almost the same as when he came. But in the end, it was different. When Qin Yu transformed into the Dark Ruler's aura, it was the same as being sealed inside. But now, the seal here had opened on its own initiative to send him away. The meaning behind this was completely different. Indeed, it was as he imagined. The Dark Ruler was imprisoned here. The Dark Ruler was controlled by the Western Wilderness, the seal that prevented him from being free. But now, Qin Yu could control his strength. It had to be said that different people had different fates. This sort of differential treatment was an incomparably sad matter. Luckily, the Dark Ruler had already died, otherwise he would have been filled with grief. Killing the Dark Ruler had been full of twists and turns, but Qin Yu hadn't truly experienced despair. What he relied on wasn't his own strength, but the thigh that had mysteriously appeared behind him. Unfortunately, Qin Yu still didn't know why that thigh had become his thigh. Moreover, deep in his heart, there was always a faint fear. He was worried that one day, the thigh that supported him would stomp him into meat paste. He had to be careful about this. He couldn't be careless. Shaking his head, Qin Yu suppressed his thoughts. He lifted a hand, opened a portal, and stepped out of the world of darkness. Schwar in the next moment, Qin Yu's figure appeared in a strange, small world. This place was desolate and didn't have much life. Within his divine sense, he could only sense a few weak auras. Now, because Qin Yu had suddenly appeared and hadn't restrained his aura, they had been given a fierce fright. Qin Yu was disinclined to observe their reactions. He lifted a hand and the void trembled. A portal appeared in the peach blossom garden. He pushed it open and stepped inside. Their little junior apprentice brother had left and returned. This trip wasn't long, but what left Bai Feng even more numb was that she discovered that her little junior apprentice brother's great Tao had shattered. Although her eldest senior apprentice brother's expression was still calm, there was a bit of stiffness that couldn't be concealed within this calmness. Eldest senior apprentice brother. Bai Feng hesitated and couldn't help but speak up. But just as he spoke these 3 words, he was interrupted. The eldest senior apprentice brother sighed and smiled. little junior apprentice brother is an extraordinary individual. He is not someone that you or I can imagine. So, third junior apprentice brother, please don't ask about this matter anymore. Because even if he asked, he wouldn't know how to answer. The true Saint Great Tao was the foundation that crossed the endless sea of bitterness and reached the other shore. It was the key to a saint's cultivation. If one's Great Tao collapsed, a saint would perish, but this rule clearly couldn't be applied to their little junior apprentice brother. This was already the second time, and this was only what they had seen with their own eyes. Who knew if this had happened before? After all, when their little junior apprentice brother shattered his Great Tao, it wasn't difficult for him to condense it. The last time it happened was 5 days, right? My memory is quite good, so I haven't gone insane. But in a short 5 days, he completely condensed his Great Tao and his strength rose even further. Although this was something they had seen with their own eyes and it had happened right in front of them, they still didn't think it was a fantasy. It was hard to believe. Their eldest senior apprentice brother's footsteps were steady as he left. But his eyes were unfocused and the corners of his mouth twitched, revealing a bit of confusion. 10 days later, Qin Yu left seclusion. Without any hesitation, he went straight to his eldest senior apprentice brother's residence. Her first words made eldest senior brother, who had just managed to maintain a smile on his face with much difficulty, freeze on the spot. Eldest senior apprentice brother, how can I take care of my Great Tao? The eldest senior apprentice brother looked at Qin Yu's face and saw that he was earnestly asking for guidance. His lips couldn't help but twitch. He thought to himself, was such a simple question something someone like you, who had shattered your Great Tao and condensed your Great Tao, should ask? This time it was 10 days, right? That's right, 10 days. Haha, my memory is really good. It was twice as long as the last time. But thinking about it, compared to the matter of his Great Tao shattering and then reforming, what was 5 days? Perhaps his little junior apprentice brother was only trying to make his reformed Great Tao stronger and more resilient than before. After all, the strength of his Great Tao was astonishing. If he wasn't careful, it would shatter. Sensing it, he found that his little junior apprentice brother's aura was much deeper and more vigorous than before. It was just as he guessed. In other words, if his little junior apprentice brother didn't pursue the quality of his Great Tao and only focused on condensing it, he would have left seclusion much earlier. He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt tired. The tired eldest senior apprentice brother squeezed out a smile and tried to keep his voice as calm as possible. Little junior apprentice brother, why do you ask about this? Qin Yu made some slight changes. He only said that he had coincidentally seen a true saint lose control, so he felt some dread in his heart and so on. The eldest senior apprentice brother's heart skipped a beat. Just what did his little junior apprentice brother do when he disappeared? Wasn't it common to see a true saint lose control everywhere? If such a thing really did happen, it would surely cause a great calamity. But recently, Vast Yang had been relatively peaceful, and there hadn't been any similar news spreading out. Sensing the strange look in the eldest senior apprentice brother's eyes, Qin Yu knew that his excuse had been seen through. He immediately understood the reason and coughed. Eldest senior apprentice brother, there are some secrets involved. It's not convenient for me to tell you right now. The eldest senior apprentice brother waved his hand. I understand. If it's inconvenient for me to say it, then there's no need to say it. He took a deep breath and looked at Qin Yu with a solemn expression. Concerning the Great Tao, I have only just completed it, so I'm not too clear on it. But there is something I must warn you about. The Great Tao has its own spirituality. You can think of it as a kind of consciousness hidden outside of our understanding. Chapter 1449. Qin Yu couldn't completely understand what the elder senior apprentice brother was saying, but there was one thing he was sure of. That was, the Great Tao had a spirit. Thinking about it, he had broken the Great Tao once or twice. Although he could quickly restore it, This sort of feeling of dying and living again and again wasn't a good feeling. How could the spirit of the great Tao not have any thoughts? Since there were precedents of a true saint losing control of the great Tao and suffering a backlash, this proved that the spirit of the great Tao had a temper. At this point, he could basically confirm that the mysterious existence hidden in space-time was reminding Qin Yu, or, to be more precise, it had already sensed that something was wrong with the great Tao within Qin Yu's body. Thinking of this, his heart tightened. At this time, if he said anything about not changing his expression even if a mountain collapsed in front of him, he would definitely be bragging. What nonsense! Qin Yu had personally witnessed the fate of a character like the Dark Ruler after suffering a backlash from the great Tao. The pile of rotten flesh and blood that filled the hall had been personally incinerated by Qin Yu using the ever-burning flame. He didn't want to face such a tragic and despairing situation in the future. Not even the tiniest possibility. Qin Yu took a deep breath and steadied his mind, doing his best to not reveal anything. He rapped the table and said, "Elder Senior Apprentice Brother, the path I walk is the true divinity Tao. Being able to condense the great Tao is an anomaly, so I don't know much about this. Is there anything else you can tell me?" The Peach Garden's first disciple was a smart person. Although Qin Yu was calm, he still vaguely grasped some things from his questioning. He furrowed his eyebrows and glanced at Qin Yu. He didn't say anything. If his junior apprentice brother didn't want to say anything, then there must be a reason. At this time, the elder senior apprentice brother suddenly remembered that in a short period of time, Qin Yu had broken 2 great Taos. He suddenly understood where his worries came from. This, indeed, everything in this world came with a price. Even his junior apprentice brother would find it difficult to break free from his shackles. As I said before, I have just reached the great Tao and haven't explored much. I can only tell my junior apprentice brother some of my guesses and experiences. This matter was likely related to Qin Yu's safety. The elder senior apprentice brother had a solemn expression as he slowly spoke, trying to make his words as accurate as possible in order to avoid misleading others. First, after a cultivator crosses the sea of suffering, they condense the great Tao and reach the other shore of cultivation. This great Tao is something we have cultivated for our entire lives. But, the condensation of the great Tao is not something we can control. Yes, we can only passively accept it. Junior apprentice brother needs to understand the meaning. For example, when I condensed the great Tao, I felt I was powerless. It's like the process of condensing the grand Tao is like a copy, and the object of the copy is the world that we are in. The so-called great Tao of heaven and earth runs through every corner of the world and exists between all things. It's indescribable and uncontrollable. When we cultivate to the true sage level, it's probably an imitation of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Like a shadow, the senior apprentice brother stood and walked back. "He great Tao, he great. He said. He had, he Ming, Tao. He. After pausing for a while, eldest senior brother nodded in confirmation. That's right, it's this feeling. Using the great Tao of heaven and earth as the blueprint, we copy it when we achieve Tao. It's equivalent to replicating an incomplete shadow of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Or rather, it's like taking an incomplete shadow of the great Tao of heaven and earth and merging it into our great Tao. That's why it has spirituality." His complexion paled and exhaustion filled his eyes. He looked at Qin Yu apologetically. "I haven't been a saint for long, so I only have this shallow understanding. If junior apprentice brother has anything he doesn't understand, you can only rely on yourself to slowly speculate and comprehend it." Everything the elder senior apprentice brother said was indeed difficult to understand. In particular, when it came to the relationship between the great Tao, shadows, and spirituality, it was enough to make an ordinary cultivator feel dizzy and confused. But Qin Yu was different. He had come into contact with the shadow of the abyss, as well as Liao Shi, who had vanished without a trace and might never return. He naturally understood the true meaning behind these words. A shadow in the abyss had developed a consciousness and lived for countless years. It had become an old turtle that had once obeyed his orders. As for Liao Shi, he had been the projection of some formidable existence. He had seemed alive, but in the end, he had vanished without a trace. Qin Yu's heart chilled. It was because he already knew that shadows had a spiritual nature that he discovered this matter was far more thorny than he had imagined. Within the true Saint Great Tao, there were shadows of the Great Tao. It was no wonder that once there was a backlash, even someone as formidable as a saint couldn't resist it and could only turn into a horrifying monster and die a miserable death. The stronger one was, the more they knew and the more awe they felt towards this world. A true saint was incomparably powerful, but that was only the result of a lifetime of cultivation. They simulated a shadow of the Great Tao and used this to complete a transformation of their life level. A ruler had gone a step further, but from this perspective, it was only an increase in the degree of simulating the world. Compared to the Great Tao itself, what was a true saint or a ruler? As for the backlash of the Great Tao, it was highly likely that the cause came from the spirituality contained within the shadow of the Great Tao. Even if it was only a shadow, it was still the shadow of the world. After experiencing the existences of the old turtle and Liao Shi, Qin Yu didn't dare to underestimate them in the least. Even if it was only a shadow, it was still a projection of the world. Perhaps human strength could contend with it, but Qin Yu didn't think he could do so right now. In other words, once the backlash of the Great Tao erupted, there was a high chance he wouldn't be able to resist it. His heart chilled and his complexion turned dignified. Across from him, the elder senior apprentice brother hesitated. Since junior apprentice brother has sensed something, you should be more cautious in the future. Perhaps if you slowly restore it, there won't be any problems. Qin Yu had long since realized that his elder senior apprentice brother had guessed something. He bitterly smiled. I fear it's a bit too late. He wouldn't remind him for no reason. Since he had already spoken, there was a high chance that something bad had already begun. It was just that Qin Yu hadn't noticed it yet. Before this, he might have had doubts. Could it be that his own Great Tao couldn't sense the subtle changes that were occurring? But now that he learned of the existence of the shadow of the world's Great Tao, Qin Yu no longer had the confidence to do so. The shadow of the world, who knew what sort of power it possessed? It wasn't impossible for it to conceal all changes so that a cultivator wouldn't be able to sense anything. The elder senior apprentice brother's complexion changed, revealing an anxious look. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Qin Yu. Elder senior apprentice brother, there is no need to worry. There are only some clues, but nothing wrong has occurred yet. The reason I asked you today is because I want to make preparations early so that I won't be caught off guard in the future. He hesitated for a moment and then bitterly smiled. I originally planned to replace elder senior apprentice brother and extend Peach Maiden's life after I returned. But now that my Great Tao isn't right, I don't dare to take any more risk. So, I will have to trouble elder senior apprentice brother to continue bearing the burden. The elder senior apprentice brother solemnly said, Junior apprentice brother, there is no need to be like this. Honorable Master's graciousness to me is as heavy as a mountain. If it weren't for him saving me in the past, I would have died long ago. Junior apprentice Sister Peach Maiden is Honorable Master's only daughter. Now that Honorable Master is no longer here, I am willing to do anything for her without any reluctance. He could hear the sincerity in his elder senior apprentice brother's words without the slightest bit of falsehood. After Qin Yu sighed inwardly, he felt a bit of admiration. Thinking for a moment, he flipped his hand and took out a fruit. This was the fruit he had obtained from the Wind Saint when he was in World Zero. It could be used to enhance one's Great Tao. Unfortunately, Qin Yu had relied on the cheating method of the Great Furnace to condense his great Tao. He didn't need to do anything during the process, so he naturally didn't have any leeway to interfere. As such, he didn't have a chance to use this fruit. And even if he did, Qin Yu wouldn't waste it. His great Tao had already been shattered twice. If he used this fruit, it would at most increase the power of his great Tao shattering sword by a bit, and then that would be it. Now that he gave it to his elder senior apprentice brother, it should be of some help to him. It was a suitable gift. Elder senior apprentice brother, I don't have anything suitable in my hands right now. This fruit is beneficial to the great Tao, so consider it a little compensation. I ask that you accept it. Looking at Qin Yu's earnest expression, the elder senior apprentice brother shook his head and smiled. All right, then I must thank junior apprentice brother for your kind intentions. Qin Yu stood up. He cupped his hands together and said, concerning the great Tao, I still have some questions. I will need to temporarily leave the peach garden to find an explanation. As he spoke, he bitterly smiled. Recently, I've discovered that I've been incomparably busy. I haven't had a single moment of free time. The elder senior apprentice brother coughed. Junior apprentice brother, are you trying to tell me that the greater one's ability is the greater one's responsibility? Qin Yu was stunned. He never thought that his elder senior apprentice brother would joke around with him. And what was even more embarrassing was that he really did have such thoughts. Ah! Across from him, the elder senior apprentice brother laughed. He reached out and patted Qin Yu's shoulder. Right now, the junior apprentice brothers and sisters of the Peach Garden are all in seclusion. Once you resolve your troubles and settle down, we can gather together and have a good drink. This can also be considered a celebration of the Peach Garden's rebirth. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Of course. He bid his farewells and left. He stopped the inquisitive by Feng outside the door and tossed her a few words. If you have any questions, go find your elder senior apprentice brother. Then, he summoned a portal and stepped inside. Bai Feng was left behind with a constipated expression. She stood outside the elder senior apprentice brother's courtyard, a bitter smile on her face. If I could ask elder senior apprentice brother, I wouldn't have to rush over to stop you after I received the news. As for the great Tao shattering and condensing, I really want to know just what happened. If one inadvertently offended a powerhouse, they would inevitably feel restless and uneasy at first, fearing that they would suffer retaliation. But if a powerhouse grew stronger and stronger, they would soon be like the sun in the sky. Perhaps they would even take a step further and look down on all others. At that point, they wouldn't be afraid. There was no other reason. The disparity between them was too great, like the difference between heaven and earth. With the other's status, how could they possibly lower themselves to do something so boring as revenge? This was the approximate mental journey of the Dragon Girl during this period of time. At this time, she was comfortably lying down on a soft chair, gently swinging her tail that had come out of nowhere. Her eyes were half closed, as if she were about to fall asleep. Great changes had occurred in Vast Yang, but no one was willing to provoke them. The tyrannical dragon saint who occupied the East Sea, as a direct bloodline descendant of the Dragon Girl, still enjoyed peace and stability. At this time, it was unknown what she was thinking about, but her lips curved up in a smile. This smile was light, but it hid a bit of pride. After all, this matter was the most dazzling experience of the Dragon Girl's life. Although she didn't realize this at the beginning, it didn't stop her from secretly feeling proud. Looking at Vast Yang, how many people could provoke Qin Yu and still escape unscathed? You can go ahead and take a look. Starting from the Netherworld Saint, all the other formidable existences that came after Qin Yu were either wounded or killed. The title of the Saint Slaughtering Specialist wasn't just for show. With Qin Yu's current prestige and influence, there was no one that could compare with him besides a ruler. This Dragon Girl was the one that had offended Qin Yu, and not just once. Yet, she was still alive and kicking. ignoring everything else. Just this point alone was enough to make her submit. However, even to this day, the dragon girl still found it hard to believe. Back at the East Sea's birthday banquet, that common-looking little disciple of Peach Garden, who had followed Peach Garden around her, had actually managed to achieve his current achievements in such a short period of time. Every time she thought of this, she wondered if she was dreaming. Due to the intense thoughts in her mind, her drowsiness faded a little. The dragon girl yawned and ungracefully stretched her back. Perhaps because she was in the inner hall, she was dressed very casually. Now that her chest was half unbuttoned and her waist was exposed, her good figure was on full display. Coupled with the small and exquisite tail behind her, she exuded a particularly seductive aura. Qin Yu didn't expect to see such an alluring scene as soon as he stepped in. Immediately, a trace of embarrassment appeared on his face. He had locked onto the dragon girl's aura and descended directly. He wanted to enter the East Sea Dragon Palace through her so that the old dragon wouldn't be scared away. After all, Qin Yu had heard of the reputation of the saint slaughtering specialist. Previously, under the watchful eyes of countless sages, he had killed Sage Zhou and Sage Lin. It would be strange if the dragon sage wasn't afraid of him rashly descending upon the East Sea. After all, Qin Yu previously had a black record. In the East Sea Dragon Palace, he had joined hands with the Yard Master to take away the Sword of the East Sea. Of course, another reason was that the Peach Garden had established a stable passageway with this place. Descending here was the easiest and fastest. Ahem! The dragon girl's expression changed. Her eyes emitted a cold light. Who is it? The next moment, the cold dragon girl's face turned pale. Looking at the person below the hall, she couldn't help but tremble. It's him. It's him. The dragon girl would never forget his appearance. Even if he turned into ashes, she would still be able to recognize him. Qin Yu had come. He had quietly barged into the inner hall and stood in front of me. Who would believe that he didn't mean anything? The dragon girl instantly thought too much. What narrow-minded. What killing a dragon for revenge. All kinds of terrifying thoughts collided in her mind. It's over. It's over. Not to mention that her father wasn't here. Even if he was here, he wouldn't be able to resist Qin Yu. No one could save her today. Thinking of this, the dragon girl burst into tears. Her tears and snot flowed down her face. She looked extremely miserable and heartbroken. Qin Yu was embarrassed. Looking at the weeping and despairing dragon lady, Zhang Xian knew that he had frightened her even if he used his knees to think. As for this, what happened in the past was already in the past. Was there a need for him to bother with a little girl? But thinking about it carefully, he had rashly rushed in, and it really did seem as if he had bad intentions. It was no wonder that the dragon girl was so frightened. Don't cry. As soon as she said this, the dragon girl cried even more fiercely. I'm about to die and yet you don't allow me to cry? This is going too far. Qin Yu looked up at the skies, but all he could see was endless seawater. He felt even more depressed. He rubbed his temples and said, "If you cry again, I'll change my mind and really attack you." The dragon girl sobbed. Her red eyes were wide with tears as she stared at Qin Yu with disbelief. Qin Yu was incomparably annoyed by her gaze. He coldly sneered, "What sort of status do I have? Do I need to be sneaky to kill a little girl like you? Hurry up and put on your clothes so you can send me into the East Sea." Chapter 1450. Just as he spoke, Qin Yu felt that something was wrong. The woman in front of him was crying like a pear blossom in the rain, and he had impatiently asked someone to hurry and change her clothes. No matter how he looked at it, he seemed like a scumbag who would fall out at the mere mention of that. Hiss! They were clearly just looking for someone to lead the way for them. How did things suddenly become so strange and turn out to be like this? As Qin Yu was inwardly annoyed, the dragon lady's first thought was that Qin Yu wanted to harm her father. If this weren't the case, why would he go through so much trouble to come to her place first? He must have been trying to conceal himself. Although I am afraid of death, it is impossible for me to help you harm my father." The dragon lady wiped away her tears, despair rising in her heart. She had seen through Qin Yu's plan and refused him, causing him to fly into a rage out of shame. Would there be any good consequences for her? Qin Yu immediately guessed what the dragon lady was thinking. He clenched his teeth and roared, "Stop thinking nonsense. If I really wanted to move against the East Sea, I would have done so directly. Why would I need to lie to you?" His attitude was extremely vile and revealed his contempt for the East Sea. Dragon Girl was first annoyed, but then she revealed a look of bewilderment, because the truth seemed to be as Qin Yu said. If he wanted to attack the East Sea, there was no need for him to do so, because even her father would not be able to defeat him. Qin Yu flicked his sleeves and turned around. "Put on your clothes." This dragon lady was too outrageous. Even if he was alone in the inner palace, she couldn't be so casual. Not to mention the fact that there was very little fabric on her body and the transparency was superb, but Qin Yu's eyes were also ridiculously sharp. Although it was just a casual glance, he was still able to see what he shouldn't have seen. In particular, the heartbroken dragon lady was crying and grieving, completely ignoring whether or not her dress was in a normal state. In short, it could be said that it was the lightest. After being reminded by Qin Yu twice, the dragon lady finally regained her composure. She looked down at herself and blushed. She hurriedly pulled it up, but found that the style of her clothes was so simple that it revealed even more when she pulled it up. She could only hurriedly find another dress to wear outside. Only then did she let out a sigh of relief. Well, because of her sexual orientation, this was the first time Dragon Girl had embarrassed herself in front of the opposite sex. But if the other party was Qin Yu, thinking about it, it would be quite exciting. At a time like this, I'm actually thinking about such things. I'm probably crazy. But with this craziness and awkwardness, Dragon Girl finally regained her composure. He hadn't even put on his clothes properly, and Qin Yu had specifically reminded him that he wasn't going to kill him, right? Otherwise, there was no need for this at all. Furthermore, he had turned around and did not even look in this direction. No, he had turned around because he had already seen it. As she thought about how her clothes had fallen off just now and how Qin Yu had clearly seen her, the dragon lady flushed red. For a time, she forgot to be afraid. Qin Yu lightly coughed. He didn't know how things would turn out if he delayed any longer, so he quickly changed the subject. "Prepare yourselves, we're going to the East Sea." The dragon girl let out a breath of relief, and also felt a bit disappointed. But as she thought about it, the more anxious Qin Yu was, the more it meant that he wanted to escape from his current situation. In other words, it wasn't as if he didn't feel anything. For some reason, Dragon Girl suddenly felt her heart calm down when she thought of this. This was probably the reasoning of an unreasonable woman. Her lips curled up and she bowed to Qin Yu. "Yes. Please wait a moment, Mr. Ninth." Moments later, the carriage set out, heading straight for the East Sea through a transmission array. Within the carriage, Qin Yu sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. He was concentrating his mind and his ears were closed to the outside world. Dragon Girl curled her lips, a playful look in her eyes. Just as Qin Yu was about to collapse, they finally arrived at the East Sea. It was a short journey, but to Qin Yu, it felt like an eternity. He stood up and pushed open the door. His eyes swept over the people of the Dragon Palace, and he said in a deep voice, "Take me to see the Dragon King." As she watched him leave, Dragon Girl chuckled. She suddenly felt that this Mr. Ninth of the Peach Garden, who had the title of a saint slaughtering specialist, wasn't that scary after all. Following that, the Dragon Palace was bustling with activity. After sensing Qin Yu's aura, the Dragon King nearly fled on the spot. Fortunately, he soon discovered that Qin Yu had come with Dragon Girl. After hesitating for a long time, he barely mustered the courage to meet Qin Yu. "Mr. Ninth, it hasn't been long since we parted, but Mr. Ninth's elegance is even greater than in the past. This king truly admires you." Lord Dragon Sage laughed heartily, his tone somewhat friendly and respectful. But Qin Yu could still feel the nervousness in his words. Qin Yu lightly coughed. He finally recovered from the stimulation brought about by Dragon Girl just now. He secretly felt that his performance was shameful. Even if he hadn't been close to a woman for a long time, cough cough cough, it shouldn't be this bad. It must be because of the extra stimulation. After all, that Dragon Girl's sexual orientation wasn't normal, and with that little tail of hers, hiss. Stop, hurry up and stop. If he continued thinking about this, he would be going too far. His father was right in front of him, so he had to be a bit more dignified. Qin Yu suppressed these thoughts. His expression didn't change. He said, Dragon Sage, the reason I came here today is because I have some questions to ask. Hearing this, Dragon Sage relaxed half his heart. This surname Qin shouldn't be here to cause trouble, otherwise he could have directly started the conversation. But the other half of his heart was still hanging in suspense. After all, who knew what he wanted to ask? If he didn't obtain an answer or if he wasn't satisfied, he might turn hostile. Cough. May I ask what questions Mr. Ninth has? As long as I know, I will tell you everything I know. If there is anything I don't know, I ask Mr. Ninth to forgive me. Qin Yu guessed his thoughts but didn't explain. Then I'll have to trouble Dragon Sage. He took a deep breath and said in a low voice, I want to know what Dragon Sage's understanding of the spirit of the Great Tao is? Spirit of the Great Tao? Dragon Sage revealed a surprised expression. He looked at Qin Yu, as if he never thought he would ask this question. Qin Yu maintained his composure. He lightly said, Not long ago, I killed a true sage that lost control and came into contact with the spirit of the Great Tao. There are some things I don't understand, so I came here to ask Dragon Sage for guidance. Dragon Sage blurted out, Great Tao backlash. His eyes widened as he stared at Qin Yu. Mr. Ninth, did you encounter a true sage that lost control? Qin Yu nodded. That's right. Then, he briefly explained how the Dark Ruler lost control. Of course, he made some changes so that he wouldn't reveal anything about the Dark World. The identity of the Dark Ruler was the key to entering the desolate region, so he certainly couldn't reveal it. Dragon Sage looked Qin Yu up and down a few times. After confirming that Qin Yu was unscathed and that his aura was extremely strong, his heart was filled with emotions. This Qin Yu was really ridiculously strong. After encountering a true sage that lost control, he was actually unscathed. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. As for Qin Yu lying about this matter, he only thought about it for a moment before he was suppressed by Dragon Sage. How bored would he be to do such a thing? Moreover, from what Qin Yu had said, Dragon Sage could confirm that he had personally experienced the incident of a true sage losing control. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so clear about the details. Lightly coughing, Dragon Sage could confirm that Qin Yu had personally experienced the incident of a true sage losing control. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so clear about the details. Hearing this, Qin Yu's eyes lit up. He knew that he had found the right person. He said in a low voice, Everything. I want to know everything about the Great Tao losing control. I hope Dragon Sage can tell me the truth. Dragon Sage nodded, but his heart skipped a beat. If Qin Yu was so anxious to know this, could it be because of him? The old dragon of the East Sea was already afraid of Qin Yu. Now that he guessed this possibility, his fear rose to a new level. If it really was as he thought and Qin Yu lost control in the East Sea, then the entire East Sea bloodline would be completely severed. Thinking of this, Dragon Sage didn't intend to hide anything. He prepared to tell Qin Yu everything he wanted to know. He absolutely couldn't give him the slightest bit of provocation. If that's the case, then this king will have to start from the beginning. Mr. Ninth, please drink some tea. I will first sort things out lest I make a mistake. Lifting a hand, he drank a cup of tea. Swallowing the scalding hot tea, he forcefully stabilized his mind. Dragon Sage said, "Does Mr. Ninth know that the essence of the condensation of the great Tao is copying?" Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He nodded. "I know." Dragon Sage nodded. "Then it's much simpler." He lifted a hand and rapped the table. His voice subconsciously lowered, revealing a dignified expression. "In truth, according to this king's understanding, as the great Tao condenses, our level of life will transform and we will possess an even greater strength. But at the same time, we will also find ourselves an ancestor that we absolutely cannot provoke." He looked at Qin Yu. "Since Mr. Ninth knows that the essence of the condensation of the great Tao is copying, then you should also be aware that what you and I copy is the world's great Tao, and what we copy can be considered its shadow. And just what sort of transcendent mystery is the world's great Tao? Even a shadow has its own consciousness. Thus, this is the ancestor that this king spoke of. In other words, the great Tao has its own spirit." This explanation was similar to what his eldest senior apprentice brother had said, but it was simpler and clearer. It was clear that Dragon Sage had a deeper understanding of this. Seeing Qin Yu earnestly listening, Dragon Sage knew that his words had obtained approval. He relaxed a little and continued to say, "You and I both know that the great Tao is the foundation of a true saint. Unless there is a critical moment, we will never use it, and we are even more unwilling to allow it to suffer any damage. First of all, the great Tao is indeed the key to our survival. Any damage to it will cause great harm to our Saint Tao. But apart from this, the most important point is that if the great Tao is damaged, it will cause its spirit to be dissatisfied. It is fine if it is damaged once or twice, and it can be restored through time and careful nurturing. But if it is damaged too much, or if it is damaged too many times, it may cause the spirit of the great Tao to erupt, resulting in a backlash from the great Tao." Qin Yu's eyes lit up. From Dragon Sage's explanation, his understanding of this matter instantly became much clearer. No wonder the Permi thought true saints cherished their own great Tao so much. Qin Yu had even secretly mocked them for this. It had to be known that since the great Tao was the strongest method of a true saint, it was naturally the most solid and powerful existence. It was extremely difficult to damage it. The saints seemed to have been too cautious, and it was inevitable that they would cower in fear. Now that he understood the truth, he suddenly realized that the saints weren't just worried about the great Tao being damaged, but they were even more unwilling to stimulate the spirit of the great Tao hidden within. Seeing the uncertainty in Qin Yu's eyes, Dragon Sage cleverly kept his mouth shut. He picked up his teacup and quietly drank his tea, but his eyes constantly swept over Qin Yu, confirming his previous guess. This Qin Yu brat, there really was something wrong with him. Thinking about how he had risen at an astonishing speed in such a short period of time, perhaps he had taken a shortcut, and shortcuts naturally came with a price. The hall fell silent. After a long time, Qin Yu let out a breath and slowly said, "Thank you, Lord Dragon Sage, for dispelling my doubts. I am truly grateful." Dragon Sage's face was full of smiles. "Mr. Ninth is too polite. It's just that I have lived for a long time, and have gained some understanding. Even if I didn't say it, Mr. Ninth would have slowly come to understand." Qin Yu didn't say anything more. Instead, he changed the topic. "Dare I ask, Dragon Sage, is there any way to prevent the backlash from the great Tao? Or, to be more direct, is there any way in this world that can remove the hidden dangers of the great Tao's backlash in advance?" Beads of sweat appeared on Dragon Sage's forehead. This king knew that the surname Qin wouldn't be so easily dealt with. He definitely had a trick up his sleeve. And sure enough, although Qin Yu's face was calm, he actually asked a question that was difficult to answer. Over the endless years, there had been countless true saints in the world. Who didn't want to solve the problem of the great Tao's backlash once and for all? After all, no one who could become a true saint would be willing to have an ancestor they couldn't provoke living in their body. How aggrieved was that? But this matter involved the great Tao of the world, so how could it be so simple? If he directly said no, looking at Qin Yu's complexion, he feared he wouldn't give up so easily. Lord Dragon Sage clenched his teeth and said in a low voice, "This is a stubborn disease that has plagued us true saints. In this world, I have never heard of anyone who can remove the hidden dangers of the great Tao's backlash. But, when I was talking to someone in the past, I heard a saying." He looked at Qin Yu and flicked his sleeves. Space violently shook and twisted, completely sealing off the hall from outside. After sensing for several breaths of time and making sure there weren't any abnormalities, he continued to say, "This person said that the source of the great Tao's backlash comes from the spirit of the great Tao. If its spirituality can be erased and only the pure power of the great Tao is left to control, then the disaster of the great Tao's backlash can be completely cut off." In just a few sentences, Long Xing's forehead was covered in sweat. His complexion was extremely ugly, as if he had fallen seriously ill. A saint could sense the heavens and earth. The great path within their bodies contained the shadow of the great path of heaven and earth. Even if they could distort space and completely isolate the inside from the outside, they might not be able to conceal everything. What if these words were perceived by the great Tao of heaven and earth? Did they really think that this world would not kill? Don't forget that in this world, there existed the most terrifying thing, heaven's punishment. Although it would not descend easily, and ordinary cultivators had never even heard of it, once the heavenly punishment descended, it would not rest until one side was dead. Even if he was at the level of a true nirvana saint, he would probably die under the brutal heavenly punishment. Qin Yu's heart stirred. Looking at Long Xing across from him, thoughts tumbled in his mind, gradually converging into a strong intuition. What the Dragon Sage said was probably right. If he wanted to deal with the danger of the backlash from the Grand Tao, then he could only erase the spirit of the Grand Tao, and this spirit was related to the Grand Tao of the heavens and the earth. Erasing the spirit of the Grand Tao was equivalent to going against the heavens. It was foreseeable that this kind of thing would not be permitted by the heavens and earth, and would even be punished horribly. But only this sort of heaven-defying and tyrannical method could completely resolve the hidden dangers. Qin Yu took a deep breath. He cupped his hands together and said, "Thank you, Lord Long Xing." Seeing that Qin Yu didn't say anything more, Long Xing let out a deep breath and undid the seal. He forced a smile and said, "Even if it is only a thought, it is best to reduce such matters as much as possible in order to avoid any accidents. This is a reminder from me to Mr. Ninth." Qin Yu nodded. He stood up and said, "I have some other matters that need to be dealt with as soon as possible, so I won't stay in the Dragon Palace any longer. Farewell." He turned and walked away, vanishing from sight with a single step. Looking at the place where Qin Yu vanished, Long Xing wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and slumped into a chair. He thought that this fellow had better never come back. Chapter 1451. First finding the Dragon Lady, and then coming to the East Sea was to make things more convenient and avoid unnecessary trouble. But he didn't think he would have to waste his breath instead. In particular, as he thought about the changes in the Dragon Lady's attitude and the way her lips curved up, Qin Yu couldn't help but feel annoyed. Luckily, his trip to the East Sea had gone smoothly. The old dragon was tactful and had clearly explained the spirit of the great Tao to Qin Yu, helping him a great deal. Waves tumbled above the blue sea. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. He stepped on the void, his eyes filled with uncertainty. With the East Sea Dragon Saint's words and comparing it with his elder senior apprentice brother's words, he could confirm his speculations. The source of the hidden dangers had been determined, and there was a high chance he had already obtained the method to solve the problem. This was just saying, but actually doing it wasn't as simple as it seemed. The shadow of the world's great Tao going against the will of the world, just these 2 points were like 2 mountains pressing down on him, making him tense and finding it hard to breathe. Suddenly, Qin Yu came to a stop. He rubbed his temples and looked at the surrounding sea and sky, a self-deprecating smile on his face. As expected, he was too nervous. As he thought about it, his mind wandered. Just now, the old dragon had already carefully reminded him that although the dragon saint was worried that he would be sucked into this, he still owed him a favor and had to give him face, so he shouldn't wander around here any longer. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu lifted a hand and slashed forwards. The void trembled and split open. He stepped in. This involved the world's great Tao. As the dragon saint said, even thinking about it might not be safe. If Qin Yu wanted to consider this matter, he had to first find a safe place to hide. He couldn't return to the peach garden. If he stirred up trouble, they would all suffer a calamity. Luckily, Qin Yu now had another identity. Moreover, there were many things he could do in that place, and it would be relatively safer. When he stepped in, he was in the East Sea. When he stepped out, he appeared in an endless darkness. The nothingness beyond. Just as he stepped in, Qin Yu's eyebrows rose up, a bit of surprise in his eyes. He looked up ahead. This place was close to the East Sea small world, and wasn't their usual route of activity. He never thought his luck would be so good that he would bump into a world void creature. Wait a minute. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He had come into contact with them before and had personally killed a few of them. Hence, he had some understanding of world void creatures. For example, these strange creatures that lived in the void world and wandered in the eternal darkness seemed to have formed a piece of chaos within their bodies. Perhaps he could try to make use of this. After all, according to common sense, even if the world had its own will, the focus of that will should be mostly focused on the various small world. It shouldn't care too much about the outer world, which was practically a forbidden zone for living beings. Before, Qin Yu wanted to go to the dark world, but now he had a new decision. His body moved, but he did not leave. Instead, he flew towards the world void creature. Very soon, the two parties met, and the appearance of world virtual creatures appeared before their eyes. They looked like giant octopuses that lived in the deep sea. Countless thick tentacles streaked across the darkness silently, propelling their bodies forward at an astonishing speed. The best way to judge a void creature's strength was its size. The one in front of him was even stronger than the ones Qin Yu had killed before. According to common sense, the stronger a world void creature was, the more likely it was to hide in the depths of the outer world. It was unknown what it was thinking, but it had run so close to the East Sea. But that didn't matter. Moreover, in this situation, the stronger this world void creature was, the more useful it would be. Perhaps it felt the remnant aura of Qin Yu's body from killing the world void creatures before. With an angry roar, the void creature in front of it opened its mouth and swallowed. A powerful swallowing strength erupted, covering Qin Yu within. At the same time, several thick tentacles howled as they broke through the darkness. But unexpectedly, this extremely powerful cultivator wasn't able to resist at all. He was directly swallowed into its stomach. As a result, the tentacles that had shot out could only fall powerlessly into thin air. Its body paused for a moment as if it was hesitating. However, it was already in its stomach. After a moment of hesitation, this enormous world virtual creature slid its tentacles silently and disappeared into the depths of the void beyond the world virtual. At this time, within the body of this world void creature, Qin Yu swept his eyes around, a look of amazement on his face. With his current experience, it wouldn't be too much to say that it was extraordinary. He could naturally see many different things in this muddled world. Within the body of a world void creature, it was nearly a world of its own. Of course, this world was still in an extremely chaotic state. But the layout had already been formed. Of course, that was all. Even if there was a layout of a world, wanting to smoothly evolve it and finally form a world was an extremely difficult matter. Although the realm void creature was strong, its strength was much weaker compared to this. At this time, Qin Yu suddenly frowned. He thought of a possibility, the layout had already been formed. All that was missing was strength. Then, in the boundless and endless outer world void, could there really be a world void creature that was countless times more tyrannical than this one? If it really did exist, then with its tyrannical strength, it might be possible for it to support the evolution of the inner world. Once it surpassed a certain limit, a true world would be born. A long time ago, after coming into contact with the existence of the outer world void, Qin Yu had some thoughts. For instance, just how did the star-sift islands and the small worlds within Vastyang appear? Of course, there were always rumors of creation in the world. It was said that a supreme existence had created all living beings in the world. Perhaps this was true or perhaps it was false. But up until now, no one had truly come into contact with the legendary creation. As for the Vastyang world, it was constantly changing. Or, it was more accurate to say that because of various reasons, the number of small worlds had decreased. But on the whole, the number of small worlds was constantly increasing. Was creation still secretly modifying the worlds that it had created? Or perhaps there were countless worlds being bred bit by bit, waiting for the day when they would transform and finally condense? World void creatures, could they be the source of the birth of small worlds? This was truly an incomparably shocking thought. If this was true, then the secrets hidden in the outer world void were likely far greater than what the world knew. Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed the shaking emotions in his heart. With his powerful self-control, he forced himself to remain calm. This sort of great secret clearly wasn't something that could be unraveled in a short period of time. Right now, it was best for him to restrain his thoughts and focus on himself first. After all, there were matters of priority. As for how the world came to be, Qin Yu did want to know. But he wasn't in a rush to know. But there was one thing he definitely didn't want to see. That was how he would suffer a backlash from the great Tao and die a miserable death. Returning to the main topic, Qin Yu discovered that the situation was better than he imagined. Within the body of this world void creature, there was the outline of a world, and it was in an extremely chaotic state. This caused the aura here to be incomparably chaotic, making it difficult to lock onto or sense. Of course, this sort of chaos itself was a powerful digestive ability. If it wasn't confident in itself, the world void creature wouldn't have dared to open its mouth and swallow it. If an ordinary cultivator were to be swallowed into its stomach, they would only be able to last for a short period of time before they were crushed to pieces and thoroughly absorbed. But with Qin Yu's cultivation, he naturally wouldn't end up in such a miserable state. While he might not be able to relax at home, it wasn't difficult for him to protect himself. Stone pagoda. With a loud shout, a sharp light exploded in the depths of Qin Yu's eyes. That's right, in regards to how to deal with the shadow of the world hidden within his own great Tao. After determining the feasibility of this, the first thing Qin Yu thought of was this stone pagoda that had an excellent appetite and seemed to have eaten many things before. And in the past, Qin Yu had personally witnessed and even experienced its incomparably mystical and powerful swallowing method. The stone pagoda phantom appeared. It circled around as if it were observing the situation within the world void creature's body. Its voice was filled with praise. There is actually the elementary form of a world hidden within the body of a world void creature. Only Master is skilled and bold enough to allow himself to be swallowed into its stomach on his own initiative. Only then would you be able to discover this secret. The origin of the world's condensation is likely here. Following at Master's side, it is truly easy to broaden my horizons. As Qin Yu listened to the stone pagoda's flattering words and yet it wasn't willing to talk about proper business, a smile flashed in his eyes. The more it tried to shirk responsibility, the more it proved that the stone pagoda really did have the ability to accomplish this. Otherwise, it could have just honestly said that it couldn't do it. There would have been no need to go through so much trouble. All right, there will be plenty of time to flatter others in the future. This place isn't necessarily safe, so let's talk about proper business first. After Qin Yu pointed things out, the stone pagoda was immediately forced into a corner. There was no way to retreat any further. Moreover, Qin Yu's faintly smiling eyes were filled with a threatening intent. It was clear he was saying that if the stone pagoda continued to play the fool, he wouldn't be polite anymore. The stone pagoda bitterly smiled and said, "I certainly understand Master's meaning. But this matter involves the great Tao of the heavens and earth. Even if I had 10,000 times more courage, I still wouldn't dare to open my mouth and swallow it. Moreover, the chances of success are far too small. Even if I were lucky enough to succeed, Master should also know the consequences of eating random things. I still want to follow Master and help you plan and do my best. I don't want to be forcefully smashed to pieces by the thunder tribulation that falls from the heavens." The stone pagoda paused for a moment and looked at Qin Yu. It continued to say, "Moreover, my aura is one with Master's and there is no way for me to completely separate myself. If I am unlucky enough to die under the thunder tribulation, that is fine. But if I drag Master into facing the tribulation together with me, then I really won't hesitate to die 1,000 deaths." Qin Yu's lips twitched. He thought that this stone pagoda was becoming more and more eloquent. But he had to admit that this was the truth. If he rashly attacked, he might be able to force the stone pagoda to swallow the spirit of the great Tao. But the troubles afterwards wouldn't be easy to deal with. Cough. Qin Yu suddenly remembered that he still had a great secret on his body. That was the little blue lamp that had disappeared without a trace and hadn't moved for a long time. For some unknown reason, the little blue lamp had fallen into a nearly completely silent state. But the connection between it and Qin Yu still existed. And this fellow, the little blue lamp, seemed to have a very serious problem with this part of the world. A long, long time ago, when Qin Yu was still incomparably weak, he had already sensed this and personally experienced it. The reason that similar horrifying events hadn't occurred again was because Qin Yu's cultivation had risen at an astonishing speed and his ability to conceal his aura had become much stronger. And the little blue lamp had explained the profound in simple terms and had almost never interfered in matters around Qin Yu again. Otherwise, Qin Yu's intuition told him that he wouldn't have been able to live so peacefully. There must have been some great accident. And today's matter, if the stone pagoda swallowed the spirit and really drew heavenly tribulation, then Qin Yu would be implicated. That might expose the existence of the little blue lamp. Thinking of this, Qin Yu's heart shrank and an instinctive fear rose up in his heart. In the blink of an eye, beads of sweat began to cover his forehead. This was a cultivator's instinctive sense of danger. The higher one's cultivation, the clearer one's perception would be. And it had been a long time since Qin Yu had felt such despair and fear. It could also be understood that, if something really did happen, he would be in extreme danger. He might even fall into a hopeless situation where he would die. Qin Yu took a deep breath and slowly suppressed the trembling fear in his heart. He bitterly smiled. He discovered that he had been shaken by the matter of the spirit of the great Tao. While he was feeling fear and shock, there had been some problems with his thinking and he hadn't thought of this ahead of time. Luckily, the stone pagoda was afraid of death and had inadvertently reminded Qin Yu. If it had been like the Eye of Eternal Night and been foolishly loyal, then it would have acted without hesitation after receiving orders, that would have been truly troublesome. Sensing the change in Qin Yu's mood, the stone pagoda felt a little more at ease. It was truly afraid of its master. This was the type of person that dared to do anything. The spirit of the great Tao of the heavens and earth. Could something on this level be touched just because they wanted to? No, it was more accurate to say that just thinking about this was already a heresy. Otherwise, did the true saints really think that after so many years passed, how could they not have thought of this? The reason why no one had truly tried to do so until now was because of fear. The stronger one was, the more they could clearly sense just how small and insignificant they were compared to the heavens and earth, how they couldn't even withstand a single blow. This was also because Qin Yu had risen up like a rocket, and he was strong and had many methods at his disposal. It was only because of this that he was incomparably weak and in awe. Luckily, after Qin Yu's reminder, he finally woke up. Indeed, when it came to important matters, he still needed someone like me who was mature and prudent, someone who could consider the overall situation. If everyone relied on Qin Yu, there would definitely be a major problem. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows and the bitter smile on his lips deepened. Now, even though he knew that the problem already existed and he had found a solution, he still didn't dare to do anything. Could it be that he could only watch helplessly on as his great Tao slowly turned into a poisonous snake that turned around to bite him? This was truly a depressing matter that made one feel extremely aggrieved and helpless. The stone pagoda thought for a moment and lightly coughed. It put forward its own opinion. Master, the great Tao is still stable right now. Whether there is a problem or not, it is not good to just listen to his side of the story. After all, your situation is different from others. Perhaps your great Tao is also different? These words were vague, but there seemed to be a deeper meaning behind them. Chapter 1452. Qin Yu glanced at it and frowned. What do you want to say? The stone pagoda respectfully said, Master, I want to remind you that in this world, even if you see it with your own eyes, it might not necessarily be true. But it is better than listening to the words of others. He paused for a moment. For instance, regarding the spirit of the great Tao, even if this is the truth, it is still unknown whether or not there has been an accident. Why don't you confirm it first and then decide what to do next? Qin Yu rubbed between his eyebrows. I have carefully sensed it many times and haven't sensed any abnormalities in the great Tao, so how can I confirm it? The stone pagoda said, Master is worried that the great Tao has changed because of the matter of breaking the Tao. Since this might be the cause, then how about we try breaking it again? Qin Yu's fingers paused. He coldly glared at the stone pagoda phantom, annoyed at what kind of bullshit suggestion this was. Although manifesting the Tao wasn't difficult for Qin Yu right now, it still didn't feel good. In particular, after confirming that the great Tao had a spirit, breaking the Tao would stimulate the great Tao to lose control and cause a backlash. Was this something he could casually try? Just as he was about to berate the stone pagoda, he hesitated. This stone pagoda fellow was incomparably smart, so how could it make such a stupid suggestion? Qin Yu glanced at it, his thoughts racing. He vaguely felt as if he had grasped something. He thought for a moment and said, Are you reminding me that I can borrow an external force to resolve the hidden dangers of the great Tao backlash? And beside him, there were only two parties that could deal with this matter, that woman and that mysterious existence hidden in space-time. Seeing Qin Yu change his mind, the stone pagoda nodded. Master, I believe that this is the most suitable opportunity. After a brief pause, it continued, In the world of darkness, when you faced the darkness ruler's loss of control and were preparing to summon his excellency ruler, he suddenly helped you. Although he used the excuse of occasionally showing kindness, Master should be well aware that everything in the world has a reason. Although we don't know what he was thinking, he helped you, and that is the key point. As for what price to pay for this matter, that will depend on Master's own consideration. Looking at the current situation, he might not make too excessive a request. Qin Yu said, Even so, I can't take the risk? He did help me once, but he may not help me a second time. Indeed. That's why we still have Her Excellency as a backup. The stone tower said slowly, Now that everything is ready, I believe it won't be long before Master enters the wastelands to complete the mission Her Excellency gave him. At this juncture, she won't let anything happen to you. He is willing to help you for unknown reasons, and he is valued by the Lord Ruler. This is a double guarantee, which is why I said that this is the most suitable opportunity. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He completely understood the meaning of the stone tower. Since he had discovered the hidden dangers of the Great Tao and was powerless to solve them, then the best choice was to use external forces to solve them. This fellow was truly astute. He was actually able to think of these things. Qin Yu already acknowledged his judgment in his heart. Since there would be a problem sooner or later, it was better to deal with it as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the situation changed in the future, things would become really troublesome. However, shattering one's Tao wasn't a minor matter. Although Qin Yu could casually ask the Sword of the East Sea to slash out at the barren mountains and plains to achieve this goal, it wasn't a simple matter. But the terrifying power obtained from shattering the Great Tao once was wasted just like that. It was really a waste. At this moment, Qin Yu had a headache. What kind of opponent should he find for this sword? He also remembered that he still owed him a divine path soul. There wasn't much time left, so it was better to finish it as soon as possible. Oh, why don't I use this sword to complete this transaction? Although using it to kill a true sage felt like using a large knife to kill an ant, at least I would gain something. Who should I kill? The true sages in the vast Yang world had accumulated over the long years. Although they rarely appeared, there were still some of them. But thinking about it carefully, most of those who had a grudge against Qin Yu died on the spot. He couldn't find a suitable target for the time being. Although the thought of killing the innocent flashed through his mind, it was best not to do it. There were so many people in the world who deserved to die. Why should he harm the innocent? After thinking about it a few times, Qin Yu had a rough idea of what to do. Right now, he had two choices. The first was the dark world. In terms of hatred, Qin Yu really had a lot of them. He wouldn't feel the slightest bit guilty if he killed one or two darkness true sages. The first one that came to his mind was the dark world. However, it was quickly eliminated by Qin Yu. He had killed the Master of Darkness and was preparing to play a trick. Now that he had entered the great desolate world, it was best to keep quiet in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. As such, there was only the second choice, the Order of Dusk. The Order of Dusk was a top-notch choice. The crisis that Peach Garden faced that day was caused by this force. Peach Blossom Garden hadn't been destroyed. Rather, because of Qin Yu's intervention, it had been revitalized and flourished with vitality. Now they had two true saints and were far more glorious and majestic than they had been in the past. Their own information channels had also been restored, so they naturally noticed some traces. It was only natural for them to learn of this name. Furthermore, according to Bai Feng, what happened in the Heavenly Sword sect seemed to have something to do with the Order of Dusk. The people of the Order of Dusk had almost destroyed Peach Garden and killed Peach and the others. They were also suspected to have set up a trap in the Heavenly Sword sect to kill Qin Yu. These reasons were very sufficient, and it was natural for them to kill their people. The only thing to be wary of was that the Order of Dusk could gather many true sages to order around. There seemed to be a master behind it. Killing true sages was a relatively simple matter for Qin Yu. Even if there were many powerhouses of the Order of Dusk, he didn't need to fight them at the same time. But if the master took action, things would become troublesome. No matter how confident Qin Yu was, he didn't think that he had the qualifications to challenge the master. But soon, his eyes brightened. Since he had made up his mind to use external forces to solve the hidden dangers of the Great Tao backlash, he would have to find someone. Since that was the case, he might as well act at once and eliminate all the troubles. Otherwise, if Qin Yu entered the desolate region in the future and the Order of Dusk moved against Peach Garden, it would be a great hidden danger. Thinking of this, Qin Yu smiled. He felt that targeting the Order of Dusk as his target was an excellent choice. Since he had a direction, what he needed to do next was to return to Peach Garden and ask Bai Feng for more detailed information on the Order of Dusk. He had only heard a few words from her before. With a decision in his heart, Qin Yu didn't delay any further. He lifted his foot and stomped down. In the void outside, an incomparably massive world-void creature with an astonishing aura was curled up in pain, its mouth emitting mournful wails. This matter has reminded us once again that we can't eat anything we want, otherwise there will be problems. Suddenly, this world-void creature opened its mouth and spat out a cloud of turbid fog. Chin-yu stepped out from it. After expelling the foreign object in its stomach, the pain disappeared. This world-void creature looked at Chin-yu with a hint of fear and then turned to flee. Chin-yu didn't stop it. After all, this world-void creature's body had already produced the layout of a world. Killing it might draw attention. What he was doing now was to avoid being discovered by the heavens and earth, so it was better to avoid trouble. Chin-yu focused his mind and then turned to leave. His speed was astonishing and he soon arrived outside a small world. With a wave of his hand, he tore open a crack and stepped inside. Without pausing, Chin-yu summoned the Peach Garden's portal the moment he stepped into this small world. He pushed it open and disappeared from sight. The trip to the East Sea had crossed dimensions at an astonishing speed. Chin-yu had also spent a long time in the stomach of a world-void creature, but he had only spent half a day. This was the privilege of powerhouses. To them, although the infinite heavens and myriad worlds weren't their own backyard, they could freely wander in and out. Just this point alone was something that countless ordinary living beings in this world envied. It had to be known that many living beings had never left their homeland since they were born, nor did they know that there was another world beyond this one. The so-called boundless world required one to be strong enough to truly experience it. Otherwise, one could only be trapped in a well and look up at the tiny little hole in the well to see the splendor of this world. Let's get back to the main topic. After stepping out of the portal, Chin-yu didn't pause at all. He raced straight towards where Bai Feng was. He had signed a contract with her and there was only half a month left. There really wasn't much time left, so even if he had a target to kill, he still needed to hurry up. Seeing Chin-yu take the initiative to visit, Bai Feng was overjoyed. But before he could say a single word, he was already beaten to it. This is extremely urgent. Third senior apprentice brother, give me detailed information on the Dusk Order. I need it now. Bai Feng was startled. He glanced at Chin-yu's complexion, nodded and left. Soon, he returned and handed a jade slip to Chin-yu. I just made a copy. Everything I know about the garden is in there. Chin-yu cupped his hands together. Thank you, third senior apprentice brother. After taking the jade slip, he turned and left, his speed astonishing. He vanished like a gust of wind. Bai Feng's eyes widened. He thought that this was burning the bridge after crossing the river. When he needed her, he ran over, but after he was done, he turned and left. This change in attitude was truly fast. But it seemed that the matter of the great Tao being broken and condensed again really did involve some secrets. Otherwise, little junior apprentice brother wouldn't have refused to tell her. But curiosity was something that wasn't easy to deal with. And beneath Bai Feng's calm and gentle exterior, this curiosity was especially strong. Thus, although he understood, he still felt tormented in his heart. Thus, Bai Feng looked at the place where Chin-yu disappeared with a bitter smile. He couldn't help but rub his chest, feeling that it was even more blocked. Not to mention that it involved the furnace, which Chin-yu couldn't say, but even if he could, he didn't have the time right now. After obtaining the information about the Dusk Order, Chin-yu probed it with his divine sense and quickly read through it in detail. To be honest, the content of the information was much less than Chin-yu had imagined. As a first-rate Holy Land, the Peach Garden's information channels were naturally powerful, but they could only gather this much information. It was clear that the other party was extremely careful. Fortunately, it wasn't as if he had gained nothing. For example, the Jade Slip recorded information about a certain member of the Dusk Order. Flood Dragon Sage. Chin-yu silently muttered the other party's name. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Then, my first target will be you. Flood Dragon Sage. The names of this world were a bit mysterious and vague. They sounded incomparably powerful, but also confusing. But most of them were simple and unadorned. For example, the old dragon of the East Sea Dragon Sage. From his name, one could tell who he was. The same was true for Flood Dragon Sage. Strictly speaking, he had some blood relations with the old dragon of the East Sea. The reason why flood dragons couldn't be called dragons directly was because their bloodline was mixed. They didn't have a complete and pure true dragon bloodline. Most flood dragons in this world naturally couldn't be compared to true dragons. The difference between the two was too great. They weren't on the same level at all. However, there were no real laws in this world. There were always all kinds of accidents and special cases. Flood dragons are no exception. For example, the holy flood dragon that we are talking about is an anomaly among the flood dragons. As mentioned before, the dragon sage and flood dragon sage had some blood relations. One reason was because the dragon sage had an extremely high seniority and was extremely old. Most of the dragon races in the vast young world were related to him. The second reason was that the dragon race had a relatively strong reproductive ability. They liked to try all kinds of stimuli, so they had many partners. This caused the flood dragons to have strange appearances and be different from each other. This flood dragon sage's mother was an expert of the dragon race. His father also had a powerful background. He was an ancient beast, the armored gold crystal beast. Although the descendants of the two had mixed bloodlines, they produced some kind of strange fusion. This caused Flood Dragon Sage to be born with great strength and astonishing cultivation talent. Because of this, he was able to achieve the great Tao of True Divine. He was one of the most famous experts in this world. In particular, he inherited his father's bloodline and had an astonishingly tyrannical body. To this day, very few people knew that Flood Dragon Sage had secretly joined the Dusk Order and become one of them. But unfortunately, the Peach Garden had enough tentacles. Through clues, they finally confirmed this matter. That was why Qin Yu had appeared outside the dragon sealing abyss. Flood dragons were also called mixed dragons. Of course, this wasn't a good thing. Most of the dragon race didn't value these descendants. In fact, they looked down on them. As a result, although flood dragons had the bloodline of the dragon race, they didn't have a close relationship with the dragon race. In fact, their relationship was tense. As the head of the flood dragons, this was even more so for Flood Dragon Sage. It was said that in his early years, he had fought with the East Sea Dragon Sage in an attempt to seize control of the dragon race and completely change the status between dragons and flood dragons. This attempt ended in failure, but Flood Dragon Sage was able to escape unscathed. This had already proved his strength. Qin Yu looked at the huge stone tablet beside the deep stream. The words, "Dragon Sealing Abyss," were dripping with blood and filled with killing intent. A smile appeared on his face. He thought that it was fortunate that Flood Dragon Sage and the dragon race of the East Sea were like fire and water. Otherwise, he had just received a favor from that old dragon, and it wouldn't be good for him to kill half of his race. But thinking about it carefully, given the current situation and the fact that time was so tight, there probably wasn't any other choice. So even if Flood Dragon Sage really did recognize him as a relative, Qin Yu would most likely still kill him. Cough cough. As expected, the one who couldn't be deceived was himself. Moreover, no one could avoid hypocrisy in order to seek peace of mind. Shaking his head, Qin Yu suppressed the mockery in his heart. He took a step forward. His body instantly soared into the air, and his entire body fell down like a boulder. Chapter 1453. Wherever a true divine was, it was their own Tao field. Even the slightest changes could be sensed. Qin Yu brazenly barged in without any concealment. With a muffled splash and a large splash, the eyes of the holy flood dragon in the depths of the dragon sealing abyss suddenly opened, and a burst of light burst out. With a cold snort, Sage Flood Dragon stood up and stepped out. His figure instantly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was in front of Qin Yu. His dignified eyes contained a powerful, oppressive aura. When he locked onto Qin Yu, he frowned and revealed a hint of coldness and fear. Peach Garden Qin Yu? That's right. Sage Flood Dragon's frown deepened. I don't seem to have any friendship with the Peach Garden. Qin Yu glanced at him. Order of Dusk. The atmosphere suddenly tensed up and an invisible pressure was released, causing the air to become sticky. It almost blocked one's nose and mouth, making it difficult to breathe. Sage Flood Dragon's eyes turned cold. What do you want? Kill you. Sage Flood Dragon laughed. What an arrogant Peach Garden 9. Even if you can kill Saint Zhou and Saint Lin with a single strike, do you think that you can do whatever you want to me? Qin Yu raised his hand and struck forward. You'll know after you try. You're courting death. Sage Flood Dragon roared and attacked. Rumble, 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 the entire dragon ceiling abyss boiled. Terrifying power surged out like a tsunami. Sage Flood Dragon's subordinates, who were closer, didn't even have time to say a word before they were torn to pieces by the terrifying power. Those who were slightly further away had pale faces as they fled in all directions as if they were running for their lives. In a battle between true sages, with their strength, staying behind would only result in death. Crack, crack, with the dragon's sealing abyss as the center, terrifying cracks appeared, tearing the earth apart and spreading in all directions. This scene caused the expressions of the flood dragons who had escaped to change again and again. Their eyes revealed endless fear. Sage Flood Dragon's strength was truly incomparably powerful. It was no wonder he had the qualifications to be absorbed into the Order of Dusk. Of course, even so, with Qin Yu's current strength, it wouldn't be too difficult to kill him. But if he killed him directly, how could Sage Flood Dragon send a message to find help? If there were no helpers, the following plans would be affected. That was why the terrifying scene of the great battle that the outside world had seen had occurred. In reality, there was no need for such trouble. There was enough time. As long as Sage Flood Dragon had any brains, it would have sent a message to ask for help. Killing intent exploded in Qin Yu's eyes. Soon, in the depths of the sealing dragon abyss, the Flood Dragon Sage screamed in horror, "You hid your strength." No. The scream came to an abrupt end, and a huge dragon head soared into the sky. Blood spurted out from the severed neck, as if a dam had been broken. Shua, a flood dragon phantom, flew out from the corpse. It glared at Qin Yu with incomparable hatred, and then turned to flee. But right at this moment, it suddenly let out a miserable shriek. Its enormous soul directly exploded. Then, because of the pain, it curled up into a ball, temporarily interrupting its escape. Qin Yu said in a low voice, "This flood dragon is my sacrifice. I ask that you accept it." Then he activated the contract power within his body. There was a sigh between breaths, revealing a trace of helplessness. "Qin Yu, you are always in such a hurry. I've told you many times that this matter isn't urgent at all." Qin Yu turned his head and saw a pair of beautiful eyes. His eyes flashed and he lightly said, "I don't want to be in such a hurry either, but there isn't much time left in the half-month. I should pay my debt first." The pair of eyes blinked, revealing a bit of admiration. It didn't seem embarrassed at all after being exposed. "It seems that the pagoda knows more than I imagined. How cute." It glanced at Qin Yu. Seeing that he was silent and unmoved, it didn't say anything else. "I'm very satisfied with this exchange. Then I'll accept it." The eyes of the painfully curled-up flood dragon were filled with horror. Its entire body seemed to be frozen and sealed, unable to move at all. At this moment, it was like a rapidly fading painting. Sage Flood Dragon's soul and corpse, as well as the blood that gushed out, all disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, all of its aura was erased. A dignified Permi thought true Saint Flood Dragon was wiped clean like this. Qin Yu suddenly said, "A powerful existence hidden in space-time. When I was in the world of darkness, you once saved me. I have always remembered this. Next, I will kill a few more people and give them to you as repayment." The beautiful eyes stared at Qin Yu, a faint smile on its face. It was like it had seen through some thoughts in his heart. Okay. Qin Yu's heart chilled. He thought that this matter wouldn't go smoothly, but he didn't expect it to agree. But at this time, there was no time to think too much. Qin Yu sensed his surroundings and confirmed that there was nothing wrong. Then, his entire body instantly changed. He took on the appearance of Sage Flood Dragon. Since the Dusk Order wanted to take advantage of the turmoil in vast Yang City to obtain great benefits, it naturally had many members. Killing Sage Flood Dragon alone was too small a movement. Moreover, Qin Yu's goal from the start wasn't these true saints. Otherwise, why would he need to make such preparations? His face was pale and his aura was incomparably weak. Qin Yu's version of Sage Flood Dragon roared, "Where the hell did everyone go? Hurry up and come back." At this time, those beautiful eyes quietly floated to the side, watching Qin Yu's actions. They flashed for a moment, revealing a bit of interest. Outside the dragon's sealing abyss, the many flood dragons that were hiding far away had looks of panic on their faces. As they heard the roars of the old ancestor, their eyes widened and their faces filled with joy. The old ancestor was fine. Whoosh, whoosh, flood dragons rushed into the dragon's sealing abyss. They soon found the battlefield and saw Sage Flood Dragon slumped on the ground. "Old ancestor, the enemy, he." A flood dragon cautiously said. The flood dragon's complexion paled. He coldly said, "He is lucky to have escaped quickly, but I already know who the enemy is. I will naturally settle this with him in the future." At this time, the flood dragon's complexion changed. Then, as if sensing something, his expression relaxed. He waved his hand and said, "All of you leave. Stay far away." The flood dragons didn't dare to disobey. They quickly turned and left. After the surroundings quieted down, Sage Flood Dragon sneered. "You only came now? If it weren't for my luck, I would have already been killed." The air fluctuated and a figure walked out. His entire body was covered in black robes. He said in a low voice, "Where is Qin Yu now?" Sage Flood Dragon indifferently said, "How would I know? After fighting with me for a while, he suddenly escaped." As he spoke to her, Sage Flood Dragon violently coughed. His face flushed red with anger and he spat out a mouthful of blood as his body violently twitched. The black-robed figure shouted, "Sage Flood Dragon, what happened? Save me." Hesitation flashed in the black-robed figure's eyes. He flipped his hand and took out an item. After sensing it with his divine sense, his expression relaxed a little. He stepped forwards and landed beside Sage Flood Dragon. "Don't resist. I'll check." Bang! Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted. The black-robed figure was sent flying away. With a loud crack, countless bones broke and a large portion of his chest caved in. Blood wildly gushed out from his nose and mouth, mixed with pieces of his organs. He had been caught off guard and suffered a heavy blow. His mortal body was nearly destroyed. With a slight tremble, a terrifying and ruthless aura spread out from beneath the black-robed figure. This person was decisive and ruthless enough. He had directly sacrificed the great Tao to the point of risking his life. But after Qin Yu's performance, he had naturally prepared a foolproof response. His figure flashed and he instantly caught up. He lifted a hand and punched the person's forehead. Like a ripe fruit, it smashed to the ground and all sorts of juices splashed out. It was a pitiful fate. Qin Yu withdrew his hand. The situation was urgent, so I was a bit heavy-handed. Luckily, my soul is still intact. I hope you don't mind. A smiling voice sounded out. It's fine. If you lose a head, then so be it. It's fine as long as the main parts are intact." Using that strange and terrifying erasure ability, all traces left behind by the black-robed true saint were quickly erased. Thinking about it carefully, from the moment he appeared to the moment he was killed, There wasn't even a trace of his face or name left behind. A dignified true saint had actually ended up like this. It was truly lamentable. After obtaining 2 true saint sacrifices in a row, the person hidden in space-time was clearly satisfied. His tone became light and cheerful. "Qin Yu, what do you plan on doing next?" Qin Yu said, "What do you think?" Cough. The beautiful eyes blinked. "I think that good opportunities don't come by every day, so it's best not to waste them." Qin Yu smiled. "Of course, since you said so, I will naturally grasp the opportunity." With a thought, he transformed back into the appearance of Sage Flood Dragon. He took a step forward and shot into the sky, his face filled with fear as he fled to the outside world. Although it was the same routine, it was better to change it a little to avoid being detected. Whoosh! Sage Flood Dragon broke out of the water and fled in a panic. Then, in the next moment, space was torn from the outside world, and a black-robed figure stepped in. The second member of the Dusk Order had arrived. In an instant, he locked onto Sage Flood Dragon's aura. His expression changed and became dignified. "Sage Flood Dragon, where is Qin Yu? Why do you all ask such a stupid question? Where am I? Of course, I'm right under your eyes. You can't see me, so do you want me to admit it? Sorry, I'm not that noble." As his mind raced, Sage Flood Dragon revealed a look of ecstasy. He turned and rushed over. "Qin Yu is below. He is too strong. I can't block him." The black-robed figure was slightly shocked. His eyes locked onto the ceiling dragon abyss, but he soon frowned. It was extremely quiet below, and there was no movement at all. His heart suddenly shrank as he felt a trace of fear and unease. With a strange cry, the black-robed true sage retreated. His reaction was extremely fast, but he still couldn't dodge the black fist that came from the side. His entire body flew out like a bird whose wings had been broken. Naturally, he couldn't escape the big mouth of a hunter. Thus, very quickly, this black-robed true sage followed in the footsteps of the previous one and died miserably on the spot. Without needing Qin Yu to say anything, he had already started to take the initiative to clean up the battlefield. Like an invisible brush, he quickly cleaned up everything. Then, this pair of beautiful eyes just stared at the sky above his head. After looking for a long time, he suddenly felt wronged. He hadn't eaten his fill yet, so why was there suddenly no one? Qin Yu sensed this feeling of being wronged. He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Don't you think this is too much? Moreover, the other party was a true sage, and there was a higher-level ruler overseeing them. They weren't a group of brainless pigs. To be able to use such a crude method to successfully kill 2 true sages was already not an easy task. How could he be greedy for more? As if sensing Qin Yu's thoughts, this pair of eyes became even more wronged. Haven't I been hungry for a long time? I finally had a meal, but as soon as I started, there was no more. Hiss! Qin Yu suddenly felt a toothache. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. These were 2 true sages, big shots that could shake a region with a stamp of their feet. How could he just eat it in 2 bites? Moreover, in the Heavenly Sword sect, how long had it been since those true sages of the Dark World had eaten? His appetite was too good. But now it was time for him to exert his strength. Qin Yu couldn't say anything, so he could only squeeze out a smile. "Don't worry, Your Excellency. The big meal is still to come, perhaps today. You really will be able to eat a good meal." No one else continued to descend. Of course, it wasn't that the Order of the Dusk was afraid. After suffering such a big loss, if they didn't say anything, how could they lead this team? Perhaps after today, the so-called Order of the Dusk would only exist in name. So the quieter it was now, the more it meant that the other party was preparing a more powerful move. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous, but things had already come to this point, and there was no turning back. Either he took this opportunity to completely break the backbone of the Order of the Dusk, or he wouldn't die. At most, he would flee in a sorry state, but there would definitely be terrifying revenge afterward. So, in order to avoid trouble, it was best to finish it in one go. Qin Yu couldn't help but look at that pair of beautiful eyes. He thought that the one who had lost control in the dark world had been casually erased. Even if he faced a true ruler, there shouldn't be a problem. Taking a deep breath and suppressing his tumbling emotions, Qin Yu simply returned to his original appearance and sat down on the large rock that was the sealing dragon abyss. Since the other party had already sensed it, there was no need to hide it anymore. With the reputation of the peach orchard after today's battle, if everything went smoothly, then for a long time, no one would have any ideas about the peach orchard. Closing his eyes, Qin Yu adjusted his breathing. Although he wanted to borrow external forces to settle things, he couldn't be too careless. Moreover, he had to make preparations to summon the ruler. If there was an accident, he had to make sure he could finish it at any time. After all, the one he faced today was a ruler. Qin Yu didn't have full confidence he could deal with an opponent on this level. Within the sealing dragon abyss, all sorts of sneaky flood dragons cautiously drilled out, desperately fleeing in all directions. Qin Yu could clearly sense all of this, but he didn't care about it. He had killed many lives and he didn't fear it. But if it wasn't necessary, it was better to save some strength. By the time most of the flood dragons in the sealing dragon abyss had fled, Qin Yu opened his eyes. In the next moment, 10 figures appeared in the skies above his head. They wore black robes and their auras were icy cold and cruel. Their killing intent wasn't concealed at all as they directly locked onto Qin Yu. One of them was a bit familiar. It was the one that had been scared away by Qin Yu during the fall of his country. Back then, he had been able to scare this person away, but now the situation was different. 10 true saints had joined forces to suppress him, their auras as vast and mighty as an ocean. It was truly terrifying to the extreme. Even with Qin Yu's strength, he still felt fearful. He subconsciously frowned, a solemn look in his eyes. He frowned because he feared the 10 saints joining forces, but he was also puzzled. In such a situation, how could the ruler still maintain his composure? Did he think that the 10 saints would be able to suppress Qin Yu, or did the ruler need to make some extra preparations? Before Qin Yu could think further, the 10 saints roared out in unison, "Kill!" Bang, a vast and wild aura, like a heavenly river toppling over, completely submerged Qin Yu. Chapter 1454. The combined attack of the 10 saints wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. As they overlapped, the quantitative change triggered a qualitative change. Simply put, Qin Yu couldn't block it. If he couldn't block it, he could only use his trump card. Qin Yu couldn't help but sigh at this realization. He had originally thought that he could save this sword for the ruler behind the scenes, but it seemed he had overestimated his own strength. Facing the descent of the 10 saints, he could only hurriedly use it in order to preserve his life. If he used it, then so be it. At the very least, this sword could increase his strength a little. The bargaining chip in his hand would also increase his persuasive power. After sighing, Qin Yu reached forward and clenched his fingers. A sword cry rang out. An illusory sword phantom appeared, rapidly condensing into reality. Qin Yu didn't hesitate. He slashed forward. The sword of the East Sea let out an angry roar. The sword cry resounded through the world, and a terrifying sword intent shot into the sky, tearing apart everything in front of it. The wild and destructive sword intent revealed the 10 saints' shocked and angry faces. They clearly hadn't expected Qin Yu to slash out with such a terrifying sword strike. It wasn't the power of a ruler, but in terms of pure killing power, it wasn't any weaker. This sword was too fast, so fast that even a Permitha true saint didn't have time to react. Sword light rose, sword light fell, the 10 saints were submerged in that endless sea of swords. Blood rained down and souls wailed. What happened in the distant past had already been submerged in the river of time, becoming unknown to anyone. Thus, a scene like this might have happened before, but in the present vast Yang, there had never been such a terrifying record. The 10 saints perished together, and the reason this terrifying result was because Qin Yu himself was strong enough. He had long since reached the peak of a true saint. Moreover, he had shattered the great Tao in his body and poured it all into this sword strike. Moreover, the sword of the East Sea itself was a heaven-defying killing weapon. One sword to kill 10 saints today, Qin Yu's might was comparable to a ruler's. But now Qin Yu, who had done such an earth-shattering thing, didn't have the slightest bit of pride or arrogance on his face. Instead, there was a trace of panic in his pale face. "You have to help me." It wasn't a question or a plea, but a request, as if he wanted to seal the coffin and leave no room for argument. The pair of beautiful eyes floating in the air blinked when they heard this, revealing a confused expression. Qin Yu spoke rapidly. "I never imagined that a dignified ruler would play this sort of game of expending cannon fodder, although the level of these cannon fodder is indeed a bit high. But this matter is essentially the same. I've already used my strongest means, and I don't have time to wait any longer. If you don't help me, I'll die." "Why?" His question was out of the blue, but Qin Yu understood what he meant. "Because you've received benefits from me, and I'll give these to you as well." Her beautiful eyes revealed an expression of contemplation. Qin Yu clenched his teeth. "There's no time. Do you agree or not?" He chuckled. "I can help you. I can even temporarily erase the problem in your body, but the reward you're offering is obviously not equal." Sure enough, he had already seen through everything. In fact, when he first warned Qin Yu, he had already expected this. Qin Yu glanced at the sky. Everything there was the same as before. Under the blue sky were white clouds, and when there was no sound of wind, it was like a peaceful painting. But at this time, he felt some invisible and powerful pressure. It was like a boulder was pressing against his chest, and every time he breathed became particularly difficult. On the surface, there didn't seem to be any problems, but Qin Yu knew that problems had already appeared and could erupt at any moment, and now, he still hadn't reached an agreement with her. This made Qin Yu incomparably angry. He couldn't help but doubt whether his decision was the right one, but there was no turning back. Thinking about this now was clearly useless. "I can agree to some requests that aren't too excessive. Otherwise, Your Excellency should know that I actually have other choices." The ruler was Qin Yu's alternative, and he already owed her many favors. So when she proposed to enter the desolate region and help him complete a certain mission, Qin Yu didn't have the confidence to refuse. If he could avoid her doing anything, he would avoid it as much as possible. Qin Yu didn't want to have to grit his teeth and agree when this woman made a request that he knew would kill him. She smiled, her voice warm and gentle. "Sure. Then consider it as you owing me a favor. After I think about it, I'll make a request of you." She agreed so easily? To be honest, Qin Yu was already prepared to suffer a loss. As long as it wasn't too excessive, he would grit his teeth and agree. Looking at this pair of beautiful eyes, he said in a deep voice, "I can agree, but this request can't be harmful to me and can't go against my will." She looked over faintly and sighed softly. "Qin Yu, where did your unreasonable confidence and confidence come from? I really can't figure it out. If outsiders see this, I'm afraid they'll think that I'm begging to help you." Hearing this, even in the current situation and with Qin Yu's shrewdness, he couldn't help but blush and feel very embarrassed. "I've made countless transactions, but this is the first time," she said lightly, "only this once. There won't be a next time." Although her voice was calm and still gentle, without any other emotions, Qin Yu still felt a bit of dissatisfaction and warning from it. Clearly, this mysterious existence hidden in spacetime, although for some unknown reason, chose to help Qin Yu get through this difficult time, it wasn't a bottomless retreat. She said that it was only this once, so such a use must never happen again. Qin Yu solemnly nodded. Good. As he spoke, the skies suddenly fell into pitch black. It was like a great sun was covered, causing darkness to descend upon the earth. This scene was similar to when the darkness ruler descended upon the heavenly sword sect, but there were also great differences. This was because when the world fell into pitch black, it was only the region where the heavenly sword sect was located. But today the entire small world was covered in darkness. The disparity was far from being on the same level, so it was naturally incomparable. Bathed in darkness, Qin Yu's body tensed. Fear uncontrollably erupted from the depths of his heart, as if he had fallen into an ancient cave of ice. He could clearly hear the sound of his blood flowing through his body. Then, it slowed down little by little. His blood condensed into icicles that finally froze over. Was this the true might of a ruler? Without even attacking, just a wisp of his aura was enough to make Qin Yu feel an irresistible fear. Suddenly, in the pitch-black skies above his head, motes of light began to appear. At first they were dim, but in the blink of an eye they became incomparably solid. Astonishingly, they were the stars of the night, quietly sprinkling down countless bright starlight radiance. If there were only stars, then no matter how beautiful the night sky was, it wouldn't be perfect. Thus, when the stars shined to the extreme, a full moon suddenly appeared. Its appearance was incomparably abrupt, but the feeling it gave off wasn't unexpected at all. Rather, it seemed natural and harmonious. It was like this full moon should have appeared there, or perhaps, since ancient times, it had already hung in the endless curtain of night for countless years. Qin Yu suddenly discovered that the chill around him became even heavier. Then, the air seemed to freeze, turning into an invisible cage that sealed him within. His perception was completely severed. His vision blurred, as if he were cut off from the outside world. The only thing worth rejoicing about was that this sudden rise in ice-cold strength didn't cause any harm to his body. Otherwise, Qin Yu feared that by now he would have become a human-shaped ice sculpture with his consciousness erased. It was clear that this was his handiwork. Was his goal to protect Qin Yu from harm? Perhaps this was the reason, but there was definitely something else mixed in. For instance, he didn't want Qin Yu to come into contact with what would happen next. Qin Yu couldn't be bothered to think about anything more. His mind was tense. His pale face seemed even paler beneath the invisible ice, and there was even a faint blue aura around it. In fact, his lips even curved up in a strange smile, but Qin Yu clearly didn't notice any of this. His entire mind was focused on sensing the outside world. Although the ice had isolated all perception, he was still able to faintly feel some changes in the outside world through the impact of the ice. The slaughter had already begun. A confrontation at the ruler level was undoubtedly the greatest scene Qin Yu had ever experienced in his life. What was sad was that even though he had personally experienced all of this, he still didn't have the chance to see anything. An incomparably wild strength recklessly burst forth beneath the illumination of the moon and stars. It was like an invisible sea of rage, rampaging through the heavens and earth. This strength was far too terrifying. It was like monstrous waves were set off. And since these waves were monstrous, they were naturally able to touch the stars that hung in the curtain of night. Thus, with terrifying bangs, the stars were shattered one after another. They roared as they turned into meteors, dragging blazing tails behind them as they fell straight to the ground. And during this process, the meteors burned more and more intensely and the flames became increasingly dazzling. Faintly, they illuminated the entire world as two incomparably massive phantoms appeared. They were entangled together. Their speed was far too fast. It was impossible to follow them with the naked eye. All one could see were some blurry traces, shaking the entire world. A terrifying strength that could shatter the stars in the vault of heaven erupted from the battle between these two phantoms. As for the meteors formed from the broken stars, they simply couldn't reach the ground. While they were still in the air, they were already burnt away. The earth quaked. The heavens shook. Star fell. This was a battle between rulers. This was a calamity that would sweep through an entire world. This was true destruction and despair. In the small world where the dragon-sealing abyss was located, there were hundreds of millions of lives that had suffered today's calamity. How innocent were they? They had not done anything wrong. But this world was cruel. One could not live just because they had done nothing wrong. In the pitch-black curtain of night, the number of stars decreased. But the round moon that was as bright as a plate became increasingly dazzling. Its volume had even increased by countless times. If one stood on the earth and looked up, they would feel as if the moon occupied most of the vault of heaven. All of a sudden, the full moon that blotted out the sky moved. This full moon was astonishing and its volume was terrifying. At this moment, as it moved, it was like a giant that could hold up the heavens. It heavily stomped down on the world. Rumble, rumble, heaven-shaking explosions erupted one after another, shaking the entire world. But this was only the beginning. Because in the darkness, after the giant full moon moved once, it moved a second time, then a third time, a fourth time. The so-called heaven-shaking and earth-shaking should be referring to the scene in front of them. At this moment, the entire small world had been twisted into a ball. Finally, as if it had broken free from some kind of restraint, or as if it had been forcefully squeezed out, the hyperactive full moon in the night sky finally fell smoothly. It had only moved a few times, but it had caused the entire world to shake and boil, much less now that it was crashing down. The full moon in his eyes grew larger and larger until it occupied his entire field of vision. Then, there was an earth-shaking explosion. The terrifying impact formed a shockwave that instantly sent Qin flying away. Dense and terrifying cracking sounds suddenly rang out in his ears. What followed was a trace of a terrifying aura that invaded from the outside world. It was really just a trace. This was because the ice seal outside was extremely strong. Even though it had been shattered by the impact, it still possessed a powerful defensive ability. But this tiny trace of strength, that wasn't even worth mentioning, was able to cause a terrifying amount of damage to Qin. With a stuffy cough, blood gushed out from his nose and mouth. It was like a fountain had been installed in his stomach. He couldn't stop it at all. At the same time, cracking sounds rang out one after another on the surface of Qin body. Terrifying wounds appeared one after another, exposing the dark red flesh and blood within. Then, blood gushed out like it didn't cost anything. Blood gushed out from his nose and mouth, as well as from all the wounds on his body. With this superposition, it seemed as if all the blood in Qin body had been sucked out. Even though his entire body was soaked in dark red blood, his skin was as pale as paper. His eyes instantly dimmed, and the originally unremarkable trace of blue in them suddenly began to flourish. At this time, Qin suddenly became thin, like a dried-up corpse wrapped in skin and bones. His incomparably powerful life aura weakened to the extreme. He was like a candle in the cold wind, about to be extinguished at any moment. Was this the strength of a ruler level? Qin only had time to think this before his mind was flooded with fear. One reason was because he feared the strength of a ruler, and the second reason was because he was going to die. Although dying meant that he wasn't dead yet, the truth was that if things continued like this and he continued to be infected by the invading strength from the outside world, in less than 3 breaths of time, Qin would become a pitiful dried-up corpse soaked in his own blood. Luckily, this sort of horrifying event didn't occur. The outside world suddenly quieted down and the terrifying invading strength vanished with it. He had survived. Qin heart was wild with joy. But in this moment where joy and sorrow alternated and his mind rose and fell, a strange smile suddenly bloomed on his face. Gulp, gulp, on the surface of his body, every terrifying wound had become a giant mouth, greedily swallowing up the dark red blood that wrapped around his withered body. To Qin, this should have been a good thing. The reason he was on the verge of death was because he had been squeezed dry, becoming a rotten piece of wood that was on the verge of rotting. But at this time, Qin Yu couldn't bring himself to be happy. His eyes widened, revealing a look of alarm and anger. Because he had eaten his fill of blood, his body had been restored to a moist state. But it didn't stop expanding. Soon, Qin Yu was like an overloaded balloon, his entire body inflating. On his taut skin, green blood vessels appeared. As they squirmed ferociously, they looked like strange, horrifying worms. Chapter 1455. I've been waiting for you. A calm but slightly weak voice sounded out. Then, the invisible ice in front of Qin Yu was quietly pierced through by a beautiful palm. It grabbed Qin Yu and a silent aura instantly seeped into him. The strange smile on Qin Yu's face suddenly became a bit more panicked. The fierce blood vessels on the surface of his swollen body fiercely trembled, as if he were about to throw caution to the wind and destroy everything in his path. But at this time, there was a light cracking sound from within Qin Yu's body. It was like delicate porcelain had been shattered. The overinflated Qin Yu rapidly withered away, restoring his original appearance in the blink of an eye. It was just that his spirit was a bit wilted and his face was a bit pale. When he opened his eyes, he found it hard to hide the fear and gloom in them. He had divined that there would be movements from the great Tao within his body, but he never imagined that it would come so violently and without warning. No, there should have been signs, it was just that he hadn't sensed them. But this clearly wasn't any different. He had almost died. The pair of eyes floating in the air became increasingly tired. It was clear that in that seemingly calm confrontation, it had consumed a great deal of its strength. Thinking about it, this was the shadow of the great Tao of the heavens and earth. It wasn't easy to kill. Qin Yu moved his withered lips but was startled by his own voice. It was dry and hoarse, like two rough stones rubbing against each other. "Thank you for saving me." The hand that grabbed Qin Yu had quietly vanished. The floating eyes looked at him. "Qin Yu, this is the only time. Don't forget. He escaped, but his injuries are heavy. He won't appear for a long time. Moreover, I can only temporarily erase the problem within your body. There will definitely be more problems in the future, so be careful." After it finished speaking, it closed its eyes and vanished from Qin Yu's sight. Qin Yu took a deep breath and steadied his trembling mind. His eyes swept around and his eyebrows suddenly trembled. He looked into the boundless darkness in front of him, his face revealing a wooden expression as if he had been shaken to the extreme. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. After a moment of hesitation, perhaps because he didn't believe his own eyes, or perhaps because he wanted to see more clearly. Thus, he focused his mind and briefly sensed his body. After confirming that although his injuries were severe, he wasn't as weak as a chicken, he moved his feet and charged straight into the depths of the darkness. In the extreme darkness between heaven and earth, apart from the dark world, which was a strange place artificially created by the western wasteland, there was only the empty void outside the world. Unsurprisingly, when Qin Yu stopped in his tracks, he saw the world void creatures that seemed to have smelled something and were swarming over from all directions. Those hideous creatures that looked like giant octopuses in the deep sea were feasting excitedly and passionately. What they were feasting on were enormous pieces that were rolling on the ground. They were pieces of small worlds. To be more precise, it was the small world where the dragon sealing abyss was located. It was a terrifying battlefield left behind after the War of Sovereigns. So after a small world shattered, it would fall into the void beyond and then be swallowed up by world void creatures. After realizing some of the secrets behind the birth of a small world, Qin Yu didn't feel puzzled or shocked as he looked at the scene in front of him. Rather, he was even more certain of his previous speculations about the origin of small worlds. But deep in his heart, he instinctively trembled, so this was the War of Sovereigns. A single battle to shatter a world and sacrifice trillions of lives. Just what sort of horrifying cruelty was this? The world void creatures moved quickly. Beneath their jaws, the tumbling fragments of the small world couldn't even withstand a single blow. Perhaps sensing the aura within Qin Yu's body that hadn't completely dissipated, the world void creatures looked at him for a moment before looking away. Soon, the fragments of the small world were eaten up by the many world void creatures. They didn't fight with each other. Instead, they waved their long tentacles and flew off in different directions, quietly vanishing into the depths of the darkness. If it weren't for the fluctuations of a great battle still lingering in the darkness, one would have suspected that everything they experienced just now was just an illusion. At this time, Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He looked up in another direction. Someone was coming. Shwa, two figures, one in front and one behind, stopped where they were. Their eyes widened as they looked towards the place where the world void creatures had been feasting. Their pupils shrank and endless shock filled their faces. The aftermath of this aura, it was terrifying. Although there was only a tiny bit left, the terrifying pressure contained within caused one's heart to contract and find it hard to breathe. To be able to suppress them like this, it could only be a ruler. Within the vast Yang world, for unknown reasons, the rulers had hidden themselves away from the world. They had almost never interfered in the internal affairs of the vast Yang world. True saints were the absolute peak existences of this world. But what they saw today had overturned this. The ruler's seclusion seemed to have come to an end. Just this alone would cause vast Yang City to be shaken once news of this spread, and the situation would change greatly. After all, if a ruler personally appeared, that meant that the peak levels of combat strength would be reshuffled. If a true saint lost his leading position, he would at most be a relatively powerful chess piece. In the deathly silence, one of them suddenly said, "I remember. Saint Flood Dragon Dao right, the dragon sealing abyss, is here?" His voice could still be considered calm, but it was dry, revealing a bit of bitterness. Another person slowly nodded. "That's right, it's like that." As he spoke, his eyes swept around the pitch-black nothingness in front of him. A small world guarded by a true saint had disappeared just like that, and small worlds didn't have legs, so they naturally couldn't run away. Since they had disappeared, there was only one possibility. Thinking of the terrifying repercussions that they felt at this moment, the two unknown sages looked at each other and shuddered in unison. At this time, the sensitive and restless saints suddenly sensed a strange fluctuation. They shouted, "Who is it? Come out." Qin Yu walked closer. His eyes fell on the two of them. He lightly said, "I apologize for disturbing you two saints." Although he said this, there was no apology in his tone. But now, no one dared to find fault with him. The two saints' complexions changed. One of them hesitantly said, "Miss Peach Garden Ninth?" Qin Yu nodded. "Yes." The two saints' complexions changed again. At this time, a look of vigilance appeared in their eyes. It wasn't that they didn't know how to endure. It was just that in today's situation, they suddenly saw this Peach Garden thug who was known as a saint slaughterer. No one could remain calm and composed. The corners of Qin Yu's lips twitched. There was no enmity between them, so he didn't have the hobby of slaughtering saints. You guys were overthinking things. Not to mention, he needed to borrow your mouths to spread the news today. He coughed lightly and said, "My reputation isn't too good right now, but you two saints don't need to worry. I can still guarantee that I clearly distinguish between gratitude and grudges." His eyes were indifferent, but there was a hint of coldness in them. He seemed to casually sweep his eyes over the place in front of him. How sensitive were the senses of saints! Moreover, they were currently nervous. The pupils of the two saints shrank. They felt their mouths tighten. "Ahem. Does Miss Ninth know what happened here? There seemed to be a fierce battle that broke out here." Qin Yu nodded. "I know." The corners of his lips curled up. "You two want to ask why the dragon sealing abyss where the dragon saint was disappeared, right?" The idea of being seen through was not beyond the two saints' expectations. They stared at Qin Yu. They had an extremely terrifying premonition from his reaction. Sure enough, the next moment Qin Yu said lightly, "The Dragon Saint was a member of the Dusk Order. You two saints must have heard of this organization. What happened to the Peach Garden was the work of the Dusk Order. The Garden Master had just fallen, and they tried to overthrow the Peach Garden. As a disciple of the Peach Garden, I naturally couldn't tolerate it." He paused, and the smile on his lips widened. "So, I found the Dragon Saint and personally killed him. Then, I used this place to set up a trap. I was only going to punish him a little, but I didn't expect the ruler to be behind the Dusk Order. Things got out of hand, and I could only go through with it. I accidentally destroyed this small world." These words were unclear and slightly vague. However, the content that was revealed was enough to make the two saints tremble in fear. Firstly, it really was a battle between rulers. The aura they sensed just now was not wrong. Secondly, it was such a terrifying battle. When they arrived later, they had only sensed a bit of the aura and were already terrified. How had Qin Yu survived? But one thing was for sure. There was a ruler behind him. Seeing the expressions of the two saints, Qin Yu knew that his goal had been achieved. He didn't want to continue talking to them with his heavily injured body. He laughed and cupped his hands together. "As for the specifics, once the two of you leave the void outside, I believe you will hear some news. I also ask the two of you to help me send a message to the outside world. The Peach Garden is under my protection. If you touch it, this will be your fate." He turned and left, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The two saints took a deep breath and gritted their teeth. After hearing such shocking news, they didn't dare to stay any longer and hurriedly left in another direction. Not long after, when the two saints returned to the place where they were staying, the first thing they saw was the crimson sky above their heads. It was the color of blood, and it was extremely ominous. Thinking of what Qin Yu had said, the two saints' hearts trembled. They hurriedly summoned their subordinates to ask about it, and their faces turned pale. Not long ago, strange phenomena had descended in the vast Yang world. In a short period of time, 13 true sages had died. Thus, the sky was dyed with blood, and it covered the sky and the sun. This phenomenon wasn't limited to a single place, but covered the countless small worlds in the vast Yang world. Blood light sprinkled down, covering all living beings. Their hearts were filled with panic, and they couldn't help but feel fear and awe. It's true, it's all true. Not only did a battle of rulers break out in the small world where the dragon sealing abyss was, but 13 true sages had also died. And all of this was obviously related to Qin Yu. Thinking of the smiling face not long ago and the casual words, "a little punishment," the two saints felt their bodies go cold. They only felt that breathing was especially difficult. The follow-up news quickly spread in the vast Yang world. The powerful Dusk Order, which had the shadow of a ruler behind it, disappeared in a day. And the death of the Saint Flood Dragon and the shattering of the small world in the dragon sealing abyss also began to brew and ferment through secret channels. Along with it, Qin Yu's increasingly resounding name also spread. Eyes after eyes gathered in the Peach Garden, revealing deep awe. Qin Yu, who had returned to the Peach Garden, once again began his seclusion. At this time, his mind calmed down and he understood what he meant. If the Great Path was shattered and completely abandoned, then naturally there would be no worries in the future. But since he had to condense the Great Path again, even if nothing happened now, there would eventually be problems in the future. The reason was very simple. As long as the Great Path was condensed, the shadow of the Great Path of heaven and earth would be indispensable in the process. At least for now, this was an unsolvable problem. But if he really abandoned the Great Path, not to mention that Qin Yu had spent a lot of effort to help the furnace complete its transformation and then condense the Great Path. Moreover, he had seen the power of the Sword of the East Sea. Although it could only kill a real man for 3 seconds, he had already grasped the power of killing 10 saints with one sword. How could he be willing to give it up again? This could be said to be Qin Yu's strongest means, apart from his backer. Therefore, the future could be discussed in the future. He couldn't live in fear all day long. Besides, he had also said that he had temporarily erased the problem. Although it was only temporary, with his identity, the effect would definitely not be 3 to 5 days. Otherwise, it would be too child's play, and it did not match the strength he had shown. That's right, the extra harvest from this risky move was to confirm the strength he possessed. Very, very strong. He was actually able to brazenly defeat a ruler in his home field. It couldn't be forgotten that he had crossed through endless space and time to descend upon the vast Yang world with his own strength. In other words, this wasn't his full strength, and it was even possible that he had only revealed a tiny portion of it. According to common sense, this was inexplicable. Having such a thick backer should have been something to be happy about. But at this time, Qin Yu really couldn't be happy. After all, there was no such thing as a free lunch falling from the sky. Everything he had obtained now, he would definitely have to pay a price. And just what was his goal? Qin Yu still didn't know, but he didn't forget that he already owed her a favor. Although there were restrictions and he had a great deal of room to bargain, this couldn't change the fact that besides that woman, he had another creditor. It was said that in the current world, the one who owed debts was the boss. But when the creditors were all powerhouses that could casually grind you into dregs, this saying clearly became a joke. Thinking of this, Qin Yu couldn't help but wail in his heart. He felt his head swell up and the pain was excruciating. He raised a hand and pinched the point between his eyebrows. There really wasn't anything else he could do. He could only comfort himself with the words, when there are so many lice, there's no need to worry. But, he knew in his heart that debts would eventually be repaid. He didn't know what the person hidden in spacetime would be like, but that woman had already made a request. Qin Yu was suddenly filled with an urgent desire to enter the desolate region. It wasn't that he had suddenly become bolder or that he no longer feared the desolate region, but rather that his desire to repay his debt was incomparably strong, to the point that he couldn't suppress it any longer. But it was clear that the time hadn't come. The Eye of Eternal Night was still sleeping, so Qin Yu could only patiently wait for that woman's notice. 17 days later, Qin Yu smoothly left seclusion. The new great Tao within his body was incomparably obedient, and no matter how he tried, he didn't feel anything wrong. After dismissing third senior apprentice brother's strong curiosity and chatting with Lei Xiaoyu, Qin Yu went to see his eldest senior apprentice brother. He carefully explained what he had learned about the great Tao in the East Sea and cautiously told him about it. He didn't forget to subtly remind him to be careful and not to casually think about such things. Just as he was about to bid his farewells, he ran into 7th senior apprentice sister, who had come to look for his eldest senior apprentice brother. Her situation had already stabilized, and as she saw Qin Yu she thanked him profusely. Looking at the friendship between the two of them, Qin Yu had a rough idea of what was going on. He teased her a few times about when they could drink a wedding wine and so on. This was originally just a joke, but in order to avoid 7th senior apprentice sister's enthusiasm, eldest senior apprentice brother lightly coughed. 7th senior apprentice sister had the demeanor of a great family. She blushed and smiled, saying, "I heard him say that he made an appointment to drink with youngest senior apprentice brother. Then, pick a day as soon as possible so that we can invite our fellow apprentice brothers and sisters in the garden and have a good time." Qin Yu repeatedly congratulated her. After saying a few more words, he was finally allowed to leave. He turned his head and looked at the courtyard where eldest senior apprentice brother lived. He couldn't help but smile. Although he hadn't had much contact with the people of the Peach Blossom Garden, it was still a gratifying matter to think that they all had good homes to return to. It wasn't in vain that he had tossed about so much and obtained the coarse nickname of Saint Slaughter Specialist. Cough cough, after the incident with Dusk's order, Qin Yu's title of Saint Slaughter Specialist had been thoroughly justified. In the eyes of everyone, he had become a fiendish demon. He could be called a true saint slaughter specialist. Qin Yu shook his head, suppressing the uneasiness in his heart. He turned to look at a certain place in the peach blossom garden. After a moment of hesitation, he walked over. Although there hadn't been any movement from that woman, he estimated that it wouldn't be much longer. He didn't know what the future held after entering the desolate region, and there were many things he needed to do. Without a doubt, the most he would do was drink eldest senior apprentice brother and seventh senior apprentice sister's wedding wine. After that, he would truly go on a long journey. Once he left, he didn't know how many years it would be before he could return, so he might as well see her. "Greetings, Mr. Ninth." Outside the Peach Maiden courtyard, a group of guards respectfully bowed, awe in their eyes. Today's peach blossom garden was far more lively than it was in the past. These people certainly knew what the true reason was. Every time they thought of this, they would feel a heartfelt gratitude towards the young man in front of them. After all, if it weren't for Qin Yu turning the tide and saving the peach blossom garden from a crisis, they feared that all of them would have become bones beneath the ground. Thus, it was fine to shout about Saint Slaughter specialist in the outside world, but if anyone dared to talk about it in the peach blossom garden, they would be surrounded and beaten. Feeling everyone's eyes on him, Qin Yu smiled and said, "I've come to see Peach Maiden." The courtyard doors soon opened. The maid peeked at Qin Yu before respectfully welcoming him in. After entering the courtyard, Qin Yu waved his hand for them to leave. Then, he knocked on the door and pushed it open. Peach Maiden was quietly sitting at a table. When she saw Qin Yu, there was a slight fluctuation in her eyes before she quickly composed herself. Her aura was faint and she exuded endless alienation. She was like a beautiful woman carved from jade, without the least bit of vitality. Seeing this, Qin Yu's heart sank. He froze in place, unable to speak the words he had prepared. Peach Maiden broke the silence. "Junior apprentice brother, what is it?" Qin Yu smiled. He walked over to the table and sat down. As he poured himself a cup of tea, he discovered that the tea was cold. He frowned. Across from him, Peach Maiden seemed to sense something. She said, "I like cold tea. It has nothing to do with them." Qin Yu took a sip and said, "It does have a special flavor." He took another 2 sips. "I came to tell senior apprentice sister that there will soon be a joyous event in the garden. Eldest senior apprentice brother and 7th senior apprentice sister are about to get married." Peach Maiden was silent for a moment. "Say congratulations for me." This meant that she didn't plan on participating. Qin Yu frowned inwardly. As soon as he spoke, he realized that something was wrong. After all, there was a marriage agreement between him and Peach Maiden. Although everyone knew that this was only a transaction and that it didn't count, it was still jarring to the ears. "Eldest senior apprentice brother has helped you a great deal. It would be best if you showed up for his wedding," Qin Yu slowly said. Peach Maiden glanced at him, pausing for a moment before nodding. Qin Yu smiled. He spoke a few more words to her, but he didn't obtain much of a response. She only nodded or shook her head, her eyes still indifferent. He bitterly smiled. After a moment of silence, he said, "Before long, I will be going on a long journey. I don't know when I will be able to return. I ask senior apprentice sister to take care of yourself." As he spoke these words, especially after making everything clear, he sounded a bit callous. So after speaking, Qin Yu cupped his hands together and bowed. Without waiting for Peach Maiden to respond, he bid his farewells and left. As the maids and guards looked at him with burning passion and awe, Qin Yu rubbed his temples. He felt that before leaving, he should say a few more words to his eldest senior apprentice brother. One couldn't lie to themselves. Everything he did was tied to Peach Maiden alone, so he naturally couldn't allow anything to happen to her. Perhaps it was a bit selfish and indifferent, but this was the truth. Chapter 1456. Eldest senior brother was getting married. Ever since the death of the master of the peach garden, Even though the peach garden's power was greater than before, the process was full of twists and turns, and it was accompanied by many dangers and terrors. The slightest bit of carelessness would lead to a complete collapse, and everyone would be buried with him. Under the pressure, the disciples of the peach garden went into seclusion to cultivate. They wanted to break through their realms as soon as possible and contribute their strength to the stability of the peach garden. Therefore, at this time, eldest brother's marriage was the first truly joyous event after the great changes in the peach garden. All the disciples came out of seclusion to prepare for this grand wedding. With eldest senior brother's current status as a true saint and the support of the peach blossom garden, it would not be an exaggeration to say that this wedding was a grand event in the vast young world. Countless important guests expressed that they would come in person, and they even prepared generous gifts. Thus, the peach blossom garden today could be said to be filled with dazzling stars. Numerous great figures were gathered here, and they naturally emitted a shapeless aura that surged endlessly above the peach blossom garden, causing expanses of multicolored light to descend, and it caused countless spectators to reveal expressions of admiration. Such a marriage had never happened in the entire Haoyang world in the past. The newlyweds were both disciples of the peach blossom garden. They did not have their elders, so the ceremony was much simpler, but it was still very grand. Qin Yu declined again and again, but in the end he couldn't resist the insistence of his eldest senior apprentice brother and seventh senior apprentice sister. He personally presided over the ceremony for them. This scene fell into the eyes of all the guests, and their expressions changed slightly. Thus, the smiles on their faces became even more radiant. Even true saints had to clap their hands and send their most sincere blessings. After the main event was over, the newlyweds left the stage for the time being. Qin Yu naturally did not need to host the follow-up events. He returned to his seat and glanced at Peach Girl sitting across from him, a faint smile on his face. Although she had arrived a bit late, she had still managed to attend. After greeting everyone, before he could say a few words, a saint had already raised his cup and walked over with a smile. The journey of the peach garden's 9 Qin Yu's current reputation in the vast Yang world was enough for these saints to put down their pride and take the initiative to express their goodwill. However, it was still the divine path after all, so it was fine as long as the meaning was expressed. Most of the time, they would just exchange a few pleasantries and drink a cup of wine before stopping. Even so, Qin Yu still drank quite a bit. After greeting all the sages, he leaned over and whispered a few words into Lei Xiaoyu's ear. Then, he nodded at the others and got up to leave. Eldest senior brother was waiting for him in the back hall. As one of the top holy lands in the vast Yang world, it was naturally impossible for the peach garden to only have a few simple courtyards. The hall that was used to communicate with the outside world or to hold certain ceremonies was still grand and majestic. Congratulations, elder senior apprentice brother. Qin Yu cupped his hands together from afar. The corners of the eldest senior brother's mouth curled into a smile. Clearly, he was in an extremely good mood, and there was a hint of gentleness in his eyes. It's all thanks to little junior brother that thousand-faced and I are where we are today. As he spoke, he stood up and bowed respectfully. Qin Yu didn't dodge. After receiving this bow, he coughed and said, "Eldest senior apprentice brother bowed to me before, so now it's my turn." He bowed and said, "Junior apprentice sister Peach, I'll have to trouble you in the future." Eldest senior brother looked at him and suddenly sighed. "When are we leaving?" Qin Yu raised an eyebrow. "Eldest senior apprentice brother knows? In terms of cultivation, I'm naturally far from being able to compare to junior brother. However, I've lived longer in the end, so I'm rather sharp in observing people's hearts. If it weren't for the fact that you were leaving, junior brother wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to make this wedding so grand." After a pause, the eldest senior brother smiled. "I must also thank junior brother. Your seventh senior apprentice sister is extremely satisfied with this wedding." Of course, he was satisfied. As mentioned before, in the vast young world, there had never been such a grand wedding. And with such a grand occasion, all the saints had personally come to congratulate them. This was naturally because of Qin Yu's secret efforts. No one dared to ignore the Peach Blossom Garden's Mr. Ninth today, so no one dared to not give him face. Although Qin Yu had done these things in secret, it was still difficult to hide it from the eldest senior brother. Qin Yu smiled and said, "As long as seventh senior apprentice sister is satisfied." With a tacit understanding, the two didn't speak further about this matter. The eldest senior brother said, "How long will it be before you return?" Qin Yu said, "I'm not sure, but I think it will be a bit longer." He thought for a moment and then vaguely said, "I caused some trouble before, so I have to deal with it properly." Since they had entered the desolate region, the Western Desolate would definitely have dealings with that race. If there was a chance, they would have to settle the score. The eldest senior brother vaguely knew about these matters. As he thought about how the junior brother was going to another world, his complexion turned dignified. "Be careful. Put yourself above all else." Qin Yu cupped his hands together. "Thank you for the reminder, elder senior brother. I am afraid of death, so I will definitely take care of myself." The apprentice brother and junior brother smiled. The eldest senior brother hesitated, clearly preparing to say something. Qin Yu wasn't in a hurry. He picked up his teacup and took a few sips. Comparatively speaking, he preferred hot tea. Peach Blossom's temperament was far too cold. Although this was related to her own condition, he still had to find a way to alleviate it. Before he left, he told Lei Xiaoyu to visit Peach Blossom's courtyard more often. It should be of some use. The eldest senior brother was finally ready. He coughed and said, "Junior brother is now a person of the holy path. Since you have arrived on the other side, you should also choose a Dao field." Qin Yu's eyes flashed. Dao field. There was a bit of doubt in his voice. The eldest senior brother shook his head. "Junior brother's progress is quite fast, but you have come into contact with too little common sense in cultivation. You need to strengthen yourself in this aspect," he reminded him. Then, his lips curled up. "During today's ceremony, all the saints are observing us. Junior brother should have noticed this as well. Our performance must have made them feel uneasy." Qin Yu asked, "This matter is related to the Dao field?" "Of course." The eldest senior brother said, "A sect having two true saints is an extremely rare matter, but it isn't as if Vast Yang has never appeared before. But junior brother, have you ever thought about why such a situation never existed before the Peach Blossom Garden?" The eldest senior brother was wrong. In truth there were far more of them than just two saints. Qin Yu naturally thought of the dark world. But he was also well aware that the eternal night region that the western wilderness had created with human intervention couldn't be treated as normal. There was no comparison between the two. So, Qin Yu only nodded. "Can I ask eldest senior brother to explain?" The eldest senior brother said, "This involves the Dao field." He stood up and paced a few steps. Then, he raised his hand and drew a circle in the air. "How should I say this? Strictly speaking, the Dao field is the continuation of the great Dao power of a true saint. It is a domain formed after pouring their own great Dao aura into it. Within this domain, the true saint's strength is increased to a certain extent. They can sense everything within their range of perception." Seeing Qin Yu nod in understanding, the eldest senior brother continued, "But a Dao field can only have one center. If two saints coexist here, their domains will conflict with each other and it won't be beneficial to either side. Because of this, even if there is a situation of one sect having two saints, one of the saints will quickly establish their own sect. This is the best choice for both sides. Moreover, the Dao field isn't just a method to increase one's strength or the domain of a true saint. It is more related to the direction of one's future cultivation, in other words, the path to becoming a ruler." At this moment, the eldest senior brother's eyes were dignified and his face was serious. To a Permetha true saint, he had already reached the peak of the world. If he wanted to go any further, that would be the truly extraordinary domain, the boundary that neared divinity. This divinity had nothing to do with cultivation levels like the divinity realm. Rather, it was a general term that represented incomparably formidable strength and omnipotent might. Clearly, sovereigns were already at that level. Qin Yu frowned. He subconsciously straightened himself. Not too long ago, in the small world of the dragon's sealing abyss, he had personally experienced a battle between rulers. Although this experience had been greatly reduced because he had been sealed away, he could still sense the aura afterwards and the fragments of the small world that had been swallowed up by realm void creatures. All of this clearly indicated just how terrifying that battle had been. Towards a ruler, Qin Yu had always held a deep awe. But this awe had never been as intense as it was now. The Tao field was actually related to the path to becoming a ruler. Without anything else, just this point alone was enough for it to be valued. Although Qin Yu himself walked the path of the true divinity path and had reached an unprecedented degree, it was unknown what the future held. Even if this path could be walked, it was unknown whether or not Qin Yu could smoothly pass through it. Thus, it was incomparably important to have a backup plan that led to the great Tao of ruler. Qin Yu cupped his hands together and bowed. Thank you for the reminder, elder senior apprentice brother. I will pay close attention to the contents of the Tao field. The elder senior apprentice brother said. Teacher suddenly perished and junior apprentice brother rose too quickly. I should be the one to tell you about this common knowledge. He took out a jade slip. This contains information about the establishment of the Tao field and how it operates. I have specially prepared it. Junior apprentice brother, you must carefully read through it and remember it. Speaking to hear, the elder senior apprentice brother revealed a look of awe. With junior apprentice brother's contributions to Peach Garden, you should have inherited teacher's Tao field and saved yourself a great deal of trouble in the construction process. You might even have obtained some of teacher's bequest. But you are about to leave and I still have to. Before he could finish, Qin Yu waved his hand and interrupted him. Elder senior apprentice brother, there is no need to speak any further. I understand what you mean. Peach Garden will need your protection in the future, so you should naturally inherit teacher's Tao field. The elder senior apprentice brother forced a smile. Even so, junior apprentice brother, you must know that building a Tao field is not easy at all. I fear you will need some helpers. Qin Yu nodded. He couldn't help but frown. Everyone in Peach Garden was currently in seclusion. If it weren't for the elder senior apprentice brother's wedding, they absolutely wouldn't have left. Asking them to help build a Tao field wasn't appropriate. Moreover, Qin Yu might leave at any time. If he wasn't the main force, how would the Tao field be built? This was truly a headache. At this time, there was a sudden report from outside the hall. Someone was requesting an audience with Qin Yu. Hearing this person's name, Qin Yu's eyes brightened. He smiled. Let them in. He turned to look at the elder senior apprentice brother. Although there is still a difficult problem, the problem of helpers might be solved. The hall doors opened. Ling Xiao, Xianji, Ruan Jing, and Zhou Lei entered one after another. They quickly bowed and said, Greetings, saints. The elder senior apprentice brother didn't know what was happening, so he naturally didn't interfere. He smiled and leaned back in his chair. Qin Yu waved his hand. Rise. His eyes swept over them. I remember that your names weren't on the guest list. Ling Xiao bowed. Saints have a good memory. We have indeed come uninvited. I ask the saints to accept us. With that, he was the first to kneel. The other three hurriedly followed, all of them kneeling in a row. Qin Yu's lips curved up. He coughed lightly. What, are you afraid? Zhou Lei was the most honest of them all. He subconsciously nodded when he heard this. Then, he reacted and his face flushed red. Seeing that Qin Yu had already pointed it out, Xian Shu carefully glanced at him. Perhaps because he could feel some peace of mind from Qin Yu's expression, he calmed his heart and said in a low voice, "The saint's eyes are like a torch. We have all offended the dark world and the mysterious races. With the heavenly sword sect as an example, we don't dare to take any chances. Now, only by following the saints can we find some hope of survival. I ask the saints to be merciful and give us a way out." "Look, he's so good at talking. His mouth is so sharp," Qin Yu coldly sneered. "You gathered all your troubles onto me, and at the same time, you also protected your sex, right? If I'm not wrong, before you came here, you must have thought of a way to separate yourselves from everything, right?" His words were especially cold. Ling Xiao and the other three's expressions changed again and again, but they didn't dare to argue for themselves. They could only lower their heads, like ostriches burrowing into the sand, and hand over the final decision to Qin Yu. "Humph. If I didn't happen to need people, I wouldn't have bothered with you. Rise." Was he agreeing? The four were overjoyed. After respectfully bowing, they stood to the side, unable to suppress the joy on their faces. In fact, besides what the four had said and what Qin Yu had added, there was a third reason. That was to hug his thigh. In the current vast young world, who didn't know of the fierceness of the Peach Garden's Miss Ninth? Ling Xiao and the other three had all thought of a way to separate themselves from their past and become abandoned disciples of their sections. But an abandoned disciple was still a disciple, and now they had all entered Qin Yu's tutelage. Who knew if there was something fishy going on? Like this, anyone who wanted to touch the sex behind Ling Xiao and the other three would have to think twice. With vast Yang in turmoil and the calamity sweeping through the world, no one could stay out of it. This was especially important. Seeing that the situation was settled, the eldest senior brother also understood what Qin Yu was saying. He couldn't help but smile. He thought that his junior brother's luck was really good. He had just been worrying about the lack of manpower, and now someone had delivered themselves to his door. "Congratulations, junior brother. You have obtained the support of 4 half-saint disciples. Your foundation is stable, and you will have a much easier time in the future." The eldest senior brother knew the cause and effect. Qin Yu certainly couldn't act like he had gained something in front of him, so he immediately smiled. The other side's eyes flashed. Qin Yu understood the eldest senior brother's meaning. He thought for a moment and said, "Since I need their help, I naturally can't hide it. I don't think the 4 of them will casually tell anyone." Although he didn't understand what the 2 saints were trying to say, the meaning was clear. Ling Xiao and the other 3 hurriedly said, "Saints, please rest assured. Since we have entered your sect, we will keep all secrets related to you. We will not reveal anything." Qin Yu humphed and didn't say anything. However, the 4 of them looked nervous. The eldest senior brother smiled and said, "When are you leaving?" Qin Yu said, "Today." He explained, "If it weren't for eldest senior brother's wedding wine, I fear I wouldn't have waited until now. After all, that woman could call for help at any time. Before that, he still had many things to do." The eldest senior brother sighed. "Then this matter," Qin Yu shook his head. "Let's not talk about it. I will announce to the outside that I am in seclusion. With my current cultivation, I have the qualifications to break through to the ruler level. It is understandable that I will be in seclusion for a long time." The eldest senior brother slowly nodded. "That's good. But today, you can't leave immediately. After the guests outside have dispersed, you and I, fellow brothers and sisters of the Peach Blossom Garden, still have to have a good drink." Qin Yu smiled and nodded. "Then today, I will drink myself to my heart's content and accompany my fellow senior apprentice brothers and senior apprentice sisters." Chapter 1457. In normal circumstances, with Qin Yu's current cultivation, it would be difficult for him to get drunk. But when his second senior apprentice brother brought out the specialty from the depths of the wine cellar, the situation was different. The rich wine fragrance contained an astonishing alcohol strength. If an ordinary person were to smell it, they would likely be drunk to death. Today, in addition to the people at the table, none of them allowed Qin Yu to use his cultivation to force himself to drink, so he had to accept his fate and drink. Originally, everyone in the peach garden felt a bit uncomfortable with Qin Yu. But after their eldest senior apprentice brother took the lead, and they drank several times the amount of wine, the situation quickly spiraled out of control. Bai Feng was clearly depressed that her curiosity had been stifled. She was the first to find Qin Yu. Her momentum was like a tiger swallowing mountains and rivers, as fierce as fire. Qin Yu's heart trembled with fear. Just as he was considering whether or not he would be able to last the first round and whether or not he would lose too much face, Bai Feng, who was drinking her fourth cup, slumped down on the table with a loud bang. She became the first person to die today and drew a burst of ridicule from the crowd. She was even given several nicknames like Three Axes. Seventh senior apprentice sister was grateful to Qin Yu from the bottom of her heart. He had saved her life and this grand dreamlike wedding was possible. She had a good capacity for alcohol. She drank cup after cup, and although her face was flushed red, she didn't seem drunk at all. Qin Yu was forced to beg for mercy. He cupped his hands several times before she smiled and pulled back. She moved closer to her eldest senior apprentice brother and whispered something. Sensing the surprised look from seventh senior apprentice sister, Qin Yu glared at his eldest senior apprentice brother. Didn't they agree to keep it a secret? They had just gotten married and they were already being controlled. Eldest senior apprentice brother's future status in the family was worrying. His mind was already a bit dizzy. After drinking for a while more, Qin Yu discovered that Lei Xiaoyu was the one who truly hid her depth. From the start, no matter who drank, she would accompany them, taking a light sip. Besides Qin Yu, she was the youngest in the entire peach blossom garden. Naturally, no one dared to pick on her. But when everyone was drunk and their combat strength had been reduced by half, Lei Xiaoyu suddenly showed her might. She drank 3 cups in a row and knocked down 5th brother and 6th brother. When no one jumped out to interfere, she raised her cup towards Qin Yu and launched her final attack. After 7 consecutive cups, the more this girl drank, the brighter her eyes became. As Qin Yu was stared at by her sparkling eyes, he lost all confidence in himself. If he continued drinking, he would really make a fool of himself. Left with no choice, he could only pretend to be drunk. He lay on the table and refused to get up no matter who shouted at him. Amidst a burst of mocking laughter, he finally escaped this calamity. After a long time, the banquet was over. Except for the eldest senior brother, everyone else was helped away, including the 7th senior sister who had an amazing performance. She fought with Lei Xiaoyu for a while on a whim, but was defeated in the end. Lei Xiaoyu wasn't included, because she was currently supporting Qin Yu as they carefully walked out. Once they left eldest senior apprentice brother's courtyard and everything quieted down, Qin Yu opened his eyes and said, "Even if your alcohol tolerance is good, you should still pay attention to your limits. There is only one wedding night. Although eldest senior apprentice brother is smiling right now, there is definitely some hidden bitterness in his heart." Lei Xiaoyu was startled. Her eyes widened in disbelief. "Big brother Qin, you are actually pretending to be drunk?" It was as if she had seen something unbelievable. Qin Yu humphed twice. He took his hand back from her body and said, "If I don't pretend to be drunk, am I supposed to wait for you to get me drunk and lose face?" He took 2 steps forward. As the wind blew against him, he felt his chest churn. He barely managed to suppress his disgust and not lose face on the spot. Lei Xiaoyu supported him, a smile on her face. "If you want to vomit, then vomit. My alcohol tolerance has been amazing since I was a child, and I've never been drunk before." Qin Yu glared at her. Lei Xiaoyu was bullying him because he had drunk too much. She wasn't afraid at all and her giggling appearance was disgusting to the extreme. He reached out and pinched her face, forcefully pulling her away. "If you encounter any problems in the future, Go find eldest senior apprentice brother and discuss them. Don't waste your own time. I know. Halfway through, Lei Xiaoyu suddenly stopped and stared at him with wide eyes. Qin Yu smiled and rubbed her head. I was planning on hiding it from you, but after thinking about it, I might as well tell you. I will soon announce that I am going into seclusion, but in truth I will be leaving for some time. Lei Xiaoyu hurriedly said, Big brother Qin, what are you going to do? Is it dangerous? Qin Yu smiled and shook his head. It is a rather troublesome private matter that will take some time to deal with, but it isn't dangerous. Hearing that it was a private matter, Lei Xiaoyu suppressed the words on the tip of her tongue. When she heard that there wasn't any danger, she finally relaxed. She didn't doubt Qin Yu's words. After all, with her big brother Qin's current cultivation, there was no place in this world that could truly pose a threat to him. Lei Xiaoyu bit her lips and asked, When are we leaving? Qin Yu said, Right now. Lei Xiaoyu's eyes widened. Qin Yu smiled and stood up. He turned to look at the darkness behind him. Don't hide anymore. Come out. Ling Xiao, Xianji, Ruanjing, and Zhou Lei walked out from the darkness. They respectfully bowed. Greetings, Saint. Qin Yu said, None of you can follow me this time. In the future when I am not here, if something happens to Xiaoyu, help me look after her. Although eldest senior apprentice brother was here, it was always better to have more protection. Yes, Saint. The four people bowed and nodded to Lei Xiaoyu. Lei Xiaoyu could naturally sense that the four people in front of her were bitter sea half-saint. She quickly returned the greeting and looked at Qin Yu. Without giving her a chance to speak, Qin Yu said, It's getting late. Let's go. He rubbed Lei Xiaoyu's hair again. Then, he turned and pulled forwards. The Peach Blossom Garden's portal appeared and he stepped into it. Ling Xiao and the others quickly followed behind. With a tremor, the portal vanished from sight. After leaving the Peach Blossom Garden, Qin Yu's thoughts stirred and the alcohol in his body instantly evaporated. He looked back at the four people standing respectfully behind him. He waved his hand and said, We can talk about what I told you to do later. I'll take you to a place first. As his words fell, he flicked his sleeves and an invisible strength gushed out, wrapping around the four people. His other hand tore through space and brought them in. The void in the outer realm was still pitch black as ever. Qin Yu led the four people forwards, as if he knew exactly where his destination was. He didn't stop at all as he moved forwards. Unexpectedly, the road was incomparably quiet. They didn't encounter any trouble at all. Along the way, they did encounter several massive world void creatures. But as they sensed Qin Yu's aura from afar, they all turned and left. This was the first time they had encountered a world void creature, but Ling Xiao and the others had already heard of them. They felt awe from the depths of their hearts. Mr. Ninth's strength was truly unfathomable. Even in the void outside, he could still rampage about without fear. But in truth, Qin Yu had only borrowed the limelight. If it weren't for the aura that tainted his body, he would have been in a completely different situation in the eyes of these world void creatures. He was like a shining piece of braised meat, his aura enticing. Finally, in the endless darkness of the void outside, the outline of a small world appeared. Qin Yu stopped. We've arrived. Ling Xiao and the others raised their spirits and looked forwards. They all wanted to know just what was so mysterious about this place that Mr. Ninth had crossed endless space without any hesitation. The result was disappointing. The small world in front of them was extremely small. Amongst the numerous islands within vast Yang's boundary, it could only be considered a small one. A woman's thoughts were always more meticulous. Xianji's eyes flashed. She glanced at Qin Yu's face and saw some emotions in his calm expression. She thought back to the conversation they had when they first met and her heart stirred. She asked in a soft voice, Mr. Ninth, is this your homeland? Qin Yu nodded. That's right. I grew up in this small world and stepped onto the road of cultivation. Only then did I reach where I am today. The four people's complexions changed. They immediately felt a deep sense of awe. As they looked at the small world, there was a bit more respect in their eyes. Within the boundary of vast Yang, there were as many small worlds as there were islands in the sea. There were so many that it was hard to count them all. Trillions of cultivators were born within them. But how many people could truly cross the sea of suffering and reach the other shore of cultivation? From Qin Yu's title of True Saint Butcher, it seemed as if there were many true saints within vast Yang world. But this was only because Qin Yu's ability to stir up trouble was formidable and his circle of enemies was relatively high. In fact, over the endless years of the true saints that had accumulated within vast Yang world, including those old antiques that hadn't shown themselves for a long time, at least a fifth of them had been killed by Qin Yu. In truth, this was an extremely terrifying number. If it weren't for this, there wouldn't have been a grand wedding in the peach garden. The saints that rushed over were all frightened by his cruel and ruthless methods, so they took advantage of this opportunity to personally come here. They wanted to be a step ahead of Qin Yu and establish a relatively good relationship with him. It was a bit too far, in short. As long as a small world could give birth to a true saint, they would be given the title of Holy World to show their respect. However, the four people glanced at each other. From the corners of their eyes, they could sense the puzzlement in each other's hearts. Their backgrounds weren't ordinary, and they had a certain understanding of this. Since Mr. Ninth had already become a saint, why didn't the halo of the holy world appear on the surface of this small world? This was the grace of vast Yang world itself. A small world that was covered by the halo of the holy Tao would be further supplemented by the world's rules, becoming more complete. In other words, it would have a better cultivation environment as well as a higher cultivation limit. This was the reward for a small world that gave birth to a true saint. Qin Yu could sense the surprise in their eyes. Although he had already expected this a long time ago, seeing it with his own eyes today confirmed this point. As he thought, he wasn't born in this small world. He had no memories of any of this, so he must have been very young at the time. But how could a child that hadn't even been born yet survive and enter this small world by himself? There were also those memories that lingered in the depths of his soul. Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed his surging thoughts. He knew that perhaps only when he personally went to that clan in the future would he be able to unravel all of this. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment. "Mr. Ninth, don't you want to go in and take a look?" After leaving the peach garden, they were still used to calling each other this way. The other three also revealed puzzled expressions. After all, if returning home in glory was divided into levels, Qin Yu was naturally one of the highest. As the saying went, if one didn't return home in glory, it was like walking in the dark in silk. Although this concept was a bit shallow, in all fairness, there weren't many people in this world that could jump out of this circle. Qin Yu's eyes revealed a bit of hesitation. He had already arranged everything in the past, so there shouldn't be any problems, but if he left now, it was unknown what the future would be like. People were like this. Once they thought of something, it might change in the next second. Qin Yu let out a breath and said, "Then let's go in and take a look." He brought the four of them with him. With a wave of his hand, he opened up a channel and flew in. Whose strong winds blew against him. Below was a vast sea. Qin Yu took a deep breath and closed his eyes, allowing his divine sense to break out from his body. Soon, everything in this small world fell into his perception. He found many familiar auras. He smiled but didn't disturb them any further. He was about to leave, so there was no point in meeting them and adding to their sadness. It was enough for him to breathe in the air of this world, feel its familiar smell, and make sure that everyone was fine. The group of 5 followed Qin Yu's lead. If he didn't express his opinion, no one else would say anything. After several breaths of time, Qin Yu opened his eyes and said, "Let's go." It ended like this? The 4 of them widened their eyes in surprise. From Mr. Ninth's expression just now, it was clear that he saw some people. He was going to leave like this? Meeting is difficult and parting is also difficult. For Mr. Ninth to choose not to see us is also reasonable. Xianji rolled his eyes at them. Of course you rough men wouldn't be able to understand such delicate feelings. Only someone as outstanding as Mr. Ninth could have such thoughts. The group quietly entered and then turned to leave in the next moment, returning to the nothingness beyond. Qin Yu had already discovered this before. He brought the four of them to a certain place and soon stopped. There was another small world in front of them. It was much larger and the rules were also much more complete. At this time, Qin Yu's eyes flashed, revealing a look of surprise. It wasn't because he was too far away so he couldn't clearly sense it. Now that he was just outside the small world, he immediately sensed a familiar aura. It was actually him. Before leaving, he originally wanted to find a small world to use as his Dao field so that if something happened, he could rush to the rescue as soon as possible. But he never imagined that there would be an unexpected harvest. This was really fate. Qin Yu rubbed his chin, a smile on his face. This smile was incomparably brilliant, leaving Ling Xiao and the others dumbfounded. When they returned to their homeland, they didn't see Mr. Ninth smiling so brightly. What was going on now? Moreover, although this smile was brilliant, it was clear that Mr. Ninth was in an extremely good mood. But for some reason, it was a bit strange, like a fox that was about to successfully steal a chicken, revealing some malicious intent. They must be overthinking things. What sort of character was Mr. Ninth? How could he have such sinister thoughts? Stop, hurry up and stop. As the four people were secretly reflecting on themselves, Qin Yu smiled and waved his hand. Let's go, this is the place. With a flick of his sleeves, he stepped forwards and forcefully squeezed into this small world. His mind stirred and he immediately locked onto that aura. Without pausing, Qin Yu brought them forwards and vanished from sight. Tens of thousands of miles away, the blazing sun shined in the skies, illuminating the massive altar and reflecting endless divine light. This light was dazzling to the extreme, bringing with it endless dignity and solemnity. When one looked at it, they couldn't help but feel a deep sense of awe. But if one could withstand this mental pressure and squint their eyes, they could just barely make out the person on the altar that was refracting the sunlight. It was a large bird. No, although its feathers were gorgeous and its eyes were filled with dignity, its body was a bit fat. Thus, the word bird wasn't enough to describe it. It was somewhat like a chicken. That's right, it was a large chicken with the gorgeous feathers of a phoenix and the majesty of a great dragon. Chapter 1458. Although he was called a big chicken, the aura he exuded was enough to suppress mountains and rivers, insufferably arrogant. Secondly, it was just his appearance. If one didn't see it with their own eyes, they would find it hard to believe that there was such a domineering and arrogant person in the chicken family. At this time, the big chicken sitting on the altar with its eyes half open and half closed like an emperor suddenly opened its eyes wide. A sharp light surged within, revealing a cold and awe-inspiring will. It coldly said, "Who are you? To dare intrude into my divine kingdom, your crimes cannot be forgiven." Its voice was like a thunderclap, containing endless pressure. It stood up from the altar and released a radiant divine light. This light was like the arrival of a great sun, causing one's eyes to sting and making it impossible to look straight at it. Beneath the altar, countless believers knelt on the ground. At this time, their faces were filled with awe, fear, and reverence as they kowtowed again and again. And at this time, the endless light on the altar suddenly condensed into arrows that shined with a cold metallic light. Hum, 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 like a taut bowstring trembling, arrows shot out with a roar. Countless arrows shot into the skies, shooting towards a place in the skies above. There were so many that it was impossible to count them all, blocking everyone's line of sight. This was what it meant to blot out the skies and cover the earth. Qin Yu led Ling Xiao and the others through the skies. What they saw were these terrifying arrows that blotted out the skies. Xianji's complexion paled, and she immediately cried out. It wasn't purely because women were timid, but because these arrows of light released an extremely terrifying aura. Sharp, overbearing, horrifying. Even though he was a half-sage in the bitter sea, he didn't have the least bit of confidence in the face of these arrows. Instead, he instinctively felt fear and apprehension, as if these arrows would mercilessly leave behind countless holes in his body in the next moment. Qin Yu frowned for a moment before relaxing. As he looked at the howling arrows, the smile on his face became even brighter. He originally felt that its aura wasn't weak, but now that he personally felt it, he discovered that it was stronger than he imagined. In particular, these arrows seemed to contain a faint but extremely terrifying aura. Qin Yu didn't know what this aura was, but his intuition told him that this wasn't a bad thing. Perhaps there was going to be an extra harvest. He raised his hand and clenched it in front of him. The space around him froze in an instant as he activated the shield defense mystic art. His entire body turned into an invisible seal. The arrow condensed from light whistled through the air, and it was filled with killing intent and a monstrous aura. It was as if everything that stood before it would be torn to pieces. At the bottom of the altar, the fanatical believers who were worshipping madly looked up with their eyes wide open and roared loudly. They were looking forward to seeing the invaders being torn to shreds by His Excellency Holy Light's wrath. In the next moment, under the fervent gazes of the believers, the arrow of light hit its target. But things didn't go as expected. There were no miserable wails, and no blood was spilled. All the arrows of light seemed to have collided heavily with a thick stone cliff, and they were powerlessly shattered into pieces. They turned into specks of light fragments, like withered leaves that were swept away by the autumn wind. The air fell into a deathly stillness. Only the endless light arrows were still repeating the action of smashing oneself into pieces. The fanatical believers were stunned and at a loss as they stared at the area above their heads that had been flooded with arrows. The sudden change in the situation made it hard for them to wrap their heads around it. His Excellency Holy Light's punishment had been blocked? How was this possible? With their hearts shaking in endless fear and unease, their gazes fell back onto the altar, and they immediately felt at ease. Thus, at this moment, His Excellency Holy Light was still as calm as a mountain. His eyes were sharp and dignified. Although he didn't make any movements, he displayed a strong confidence that everything in the world was under his control. At this moment, all the believers who saw His Excellency Holy Light were certain that everything was still under his control. As for why the terrifying punishment hadn't harmed the invaders in the slightest, there had to be another reason. But this was clearly not something they had the right to know. On the altar, the calm and dignified His Excellency Holy Light's lips were twitching slightly. It was only because he had disguised himself well and had a strong mental fortitude that he didn't reveal too obvious a flaw. But he knew the truth in his heart. The invaders were very strong. Ridiculously strong. He had summoned light and turned it into a sky full of arrows. Although it wasn't his strongest move, it had been so easily blocked. This meant that the opponent's strength was far above his own. A true saint, and it was very likely that he was an absolute existence. His Excellency Holy Light was wailing and trembling in his heart. Didn't that old fellow say before he died that true saints were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns? As long as one was stable and kept a low profile, one wouldn't be seen even in a few thousand years? But what was this before him? He had been perfectly fine at home and hadn't done anything at all. He had been wholeheartedly thinking about developing his god nation and improving his own strength. But this was just the beginning? Was that old fellow just running his mouth, or was his luck just too bad? In this kind of situation that hadn't been seen in a few thousand years, he had actually taken the initiative to come up and slap him in the face. Pain. Hiss, but after the pain there was more fear. Because he was strong enough to the point that ordinary semi-saints wouldn't even bother with him. Therefore, His Excellency Holy Light was even more aware of how terrifying the enemy he was facing now was. It was a crushing force that could make one despair. As long as the opponent was willing, he could bathe this place in blood and leave no one alive, including him. Run. He had to run. Although abandoning this place and the god nation that had just taken shape was indeed a heart-wrenching matter, compared to life and death, it wasn't anything. He wasn't like the white ape. He would rather die than make such a sacrifice, so that old fellow had died a miserable death. Having made up his mind, His Excellency the Holy of Light shouted in a low voice, "My people, the evil god from the outside world has invaded the divine kingdom. I have already confirmed his identity. Now I need your strength to join me in suppressing the evil god and seizing his divinity." A deep and dignified voice, like a thunderclap, resounded in the ears of all the believers below the altar. They suddenly realized that His Excellency Holy Light had just wanted to determine the identity of the other party. That was right. Since the intruder was an evil god, then he naturally had to determine its origins in order to specifically respond. Then, endless excitement and fanaticism surged from the hearts of all the believers. Their faces instantly flushed red, and their eyes blazed with incomparable heat. Could it be that today, they would follow His Excellency Holy Light and complete the magnificent feat of slaughtering an evil god? This would definitely be recorded in the Holy Scripture. And together with His Excellency Holy Light's honorific name, they would be passed down for all eternity, becoming an immortal legend. There was even a chance that they could obtain His Excellency Holy Light's recognition and be bestowed with a trace of divinity, thus opening the supreme path of cultivation. Time was tight. His Excellency Holy Light, who was pretending to be calm, didn't know when the other party would attack and smash it into pieces with a single punch. Thus, he didn't give the fanatical believers any more chances to brainstorm. He roared, "Make your move and contribute your strength. By His Excellency Holy Light's command, we praise your name and let your will spread throughout the world." Countless pious voices superimposed upon each other, instantly giving off a boundless and sacred feeling. Hum, hum, the altar lightly trembled. The markings on its surface began to awaken, gradually lighting up and spreading in all directions. Endless light surged out from within the altar like an erupting volcano, drowning out everything. A terrifying and formidable strength tumbled within the light. Phantoms appeared from within, each with a pair of wings condensed from light. If one counted carefully, there were actually 12 of them. Their faces were androgynously handsome, making it difficult to distinguish whether they were men or women. Beneath the vault of heaven, Qin Yu, who was submerged in the arrows of light, suddenly exploded with a sharp light in the depths of his eyes. At this moment, the terrifying and weak aura he sensed suddenly became much stronger. Divine Kingdom? This name didn't seem ordinary at all. Bang! A terrifying beam of light shot into the sky, as if all the light in the world had been concentrated on a single point. And the direction of the bombardment was where Qin Yu was. Behind him, Ling Xiao and the other three paled. But soon, all of the abyss-like terrifying aura of imminent destruction vanished. All of this was caused by Qin Yu taking a single step forwards and blocking the terrifying strength that came crashing towards him. Then, as the four calmed down, they suddenly heard Qin Yu laugh and then say something inexplicable. "You just used a trick and now you want to leave?" Who was he talking to? There were only the four of them here. Moreover, Mr. Ninth's voice wasn't loud, so it couldn't be heard. Fortunately, Qin Yu's current performance was skillful and at ease. Even when facing this terrifying beam of light that shot into the sky, he didn't have the slightest problem dealing with it. Otherwise, the few of them would probably have some very rude thoughts. For example, could it be that Miss Ninth had been scared silly? Ling Xiao, Xianji, Ruanjing, and Zhou Lei couldn't figure it out. They looked at each other in confusion. But now, on the altar of light, under the cover of the endless light, A certain figure that had turned around and was about to quietly escape suddenly froze. Thus, at this moment, Qin Yu's calm and smiling voice sounded directly in his ears, as if he had spoken right in front of him. This voice, Lord Divine Light's eyes widened, and several gurgling sounds came from the depths of his throat, as if he had choked. His eyes widened even more. That's right, there's no mistake. Even if this evil star had disappeared for many years, he definitely wouldn't be mistaken. He's here, it's actually him. At first, Lord Divine Light relaxed in the depths of his heart. Since it was him, he shouldn't die. But soon, his heart tightened. He thought back to the various actions of that evil star in the past, and then he thought back to the beautiful life he had after escaping. He still had to escape. Now that the light had covered everything, that evil star shouldn't be able to see what was happening. This was his only chance. Lord Divine Light clenched his teeth. He spread his wings, a trace of worry in the depths of his eyes. He had been eating too well recently, and his body had become even rounder. He didn't know if his wings were still the same as they were before. Double. His wings quietly flapped down. Covered by the endless light, Lord Divine Light slowly flew up. But at this moment, his body stiffened. It was still the same light tone, and the smile in his voice hadn't lessened. But Lord Divine Light could still feel a familiar trace of malice and ruthlessness. It had been through many years of personal experience, so of course it knew that that person seemed to be pure and kind, with a face that valued friendship and righteousness, but in fact, he was vicious and cruel. If he said he would tear off your wings and braise them, he wouldn't use your chicken feet to make braised food. In short, he absolutely could not provoke him, especially after he had given such a serious warning. If you dare take one more step, I will tear off your wings and braise them. Beneath the skies, where the pillar of light was, Qin Yu's lips curled up in a faint smile. Ling Xiao and the others were left confused. Just what was wrong with Mr. Ninth? He had said something inexplicably just now, and now he was saying it again. Could it be that there was someone else here besides them? Then, as the four of them were puzzled, the pillar of light that shot into the skies suddenly disintegrated just before it collided with the pillar of light. It turned into countless roiling clouds of light that sprinkled down from the skies above. As it fell below the altar, it directly fused into the bodies of the countless believers. One could clearly feel that after absorbing the clouds of light, the believers' auras had greatly improved. Just as the believers rejoiced and then felt puzzled, the light on the altar dissipated, revealing the figure of His Excellency the Holy Lord of Light again. He looked at the sky above him with a gratified expression. Since you are willing to become a member of the light, I naturally welcome you. The believers were dumbfounded. Ling Xiao and the others were also somewhat dumbfounded. Everyone didn't know what was going on. Wasn't he afraid of spraining his back by changing directions at such an astonishing speed? Only Qin Yu's gaze fell on the altar. Looking at the greatly changed appearance of Lord Divine Light, he noticed a trace of anxiety and pleading in the depths of his eyes. He didn't quite understand, but vaguely, he seemed to have guessed something. Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed the strange feeling in his heart. Thank you, Your Excellency, Chief Sovereign of Light. He waved his hand and countless clouds of light appeared out of thin air and gathered around his body. Thus, at this moment, Ling Xiao and the others behind Qin Yu suddenly had a more sacred and dignified aura. Of course, it was just for show. It looked similar to the previous clouds of light, but in reality, it didn't have any effect at all. Ling Xiao and the others widened their eyes and stared at Qin Yu's back in disbelief. They felt as if they had suddenly discovered a great secret of his. Could it be that the Mr. Ninth that the world saw was still only a one-sided view? That what he was actually hiding was deeper than anyone could imagine? Qin Yu could feel the shock and awe contained in the eyes behind him. He resisted the urge to rub his eyebrows and said helplessly, "It's not what you think. It's hard to explain the specifics. You'll find out later. On the altar, Lord Divine Light laughed. Today, Your Excellency has forsaken the darkness for the light. This is a joyous occasion for my divine kingdom. Pass on my will, Qin kingdom. Below the altar, the confused believers finally began to react. It turned out that the intruder who had broken into the divine kingdom today had chosen to serve Lord Divine Light. It turned out that the ruler that they believed in was already so powerful that he could make another divinity, evil God, come to him of his own accord. In the eyes of the believers, Lord Divine Light's figure suddenly became incomparably tall and majestic. They were sincerely proud and confident. They were increasingly convinced that as long as they loyally followed Lord Divine Light, their future would only get better and better. After a round of cheers, the believers under the altar were led away by various parties in accordance with Lord Divine Light's will. They were filled with enthusiasm to prepare for the first grand celebration since the establishment of the Divine Kingdom. At this time, Qin Yu had already brought Ling Xiao and the other three to land on the incomparably huge altar. Although the altar was the domain of God, as a divinity evil God, since he had pledged allegiance to light, he was presumably qualified to step foot on it. Of course, more importantly, Lord Divine Light did not express any objections. Countless believers turned around and saw the 5 figures standing in front of Lord Divine Light. Suddenly, they felt as if the wheel of history was rolling at this moment. They suddenly felt that the future was getting brighter and brighter. Qin Yu had a faint smile on his face as he looked at the gorgeous, noble, and extremely majestic big chicken in front of him. Lord Divine Light. He dragged the last word a little long, full of strangeness and forbearance. Finally, he could not hold it in any more. He threw his head back and laughed heartily, truly to his heart's content. At this moment, Qin Yu's heart was filled with 30% joy from reuniting after a long time, 30% satisfaction from unexpected gains, and the remaining 40% was filled with pride and contentment. Back then, a wild chicken by his side could now be called an ancestor Tao saint. In the vast Yang world, how many people had such luck? Sure enough, his luck was very good. At this moment when he was about to step into the desolate region and his future was uncertain, Qin Yu felt that this was clearly an extremely good sign. His luck was good, and it would continue to be good as always. That's right, the so-called Lord Divine Light in front of him, with the gorgeous phoenix wings and the majesty of a giant dragon, was that lecherous and cowardly wild chicken overlord that Qin Yu had unintentionally picked up in the past. Chapter 1459. The bitter sea quasi-saint was also a saint. There was not the slightest hint of sarcasm or ridicule in these words. It simply meant that a quasi-saint also had some characteristics of a saint. For example, a powerful perception ability. Therefore, the reason why Ling Xiao and the others who were standing behind Qin Yu were worried from the beginning was because they had sensed that there was a weak but heart-palpitating aura floating in this world. It was precisely because of this that they had a much higher opinion of the light divine Lord in front of them and instinctively felt a bit of awe. If not for this, following behind Miss Ninth, after seeing Qin Yu's means, how could they feel awe towards a mere chicken? Even if this chicken was very strong, even if it had a gorgeous and majestic appearance. Therefore, at this moment, hearing Qin Yu's words, they could not help but reveal a trace of worry in their eyes. The relationship between Miss Ninth and the person in front of them seemed to be different from what they had imagined. It was best if there were no accident. Fortunately, the countless believers at the bottom of the altar had already retreated. Only His Excellency the Holy Light God was left. Ling Xiao and the other 3 vaguely locked their gazes on him, thinking that if something went wrong, they could at least be of some help. But the next moment, the action of the Light Divine Lord was like rolling thunder and earthly fire, charring them inside and out. They felt that some of the 3 views that they had always upheld were completely destroyed into slag. Could it be like this? Could it be like this? Could it really be like this? In the end, in a daze, they came to a conclusion. A powerful attribute like shamelessness really needed talent. Master, my dearest, merciful and kind master, I, the chicken, have been suffering for countless years, and I finally see you again. In the midst of everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the light divine Lord rushed over, his wings tightly hugging Qin Yu's thigh, and then tears streamed down his face. The crying was extremely emotional, it was heartbroken, and it was simply tearful. Needless to say, just this crying was enough to let people feel the pain and longing it had endured during the separation. It was deeply moving. The corner of Qin Yu's mouth twitched. He thought that as his cultivation increased, the degree of shamelessness of this guy had also skyrocketed. But to think that he could use such a crude method to get away with it was looking down on him too much. The corner of his mouth immediately curved into a sneer. Really? But why do I feel like you're about to turn around and leave? His Excellency the Holy Light Divine Lord cried for a while before raising his head, his eyes misty with tears. Previously, I thought that a powerful enemy had come, so I naturally wanted to escape. I haven't even had the chance to see Master again. How can I die just like this? Qin Yu sneered, is that so? However, I discovered that you clearly knew that I was coming, yet you still wanted to escape? A cold sweat instantly covered his forehead. Luckily, there was a beautiful crown of feathers covering it, so he didn't reveal anything amiss. Wild Light Holiness swore to himself for a long time. Even Qin Yu couldn't help but marvel at how it dared to use such vicious words on him. In the end, I had no choice but to wave my hand and cut him off. Otherwise, it would seem that our Holy Lord of Light would be able to talk non-stop for an entire day and night. Master, you believe me? I'm looking forward to seeing you from the bottom of my heart. It vowed solemnly and resolutely, almost believing itself. Qin Yu sneered. Is that so? Then I want to know, what are you looking forward to seeing me for? His Excellency the Holy Light Divine said with a strong sense of righteousness, of course it's to serve Master. I will overcome all obstacles for you and contribute my strength. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. Is that so? Master, believe me. It's absolutely true, truer than real gold. Qin Yu glanced behind him, and saw that the four of them had nearly turned into wooden stumps. Their faces were filled with disbelief. In terms of shamelessness, these little fellows are still far from it. He lightly coughed and turned his thoughts back. He looked at the altar beneath his feet and then looked around at the world. He lightly said, "It seems that you've been living quite well since I left." His Excellency the Holy Light Divine smiled apologetically. How can I compare with Master? I've been living a torturous life, cough cough. As for subduing the living beings of this world, it was because I wanted to help Master accumulate a bit more resources that might come in handy in the future. Qin Yu smiled and nodded. It looks like you've really misunderstood. You're quite thoughtful. His Excellency the Holy Light Divine was overjoyed. It's good that Master understands. Little Chick doesn't dare to feel wronged. Wronged? You really have the cheek to say that. Qin Yu sneered inwardly. He stomped his feet. This altar of yours seems a bit interesting. Moreover, I vaguely heard that this place is called a divine kingdom? His Excellency the Holy Light Divine broke out in a cold sweat. He glanced at Qin Yu's calm appearance. Although he didn't notice anything strange, he still had a bad premonition in his heart. Weighing his words, he said carefully, "What divine nation? It's all made up to fool them. After all, Master, you should also know that if you want to shock these fools, you need to have a grand slogan." Qin Yu nodded. So that's how it is. I thought there was something different about this place. His Excellency the Holy Light Divine shook his head again and again. No, it's just an ordinary small world. There are plenty of them. Qin Yu nodded. That's good. Then I don't need to feel uneasy. His Excellency the Holy Light Divine stiffened. Master, what do you mean? Qin Yu said, It's nothing. I'm just preparing to expropriate this small world of yours. There was a deathly silence. Facing His Excellency the Holy Light Divine's incredulous gaze, Qin Yu's eyebrows arched up. "You didn't hear me clearly? Then I'll say it again. I want this small world." Thump, His Excellency the Holy Light Divine toppled over. He finally loosened his wings that were holding onto his thighs and tumbled to the ground in a sorry state. Qin Yu revealed a look of concern. His words carried a hint of reproach. "Even if you are excited to see me, you should still pay attention to your body. What if you fall and fall? I hope that you will serve me well in the future." His Excellency the Holy Light Divine wanted to cry. He felt as if he had dug a massive pit for himself and then buried himself in it. His lips trembled as if he wanted to say something. He looked up and met Qin Yu's extremely gentle gaze. "Could it be that you aren't excited, but that you are distressed that I took away this small world?" His face was gentle, his eyes were gentle, and his smile was incomparably brilliant. But as this expression fell into the eyes of His Excellency the Holy Light Divine, he was like a devil that would swallow people whole. The horned tail on his back gently swayed, waiting for him to open his mouth and admit it. His Excellency the Holy Light Divine shuddered. His smile was even uglier than a cry. "Master must be joking. Of course this little chicken is excited. This broken small world, for Master to take a liking to it is its good fortune. If you ask, then I will naturally offer it up with both hands." At first his voice was trembling, but afterwards it became smooth and natural, even a bit more sincere. It seemed that not only was his skin thicker, but he had also become much more shrewd and shrewd. He would have to be a bit more cautious in the future. He couldn't treat His Excellency the Holy Light Divine as the cowardly and brainless chicken overlord of the past. If His Excellency the Holy Light Divine were to know that because of his current performance, Qin Yu had quietly raised the level of importance he placed on him and that he was about to suffer a great loss, he would definitely slap himself in the face several times in depression. He clearly knew that this fiend Star Monkey was a shrewd monkey, yet he still dared to show off in front of him. He really didn't know how to spell the word death. Behind Qin Yu, Ling Xiao, Xianji, Ruanjing, and Zhou Lei finally regained their senses with great difficulty and regained their basic ability to think. They glanced at each other out of the corner of their eyes, all shocked at how deeply Mr. Ninth had concealed himself. He had quietly set up a chess piece in a small world, and when the situation was settled, he had appeared and easily completed the harvest, taking control of the world. "What? You said that this was just a coincidence? Haha, you're really too naive. How vast was the vast Yang world? There were tens of thousands of small worlds within it, and it was impossible to count them all. Even now, no accurate statistics had been obtained. Qin Yu had led them here without hesitation, and then the scene before their eyes had happened. You're telling me it's a coincidence? If I believed you, then I'd really have a hole in my head and a flood in my ears. In other words, this incomparably powerful divine Lord of Light was only one of Mr. Ninth's chess pieces. It was just that he didn't know about it. Such a powerful existence was actually only a chess piece in Mr. Ninth's hands that he could casually need. At this moment, Ling Xiao and the others' awe towards Qin Yu rose to another level, becoming even more awe-inspiring and panic-stricken. They thought that in the future when they worked under Mr. Ninth's tutelage, they would have to work even harder. They couldn't have any evil thoughts, otherwise the consequences would be dire. If Qin Yu knew that he had quietly and thoroughly subdued Ling Xiao and the others, causing them to be cautious and conscientious in their work in the future, not daring to slack off in the slightest, he would likely laugh several times and pat the chicken overlord. This fellow was truly his lucky general. Just as they were about to enter the desolate region, taking back the chicken overlord was truly a good omen. At this moment, Qin Yu made a decision. But as his thoughts raced, he didn't choose to say it. Regarding the secret of the divine kingdom, Qin Yu used an entire day to dig it out from the chicken overlord's mouth. Of course, this wasn't anything to be proud of. After all, dealing with a piece of meat on the chopping block could be grasped with a single thought. If he didn't succeed, then that would be ridiculous. But Qin Yu wasn't arrogant. Rather, he was overjoyed. Before this, he had thought that there would be some extra harvests, but he never imagined that the harvest would be so great. It was no wonder that when the chicken overlord was forced to reveal the secret of the divine kingdom, it looked as if it had lost its parents, as if it had lost all hope in life. A divine kingdom. To put it simply, it could be roughly understood as an upgraded version of a Tao right. The reason there were so many adjectives was because this divine kingdom was something that the chicken overlord had obtained from the hands of White Ape. Moreover, it wasn't too complete. Since he had learned it in a specious manner, it was impossible for him to convey it clearly to Qin Yu. But this didn't mean that the chicken overlord's version of the divine kingdom was useless. On the contrary, after carefully perceiving it, Qin Yu was able to determine just how amazing it was. If a Tao right could be said to be a narrow and winding path from the true saint realm to the ruler realm, then a divine kingdom could be said to be a straight road that led to the heavens. Although there was a great deal of fog that floated on this road, and there were some hidden dangers, it was still enough to make one go wild with excitement. Moreover, this was only an imperfect divine kingdom. If it was still so powerful in its incomplete state, then if it could be restored in the future, he was drooling. That's right, after determining the secret of the divine kingdom, Qin Yu decided without hesitation that he would take it for himself. When he had asked the chicken overlord to requisition this small world, the small world had only been a probe. Now that he had confirmed it, there was no longer any need to hesitate. Moreover, the most beautiful part was that the basic framework of this divine kingdom had already been established. In other words, Qin Yu had casually reached out his hand and directly plucked away the fruit that the chicken overlord had painstakingly cultivated. If Qin Yu had to say this, it would be a bit unfair. But Qin Yu knew that this divine kingdom wasn't perfect and that there might be problems one day. He only did this because he cherished the chicken overlord and didn't want it to easily take risks. Ugh. Alright, he really couldn't make up any more lies. In terms of hypocrisy and shamelessness, Qin Yu had to admit that he still had a great deal of room to improve. The divine kingdom was indeed imperfect, but after learning its secret, Qin Yu had a powerful intuition in his heart. This thing suited him. It wasn't just a normal fit but a very, very good fit. It could even be described as perfect. This was why Qin Yu had acted so impulsively and recklessly, choosing to forcibly occupy the divine kingdom without hesitation, towards the chicken overlord. He still felt a bit guilty. He would think of some way to make up for it in the future. However, there was one point that Qin Yu wasn't wrong. The incomplete divine kingdom might be like honey to him, but if it was placed in the chicken overlord's hands, it might actually poison it to death. From this perspective, for the chicken overlord to have the divine kingdom taken away by Qin Yu today wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Thinking of this made him feel much better. Qin Yu revealed a helpless smile. He thought that he really was a very hypocritical and boring person. The greatest advantage of obtaining a ready-made divine kingdom was that it saved Qin Yu a great deal of precious time. Originally, what he was most worried about was that that woman might call him to leave at any moment. But constructing a Tao field wasn't something that could be accomplished overnight. But now, the framework of the divine kingdom had been completed. As long as he could transfer it to his body, Ling Xiao and the others could start working on it. It was certain that a newcomer would be a bit slow on the road. But as long as they were careful, they could slowly perfect the divine kingdom. Transferring the divine kingdom required some preparations. This matter was thrown to the mournful chicken overlord. No matter how sad it was, it had to endure it and complete it as soon as possible. Thus, the matter of training began first. After Ling Xiao, Xianji, Ruan Jing, and Zhou Lei looked up from the jade slips, they finally understood the mission they had to carry out by Mr. Ninth's side. To construct a Tao field. What Qin Yu said to them was still the word Tao field. It was just that it was a bit larger and a bit more complex. After all, the divine kingdom had great implications. Qin Yu faintly felt that this wasn't a level that ordinary cultivators could come into contact with. If he rashly told them about it, it would only bring more harm than good. With regards to the Tao field, the four of them had naturally heard of it. Their faces lit up with excitement and they bowed together. They never imagined that Mr. Ninth would hand over such an important matter to them. What was a Tao field? It was the foundation of a true saint, the possibility of becoming a ruler in the future. Just how crucial was this? For Qin Yu to hand over this matter to them, this represented the trust he placed in them. Ling Xiao and the others were moved. Their previous fear, in addition to their current emotions, caused the four newly promoted Bitter Sea half-saints to be completely convinced by Qin Yu. Mr. Ninth, please rest assured that we will pledge our lives to help you complete the Tao field. In a low voice, besides excitement and gratitude, there was also unconcealable joy on their faces. Before, he had mentioned the attributes of the Tao field. If they could personally participate in the construction process, then they would naturally be able to indirectly come into contact with the mysteries of the true Saint Great Tao. To the Bitter Sea half-saints, this was an opportunity that was hard to find even with 1,000 gold pieces. Once they obtained some harvest from it, it would be greatly beneficial to their cultivation. Qin Yu could guess what they were thinking. He immediately smiled. I can rest assured that I will leave this matter to you all. Do a good job, and when the Tao field is completed in the future, I will not be stingy with your rewards. Ling Xiao and the others had already experienced Qin Yu's generosity. Hearing this, they were filled with motivation. The training proceeded smoothly. As Qin Yu looked at the four excited people who were rubbing their fists and preparing to go all out, he was extremely satisfied. Next, he only had to wait for the chicken overlord to complete the transfer of the divine kingdom before he could begin. The incomparably uncomfortable chicken overlord had been assigned by Qin Yu to teach him about the construction of the divine kingdom. It had, accidentally, heard that Ling Xiao and the others were unable to follow Qin Yu and would stay behind to continue building the Tao field. Because of this, the transfer of the divine kingdom was accelerated. The reason was simple. In the eyes of the chicken overlord, since it was inconvenient for these four juniors to follow Qin Yu, then it would be even more inappropriate for it, a shining powerhouse of the chicken gate. Moreover, the construction of a divine kingdom was extremely difficult. It certainly needed an experienced person to stay behind and guide it. Qin Yu certainly didn't want any problems to occur during the construction of his divine kingdom. In other words, if there wasn't an accident, then the chicken overlord would stay behind and lead Ling Xiao and the other juniors to participate in the construction of the divine kingdom. Then what was there to be afraid of? If that evil star wanted the divine kingdom, then he could just give it to him. As long as he could stay behind, then no matter how much Qin Yu did, everything would ultimately belong to him. Regarding this, the chicken overlord was fully confident. As for afterwards, if Qin Yu flew into a rage out of shame, humph, the divine kingdom had already been completed. At that time, the position of master and servant would inevitably be reversed. Do you think this chicken overlord would fear him? Chapter 1460. The Divine Kingdom celebration was held as scheduled. Trillions of believers gathered, passing an unforgettable day. The only thing that left them feeling a bit abrupt and at a loss was that His Excellency Light Holy Holiness had suddenly announced at the celebration that the evil god that had pledged allegiance to the Light faction would wield the authority of light together with him, becoming the master of the Divine Kingdom. This change was far too great. Although the believers didn't know the true secret of the Divine Kingdom, they still understood what it meant to say that the sky couldn't have two suns and a kingdom couldn't have two masters. The most pious priests of the divine kingdom vaguely expressed their worries to His Excellency Light Holy Holiness. But they weren't accepted. It was clear that His Excellency Light Holy Holiness had already come to a decision. The facts proved that the chicken overlord had become much smarter and possessed the highest dignity amongst the believers. Thus, although they were hesitant and uneasy, the divine kingdom's believers still accepted this established fact, that the divine kingdom now had another supreme spiritual God. The new divine kingdom mark appeared on the altar. It became the only way for the divine kingdom's believers to communicate with the ruler of their faith. When this mark was remembered by the believers, Yu could feel that an extremely mysterious connection had been born between him and this small world. The transfer of the divine kingdom seemed to be an incomparably simple process, but it was quietly completed. The reason it seemed simple was because Yu's action of forcefully occupying the divine kingdom had obtained the consent of the chicken overlord. It had handed over its authority on its own initiative and extinguished its own divine kingdom mark. Otherwise, wanting to smoothly seize the divine kingdom would have been impossible. Even if the chicken overlord could kill the master of the divine kingdom, it would destroy its own divine kingdom along with it. The appearance of a new spiritual God would inevitably shake the faith of the believers. Even though the chicken overlord had personally come forward to explain, it still wasn't able to completely eliminate this influence. The most direct consequence of this was that even though Yu had smoothly taken over the divine kingdom, his connection with it was still extremely weak. This was because the divine kingdom's believers hadn't truly accepted him or believed in him. This would require a relatively long period of time to slowly accomplish. The problem was that Yu would soon be leaving. It was impossible for him to be like the chicken overlord and display some miracles from time to gradually strengthen himself and raise his status in the hearts of the believers, thus obtaining their even more pious faith. Therefore, he could only use a heavy hand and use a strong medicine. On the altar, Yu took a few steps forward. Light surged out of his body, making him look tall and majestic. Countless believers gathered from all directions with awe and a hint of unfamiliarity in their eyes. They didn't know what this new God of the Holy Kingdom was going to say to his believers. Yu didn't say anything, because he was well aware that the most powerful thing in this world was pure and formidable strength. So at this moment, Yu lifted a hand and endless light gathered in his hand, turning into an incomparably massive sword of light. It was so dazzling that it perfectly hid the sword of the East Sea that had appeared within it. It did not reveal anything out of the ordinary. Kacha, the great Tao shattered. The sword of light in Yu's hand slashed down, aiming at the endless sky above. What happened next would forever be imprinted in the minds of all the light believers. Even after countless years passed, they would not be able to forget it in the slightest. The air, the clouds, the sky, everything was sliced open by the sword of light, leaving only a blank space. At this moment, the entire world seemed to be neatly divided in two along with the slash of the sword. Shock, trembling, horror, fear, countless intense fluctuations of emotions struck the hearts of the believers, causing their faces to pale and their hands and feet to tremble. Thump, it was unknown who was the first to kneel on the ground, but in the blink of an eye, the area beneath the altar was filled with a dense crowd that knelt down, extending to the ends of the world. Was it worth it to shatter the Tao and slash the sword just to awe the believers? Yu's lips curved in a smile. He could confirm this. It was worth it. It was extremely worth it. Because just a few breaths after he slashed out with the sword, his connection with the Holy Kingdom suddenly tightened. Sure enough, in this world, the only things that could make people submit and revere were sabers, swords, and fists. Ideas, teachings, and edification were naturally essential, but these were matters for the future. He would leave them to Ling Xiao and the others. For him to slash out with the sword today was already enough. His Excellency the Divine of Light smiled, his expression calm and composed, as if he had already expected this scene. But in a place where no one could see, his feet were shaking violently. Although he had sensed Qin Yu's formidable aura before, it was only when he saw it at such a close distance today that he truly understood just how terrifying this evil star was and just how far he had reached. This sword, let alone blocking it, if he were just grazed by it in the slightest, he feared he would be decapitated on the spot and then torn to pieces by the raging sword intent. At this moment, His Excellency the Divine of Light couldn't help but feel a strong sense of worry. He began to suspect that on the day that the Holy Kingdom was completed, would he still be able to make a comeback in the face of such a terrifying Qin Yu? Or would it be plucked out of its gorgeous feathers, thrown into a pot of boiling oil, and fried into a crispy fried chicken? Thinking of this, His Excellency the Divine of Light subconsciously shivered. He felt that his life was truly bitter. He had just seen a glimmer of a bright future, but in the blink of an eye, an endless shadow was cast over him. And the source of this shadow was the Qin Yu who stood in front of him, the Qin Yu who was receiving the awe and subservience of countless believers. Was this fellow really the nemesis of his life? Ling Xiao, Xianji, Wanjing, and Zhou Lei had already determined that Mr. Ninth was the true peak existence of the vast Yang world. But today, as they personally witnessed his sword slash out, their hearts still trembled endlessly. So this was the style of the peak of vast Yang, the so-called sword that divided the heavens and earth. This was how it was. Here, there was a beautiful misunderstanding. Whether it was the countless believers below the altar, the chicken overlord, or Ling Zhao's group of 4, they all thought that this was the might of Qin Yu's sword. But in truth, Qin Yu could only slash out with this sword once, because he only had a single great Tao. If this was made clear, Qin Yu would still be one of the most terrifying characters in the world. But his prestige and status would inevitably be lowered to a lower level. After all, there was a great disparity in attributes between a strategic weapon and a deterrent weapon. But unfortunately, unless someone attacked Qin Yu right now, it was impossible to shatter his insufferably powerful image. Did anyone dare to challenge Qin Yu? In the entire vast Yang world there were. But in this divine kingdom, he was the only sun in the skies. As for exposing his own shortcomings, cough cough, he didn't hesitate to pay any price to waste the terrifying might of the Tao-shattering sword just to slap his own face? Of course this was impossible. After the celebration, Qin Yu went into seclusion. First, to forcefully endure his injuries and also not be seen through by the chicken overlord was a difficult matter. Second, the Tao-shattering sword was the strongest technique that Qin Yu could control. After using it, it was best to restore it as soon as possible. After all, no one knew which would come first, an accident or tomorrow. Reality proved that as the great Tao was broken more times, the difficulty of condensing it also increased. The only good news was that during the process of condensing the great Tao, that woman didn't summon him. Otherwise, that would truly be a headache. After all, he was going to enter the desolate region. Even if he knew that powerhouses were as common as rain and that the true Saint Realm was likely nothing more than a chess piece, he would still be in his peak condition and have a bit more confidence. 37 days. This was the longest time that Qin Yu had ever spent condensing his great Tao. Of course, if other saints knew of his worry and unease, their eyes would turn red and they would jump over to strangle him. If he wasn't satisfied with this, what else could he do? But the truth was that Qin Yu was truly worried. He silently warned himself that although the Tao-shattering sword was terrifying, he would never use it unless it was absolutely necessary in the future. Therefore, something like this to shock the believers would only happen once. There would not be a next time. Perhaps it was a coincidence, or perhaps the Eye of Eternal Night had already received instructions and had been waiting for Qin Yu to restore his great Tao. So not long after the great Tao condensed, there was a slight hum and the dark crown appeared on his head. At this moment, Qin Yu's aura suddenly changed. It was like an endless abyss had descended, capable of swallowing everything in the world. Under the state of the Dark Crown, what kind of power would the Tao-shattering sword have? Qin Yu hadn't had the chance to test this out yet. And to be honest, he didn't want himself to have such a moment of recklessness. After all, at this point, not only would the situation be extremely dangerous, he would also expose many things and perhaps his flaws would be found. Too much nonsense. Come back. The surface of the Eye of Eternal Night lit up, and then an eye appeared. It had clearly recovered its strength, becoming restrained and spirited. Master has sent an order for us to immediately head to the world of darkness. Qin Yu frowned. Are we going to the desolate world? Yes. Qin Yu thought for a moment. We can't leave yet. I need some time. The eye in the Eye of Eternal Night suddenly surged with coldness. Master's will has been transmitted for a long time. We have already been delayed. This was clearly a reminder to Qin Yu that he had already wasted a lot of time by shattering his great Tao in order to scare people. Countless facts of the past tell us that the truth is always unpleasant, and those who dare to speak the truth often don't have a good ending. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Eye of Eternal Night, don't forget that apart from His Excellency, I am also half your master. Also, since we have already waited for a long time, there is no harm in waiting a little longer. Let me make all the preparations so that I can complete the mission without any scruples. I believe that His Excellency can understand this. What do you think? This was a question, but the coldness and threat in his words were so thick that they almost seemed tangible. The Eye of Eternal Night was silent. After several breaths of time, it slowly said, I will inform Master. Wait a moment before you leave. Qin Yu raised a finger. I will only remind you once. Since you and His Excellency have some unknown means of communication, it is best for you to be deaf, mute, and blind when it comes to my matters. Do not look, do not ask, and do not speak. Do you understand? The Eye of Eternal Night finally couldn't help but feel a bit angry. I can guarantee that, also, you are overthinking things. The Eye of Eternal Night fell silent and the dark crown vanished with it. Of course, this didn't mean that the dark crown was under its control. It could only do this with Qin Yu's permission. Otherwise, it could only be deaf, mute, and blind, because Qin Yu wouldn't give it the slightest chance to appear. This was also the reason why the Eye of Eternal Night was incomparably angry, but it was still threatened since it wanted to closely monitor Qin Yu. It naturally had to pay the price. In this world, everything was fair. Qin Yu's complexion darkened and a bit of coldness appeared in his eyes. But as he thought about it, that woman had already done something to his body. If she wanted to descend her will onto him, it would only take a single thought for her to do something like monitoring him. Thus, his anger at this moment seemed a bit unnecessary. Could it be that the Eye of Eternal Night had turned over and was able to directly communicate with that woman? Was this why he was so angry? As his thoughts ran wild, Qin Yu bitterly smiled. But he couldn't help but admit that the true reason he was angry came from his own restlessness. He already had an inseparable connection with that woman, but he couldn't clearly see what the future held. There wasn't even the slightest outline of it. For instance, this time, he was about to enter the desolate region and that incomparably vast and dangerous world. But he didn't even know what he was going to do or what he needed to prepare. To Qin Yu, who liked to know everything and make all sorts of plans and preparations ahead of time, this was a very difficult thing to accept. But just because it was difficult to accept didn't mean he could refuse. Thus, after he learned of the summoning, he could only stay for a little longer before he obediently headed to the world of darkness. In short, Qin Yu didn't like this sort of feeling. Thus, he instinctively rejected any connection with that Lord Ruler. But the transformation of the Eye of Darkness clearly meant this. Qin Yu took a deep breath and slowly let it out. He rubbed his temples, suppressing the restlessness and annoyance he felt. So when he appeared in front of the Chicken Overlord and Ling Zhao's group of 4, he restored his calm appearance. It could be seen that everyone wore a mask and that no one lived an easy life. One taught others everything he knew and the other four studied earnestly, discussing endlessly. When Qin Yu arrived, this was the scene he saw. In order to demonstrate its own value and further strengthen Qin Yu's desire to keep it here, the chicken overlord didn't hold back at all. It repeatedly scolded Ling Xiao and the others until they nodded. Then, it turned around, a flattering expression on its face. "Master, you've left seclusion? Hee, in just a few dozen days your aura seems to have advanced yet again. You are truly a heaven-gifted talent." But in its heart it was actually gnashing its teeth. It had just strengthened its conviction with great difficulty, but when it saw Qin Yu, it trembled once more. This was because the chicken overlord's words just now weren't completely complimentary. It could clearly feel Qin Yu's progress. How long had it been? How long had it been? When one's cultivation reached this level, which of them didn't face innumerable difficulties in order to make the slightest bit of progress? With the chicken overlord as an example, when it was supported by the divine kingdom, its cultivation could be said to have progressed at a godly speed. But it was still far from being able to compare with Qin Yu. Freak. Qin Yu didn't have the time, nor was he in the mood to pay attention to it. The chicken overlord was groaning inwardly. He looked at Ling Xiao and the others and asked, "How is your grasp?" Ling Xiao spoke on behalf of Ling Xiao. "Reporting to Mr. Ninth, although I haven't fully comprehended it, with the guidance of His Excellency the Light Divine Lord, I have grasped the basics." With Qin Yu's understanding of Ling Xiao, his words were rarely exaggerated. Since he said he had grasped it, there shouldn't be any problems. He nodded with satisfaction and his mood improved a little. "Then from now on, I will leave the construction of the divine kingdom to you. Be careful and cautious. If there is anything you don't understand, I would rather slow down than act rashly." "I will follow Mr. Ninth's orders." Xianji stood up. After a moment of hesitation, he asked in a quiet voice, "Mr. Ninth is leaving?" Qin Yu nodded. After a question and an answer, the air quieted down. There was a bit of reluctance in the air. But this certainly didn't include His Excellency Light Divine Holiness. Its eyes brightened and it struggled to suppress its ecstasy. He was leaving. He was leaving. Finally, he was going to rid himself of the shadow of this evil star. The chicken overlord strove to reveal a tenacious and sorrowful light in its eyes. It looked at Qin Yu, wanting him to feel its reluctance and strength. Even if they were to separate again after just meeting, it would still do its best to build the divine kingdom to perfection, because in the end, all of this would be its own. No, I have to endure it, I must endure it no matter what. Now is not the time to be happy. Qin Yu turned around and looked at the chicken overlord. He couldn't help but sigh with praise in his heart. This fellow's acting skills were quite top class. TSK, look at those eyes, look at that expression, and even those faintly trembling wings, perfect. If he didn't give you the Best Actor award, that would be too much. He lightly coughed and smiled. You don't want to? Of course I don't want to. The chicken overlord's eyes turned red. Its tone was resolute and decisive, but what it wanted to say was that for the sake of Master's divine kingdom, it was willing to bear the loneliness, the pain of parting, and the sorrow of longing. It even made a vow after that. In order for Qin Yu to believe its words, it would do everything in its power to the utmost, and so on and so forth. But unfortunately, it didn't even have time to say the first half of its words. As for the last half, it didn't even need to say it. This was because Qin Yu only allowed it to say half a sentence. Then, he smiled and said, "Come with me." Qin Yu looked at the chicken overlord that was frozen in place, its eyes even redder than before. He lightly said, "When did you develop a problem of hearing loss? Moreover, it's sometimes good and sometimes bad. There's no rhyme or reason to it. You have to be careful in the future. If you work beside me, You will be punished if you aren't careful. After all, I am a person who is clear about rewards and punishment." He leaned forward, his eyes incomparably gentle. "I'll say it again. You are coming with me, so you don't have to be reluctant. It shouldn't be like this, it shouldn't be like this." How did the script change? I have clearly shown how important I am to the construction of the divine kingdom. As for these juniors, like Ling Xiao, their hands and feet are still too rough. Could it be that Qin Yu didn't know how important the divine kingdom was to him? How could he dare to hand such an important matter to them? His Excellency Holy Light's eyes subconsciously swept over Ling Xiao and the others. He discovered that they had calm expressions, as if this was a matter of course. So, in other words, these little bastards already knew this? It had been tricked. Puff, the chicken overlord fell to the ground. Tears finally flowed down from its red eyes. Ling Xiao and the others revealed looks of sympathy. Then, there was a bit of contempt. They thought that although the chicken overlord was strong, its brain wasn't too good. The more it showed that it knew the construction of the divine kingdom like the back of its hand, the more impossible it was for Mr. Ninth to leave it here. Otherwise, it would be hard to say who it would belong to in the end. We all understand such a simple truth, yet it was still confused. It really made one sigh. "Farewell, Mr. Ninth." Qin Yu waved his hand. With his other hand, he lifted the chicken overlord and soared into the skies. Chapter 1461. If it could choose, the chicken overlord would rather close its eyes and never face this cruel and merciless world again. But unfortunately, it couldn't because in this world, fists ruled, and Qin Yu's fists were clearly bigger. "Are you pretending to be dead? I will count to 3 and you will immediately open your eyes. Otherwise, you really will never be able to open them again." Qin Yu glanced at the unresponsive chicken overlord and sneered. 3. The chicken overlord that had been lying on the ground like a corpse with its eyes closed suddenly jumped up. Its eyes were filled with anger and pain as it stared at Qin Yu with disbelief. It didn't say anything, but its eyes clearly expressed all the thoughts in its heart. "I'm already in such a miserable state and yet you still dare to count? Even a heart of stone isn't as hard as yours." As for whether or not the chicken overlord felt any resentment towards Qin Yu, what nonsense. If it were your home and someone else had taken it away, would there still be a need to ask? But resentment was resentment, and the topic of fists had already been discussed. Thus, the chicken overlord didn't say a single word. It only looked at Qin Yu with a sad and pained expression. Indeed, it had to be acknowledged that this method of communicating thoughts through its eyes was truly exquisite and unrivaled. It left one sighing in praise. But something like a gaze was one of the most useless things in this world. At the very least, Qin Yu's heart was calm. Because of the chicken overlord's gaze, there wasn't even the slightest fluctuation in his heart. "You're not pretending to be dead?" The chicken overlord wanted to cry but it didn't dare to not reply. "Master, I was just too excited to continue following by your side, so I lost control of my emotions and fainted for a moment. I hope that Master doesn't take offense." Not only was it able to explain this, but it was also able to say it in such a convincing and sincere manner. Qin Yu smiled. "So it's like this. If you had said so earlier, I would have allowed you to continue being so excited. You know why I'm sad, and you also know that I just don't dare to say it. But even in this situation, you are still so shameless as to take my excuse of not daring to say it as truth." The chicken overlord wept with great sadness. Its divine kingdom, the divine kingdom that it had painstakingly built up bit by bit, it had just been on the right track, and it was finally time for all the inputs to bear fruit. But it had only been able to drink a few mouthfuls of soup, and before it could even move its chopsticks, the entire table had been taken away by Qin Yu. The more it thought about it, the sadder it became. The more it thought about it, the more sorrowful it became. The chicken overlord wept bitter tears, and the more it cried, the louder it cried. It felt as if there was no longer any hope for its chicken life. Qin Yu crossed his hands behind his back and looked up at the skies. It was unknown what he was looking at, but he seemed to be studying something with great interest. Crying, especially wailing, required a strong enough emotion to support it. After a long time, the emotion would be vented, and the big cry would turn into a small cry, then into a sob, and finally, a slight awkwardness would return to silence. But soon, the chicken overlord regained its composure. Why would it feel embarrassed? It wasn't like it was the robber. Moreover, I've already cried like this, yet you don't even have the slightest reaction. You've really gone too far. Anger rose in the chicken overlord's heart, and evil spread from both sides. The chicken overlord fiercely looked up, its blood-red eyes shining with a cold light. It locked onto Qin Yu and was about to roar. But at this time, before the chicken overlord could even roar out a single word, Qin Yu, who had been watching the heavens with great interest, suddenly looked down. He faintly smiled. When their eyes met, it was like a bucket of cold water had been poured over the chicken overlord's head, chilling it from head to toe. What anger! What evil! All that was left over was a chill that rose from the depths of its heart, instantly spreading through its entire body. Have you cried enough? Then hurry up and hurry. Qin Yu turned and walked away. His light voice echoed out, Believe me, I can barely delay for a bit, but you've already delayed for a while. If you continue to delay, you might die. The chicken overlord stiffened. This didn't make any sense at all. It instantly believed Qin Yu's words. It would die, it would really die. Master, wait for me. With a shrill cry, it chased after Qin Yu. Master, where are we going now? The world of darkness. Why are we going there? Yo, it seems you know quite a bit. I don't dare to compare myself with Master. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes, as if he were searching for something. He didn't speak. The chicken overlord hesitated for a moment, feeling restless. It cautiously said, Master, the question just now, Qin Yu said, if I told you that I don't know what I'm going to do, would you believe me? The chicken overlord's complexion stiffened. It forced out a smile. Master, don't make a fuss. Qin Yu turned around. I'm not making a fuss. The chicken overlord was thoroughly stunned. If he didn't even know what he was going to do, then why would he rush into such a dangerous place? Its complexion was cloudy and uncertain. Then, it clenched its teeth and said, Master, although my power of light can indeed restrain darkness, everything in this world has its limits and limits. The ruler of darkness is far too strong. I am definitely not his match. Even if I put my life on the line, I still wouldn't be able to help Master. The chicken overlord swept its eyes over Qin Yu. Seeing that he didn't respond at all, it wanted to cry. Master, really Master, I am not afraid of death. I just don't want Master to suffer any dangers because of my incompetence. No matter what you want to do, can you please think twice before doing it? I will kneel down to you. In the chicken overlord's opinion, Qin Yu had deliberately brought it along to rush into the world of darkness. Besides fighting with others, what else could he do? But this battle really couldn't be fought. Someone would die, no, perhaps Qin Yu wouldn't die, but the chicken definitely wouldn't survive. Qin Yu's eyes were full of smiles. The gloominess and nervousness in his heart were mostly dissipated by the chicken overlord's words. He inexplicably relaxed a bit. Thinking about it, this was also related to the dark thoughts of this fellow dying first. At the very least, there would be someone to be a scapegoat for him. However, what he said just now was the truth. Qin Yu really didn't know what he was going to do after going into the world of darkness. Entering the western wilderness was clearly not a simple matter. Otherwise, the ruler of darkness would have already thought of a way to escape after being trapped here for countless years. That woman should have done something in secret and taken advantage of the situation to open up a channel so that Qin Yu could enter. He could only hope that her methods were a bit more brilliant. Otherwise, if a mistake were to occur and the western wilderness discovered it ahead of time, then they would beat him at his own game. Hiss, that would truly be miserable. He didn't want to think about it anymore. None of this was within his grasp right now. Thinking about it would only scare himself. Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed his thoughts. This was because he had finally found his goal. Qin Yu grabbed the chicken overlord and stepped forwards. His figure instantly vanished, and he reappeared outside a mountain stream. Looking down, he could see that the depth was astonishing. Standing here, he could only faintly hear the sound of flowing water. Because of the terrain, a large portion of the sun was hidden here. In addition to the lush vegetation around it, it was even more gloomy. At this time, after descending several dozen feet, it seemed as if they had entered the pitch black of night. Qin Yu nodded, a satisfied expression on his face. The chicken overlord became increasingly restless. It trembled as it asked, "Master, what are we doing?" Qin Yu glanced at it. "Jump down." As he spoke, he dragged the chicken overlord forwards. Whoosh, like a falling stone, its figure was instantly swallowed up by the darkness. "Ah!" The chicken overlord screamed. Qin Yu frowned. He had no choice but to pinch its mouth. Compared to being grabbed by the neck, pinching its mouth was clearly more uncomfortable and distressing. But at this time, the chicken overlord couldn't care about that, because it was afraid of heights. A chicken that was even stronger than a half-sage of the bitter sea, actually feared heights. If this were to spread out, it would definitely be a laughingstock. But this was the truth. After the chicken overlord inherited White Ape's inheritance, it wasn't too much of a problem. But in today's situation, it was clear that it would take its life. The chicken overlord was mercilessly pinched by Qin Yu. Its eyes were bloodshot and filled with fear, but it couldn't close its eyes. It could only look on like this, accepting wave after wave of fear invading it. In fact, it couldn't even faint. This was also a part of the aftereffects. Qin Yu glanced at the chicken overlord from the corner of his eyes. He couldn't name the chicken overlord, but its expression was even more wonderful. He couldn't help but frown. Fear of heights? Are you sure you aren't playing with me? But this expression, this gaze, even if the chicken overlord was at the level of a best actor, it still wouldn't be able to put on such an act. At this time, a sharp light exploded in the depths of his eyes. Qin Yu didn't have time to think about it, because he was about to open the door. The world of darkness was different from any other small world within vast Yang. It was something that the western wilderness had spent a great deal of energy and methods to forcefully open up. From the moment it was born, it was completely different from the world of vast Yang. Thus, to a certain degree, it could be said that it was in a sealed state. It was impossible to lock onto the aura of the world of darkness with any conventional method, much less descend upon it. When he was at the Heavenly Sword sect, it was because the Eye of Eternal Night had deliberately left behind an aura as a guide, or as a medium to open the door. Thus, Qin Yu was able to enter. But now, without this medium, Qin Yu could only artificially create one, because in the end, he wasn't the true ruler of darkness. Whoosh, whoosh, the shrill sound of breaking air echoed out from the darkness. The speed was astonishing, and there was even a hint of heat and greed in it. Qin Yu's lips curved up, revealing a cold and callous expression. The hunters of this world were always too confident, but they didn't know that this was a trap they had laid down. "I've caught you!" Bang! The darkness around Qin Yu instantly came to life. It was like an invisible cage, instantly suppressing all the tentacles that rushed at him. Deep within the mountain stream, the sound of crashing waves rose up, accompanied by angry roars. Qin Yu didn't care. He had already made enough preparations. With a thought, the Dark Emperor crown appeared. In the next moment, all of the darkness seemed to receive an irresistible will and began to howl and gather from all directions. And what provided the most darkness were the tentacles that were suppressed by space. The powerful darkness attribute life form hiding in the water was now curled up in pain, not even having the strength to roar or roar. Its strength was being crazily plundered. No, this wasn't an appropriate description. To be more accurate, it was being stripped away by a formidable will. The rank and level of this will was so high that it left it panic-stricken and filled with despair. It didn't even dare to put up the slightest bit of effective resistance. Rumble, rumble, endless darkness strength surged around Qin Yu's body. A door slowly condensed. The door to the world of darkness had appeared. Without any hesitation, Qin Yu took a deep breath and pushed forwards, bringing the chicken overlord with him as he stepped inside. In the next moment, the door of darkness vanished. The consequence of this was that the mountain stream that was shrouded in darkness all year round finally began to sprinkle in light. As for a certain dark creature that had occupied this place and destroyed who knew how many lives, its enormous and shriveled corpse fell heavily into the river bottom like a stone. Then it was pushed by the rapid river water and flowed to who knew where. But none of this had anything to do with Qin Yu, nor was it something he needed to care about. This was because when the transmission ended, he had appeared in the world of darkness. With a thought, the dark emperor crown and the eye of eternal night flashed with a halo of light. Then Qin Yu's figure blurred. When he became clear once more, he had transformed into the appearance of the darkness ruler. Broad, magnificent, and dignified robes covered his entire body. Although he was motionless, he still seemed like an endless abyss that could swallow all. At this moment, he was the incarnation of darkness, the gathering of all darkness in the world. No one saw this besides the chicken overlord that Qin Yu held in his hand. Now it was scared silly. Although he had become much smarter, his mind still didn't have much capacity. Right now, there was only a single horrifying thought tumbling through his mind: Qin Yu was the ruler of darkness. He was actually that incomparably powerful, incomparably terrifying, incomparably evil ruler of darkness. At this moment, the chicken overlord thought of the power of light that Qin Yu had erupted with. It thought of that terrifying sword strike he had slashed out. As the pinnacle of darkness in the world, how could he not grasp the power of light? And that sword strike was the best proof of Qin Yu's identity. No wonder Qin Yu dared to rush into the world of darkness. No wonder he had said that he wasn't sure. Did he need an additional explanation to return to his own home? Obviously not. The chicken overlord believed it. It completely believed it. Qin Yu turned his head. He could feel the shock and horror in its wide eyes. As his thoughts raced, he suddenly thought it was funny. But thinking about it again, Qin Yu didn't reveal his identity. He was about to impersonate someone else and enter the desolate region with the identity of the darkness ruler. Was there anything better than a mount at his side? A flying pet that was afraid of heights was far too ridiculous. He might as well treat it as a pet. Was there anything more perfect than having a pet at his side that firmly believed in his identity? Qin Yu couldn't help but praise his own wit. More and more, he felt that bringing the chicken overlord with him was the correct decision. This fellow was truly a blessing in disguise. Beneath the black robes there was a deep chuckle. The darkness ruler said, "You already know too many secrets, so you should have a clear idea of what to do in the future, right?" The chicken overlord desperately nodded. It thought back to the 300 horror stories it had heard about the darkness ruler. No matter which one of them, it didn't want to end up like this. Qin Yu smiled with satisfaction. Of course, as this laughter fell into the ears of the chicken overlord, it seemed incomparably horrifying. He let go of the chicken overlord. The chicken overlord that had regained its freedom shivered as it fell to the ground. Act naturally. You are the light pet that I lost and regained. You shouldn't stay on the ground. The chicken overlord hurriedly flapped its wings and landed on his shoulder. Its shivering body gradually calmed down. This fellow, his abilities weren't just for show. The greater the pressure, the better he performed. He didn't need to determine the direction. Within the world of darkness, Qin Yu was the ruler. Everything was within his senses. He took a step forwards and his figure vanished before reappearing again. After several more steps, he arrived at the side of the ring-shaped mountain deep within the plains. The temple was in sight, but he didn't continue forwards. After a brief pause, Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows and hissed, "Since you've come, then come out." A figure appeared in the darkness. After seeing who it was, Qin Yu's eyes flashed and his lips twitched. Before this, he had only sensed an aura lurking nearby, but he didn't expect it to be someone he knew. The person in front of him was the hilarious true saint Baitu, who had killed the black turtle old ancestor in the East Sea. At that time, he had nearly been burnt to a crisp by the inextinguishable flames. But he still regarded Qin Yu as his best friend and was willing to take risks for him. In normal circumstances, if true Saint Baitu were given a chance, he would definitely drag Qin Yu to drink yellow wine and become sworn brothers. This actually made Qin Yu a bit embarrassed to do so, but if he didn't silence him, how could he explain the current situation? Perhaps he could do this. It would be safer and erase an obvious loophole. In a breath of time, Qin Yu had already made his decision. Across from him, true Saint Baitu was frowning and his eyes were cold and unfriendly. He naturally didn't know that he had unknowingly taken a trip to the gates of hell. "Your Excellency Dark Ruler, you shouldn't have appeared outside the mountain temple at this time. May I ask where you went? Moreover, I think you should give me a reasonable explanation for this matter." Although there was a bit of fear in his tone, he didn't fear the Dark Ruler. After all, this was the nominal ruler of the world of darkness. Qin Yu's eyes flashed as he responded. True Saint Baitu should come from the western wilds, so he naturally didn't need to fear a prisoner. As for a true saint of the western wilds, they wouldn't truly die in the vast Yang world. Those that were killed would only be substitutes, so there was no need to fear him. As his thoughts raced, Qin Yu had already responded. A deep and low voice sounded out from beneath his black robes. "The eternal night I has ill intentions and has already been suppressed by me." Thus, it temporarily left the hall. As for where it went, it's for this little thing. Qin Yu casually stroked the chicken overlord. "It is my pet from a long time ago. It has been wandering outside for a long time, and it was only now that I found it." True Saint Baitu's complexion changed. He didn't care about the rest of his words as he glared at the Dark Ruler. "You suppressed the eternal night eye? Where is it?" Qin Yu's thoughts stirred and the Dark Emperor crown appeared in his hand. Between his eyebrows, the eternal night eye shined with a halo of light. He didn't reply, but he had already given his answer. True Saint Baitu's complexion changed once more. "You swallowed it?" Qin Yu lightly said. "It is as true Saint Baitu saw." How audacious! Just as he was about to speak, Qin Yu interrupted him with a wave of his hand. "I was only defending myself. You should know that I cannot attack it on my own initiative." These weren't empty words. The Dark Ruler had personally admitted that he had been waiting for an opportunity. It was clear that he had long coveted the Eternal Night Eye. If he could attack it, he wouldn't have waited until now. As expected, True Saint Baitu's complexion paled. He couldn't say anything else. Qin Yu stepped forwards. "If there's nothing else, I will return." The crater in front of him turned soft, as if it were liquid. Then, Qin Yu passed through it and entered the hall without stopping. Bang! The hall doors closed, cutting off the line of sight. True Saint Baitu's eyes were cloudy and uncertain. He glanced at the crater, clenched his teeth, and left, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. The Dark World was far too important. It was the frontline fortress established by the Western Wilds, and the Dark Ruler was the key to this. He had to report this matter as soon as possible to prevent any accidents from occurring. Chapter 1462. He had seen this hall for a long time, and through a series of lucky chances and coincidences, he had become the master of this place. But it was only today that he learned its name. Mountain Ring Hall. Indeed, it was straightforward and boring. Qin Yu's thoughts wandered about. But his eyes were earnest as he slowly swept his eyes around. Although it hadn't been too long since he left, the feeling this Mountain Ring Hall gave Qin Yu was that it had undergone some changes. It wasn't very obvious, but it was so subtle that it seemed to have seeped into his bones. It gave Qin Yu a feeling of growing closer and closer. He didn't know whether or not it was an illusion, but he didn't have time to think about it. Qin Yu let out a breath as he sensed the rapidly fading aura. Now that we've returned to the world of darkness, what should we do next? This question was abrupt and didn't point to anything at all. On his shoulder, the chicken overlord was stunned. How would it know? But since this malefic star had spoken, there was no way he wouldn't dare to not answer. Luckily, the Eye of Eternal Night seemed to have sensed Qin Yu's impatience. It didn't embarrass it too much, so it directly replied, "Master told us to wait here." In its opinion, there wouldn't be any problems with its master's orders. As long as it calmly waited, everything would be fine. But Qin Yu didn't think this way. He rubbed his temples, a cold light in his eyes. "That's it." "Yes." Qin Yu put down his hand and sighed. "I think it's best to make things clear." He paused for a moment and continued to say, "There is no one else here and this hall is completely under my control. I ask that your Excellency Sovereign descend a wisp of your will." The Eternal Night frowned. But before it could express its opinion, Qin Yu rudely interrupted it. "I am in a very bad mood, so you had best remain silent." Without hesitation, his thoughts stirred. The phantom of a sun and moon appeared above his head, shining upon each other. The hall fell silent. There was no response. But Qin Yu knew that someone was looking at him, so he silently expressed his tough attitude. After a long time, a soft and gentle sigh filled with a bit of helplessness sounded out. "Qin Yu, you are becoming increasingly bold." Shuar darkness surged, turning into the Eternal Night's body. It fell to its knees, deeply bowing its head to express its fear and respect. In the eyes of the stupidly loyal members of Axis shatter the heavens, alerting their master was obviously their own fault. On Qin Yu's shoulder, the chicken overlord was completely frozen. It was like an exquisitely crafted specimen. Fear and dread rolled in its eyes, but it wasn't able to move at all, nor was it able to utter a single sound. As a result, when that hand gently stroked its head, the chicken overlord that had been frightened to the extreme and finally broke through the limits of what it could withstand, its eyes instantly turned dull and lifeless. Like this, its eyes widened as it fainted from fright. His palm paused for a moment and he glanced at Qin Yu. With a hint of mockery in his voice, he said, "This little thing's courage isn't like yours." Qin Yu looked at the ruler who emerged from the sun and moon phantoms. He bowed and said, "In truth, this junior's courage is very small, but in order to survive, I have no choice but to be insolent this once. I ask that you understand." This was an answer to her question, and it also expressed his attitude once again. "I don't want to be a person who knows nothing about the future." The ruler's shadow was very faint. At the very least, it was much fainter than before, like a shallow ink painting. It was clear that when she arrived here, she was much more cautious and didn't dare to use too much strength. But in the end, she was still a ruler, and it was clear that she possessed a strength far greater than that of an ordinary ruler. Thus, when she stroked the chicken overlord just now, the chicken overlord had fainted from fright. Thus, when Qin Yu faced her, he still dared to persist and express his will. This was truly an extraordinary matter. A trace of praise flashed in the ruler's eyes. But it was only a trace before it vanished, returning to silence. "Perhaps you are well aware that I need you to do some things for me. Because of this, you feel that you have the qualifications to be insolent. I can tolerate this, so I came here to give you an explanation, but you must remember that my tolerance has its limits." Qin Yu calmly bowed. But at this time, his back was already soaked with a cold sweat. The ruler withdrew her oppressive gaze. She lightly said, "I know what you want to know. These words are difficult to pronounce, but the meaning is clear. But what I want to tell you is that entering the desolate region is far more difficult than you imagine. I made some preparations before this, but now that a better opportunity has presented itself, I abandoned my original plans. But it is also because of this that you will have to face even more stringent investigations after entering the desolate region. Believe me, telling you everything now is definitely not a good choice. It might even push you into an irreversible abyss of destruction." Qin Yu stiffened and a trace of shock appeared in the depths of his eyes. Although reason told him that this was likely just an excuse, his intuition told him to remain silent. The ruler smiled, his voice much gentler. "I know that you are a smart person, so you have performed very well right now. I have no reason or need to deceive you. Once you enter the desolate region and pass the investigations, I will tell you everything." This was a promise. To be able to use his own attitude to force the ruler to descend and explain himself, and even give him a corresponding promise, this was truly amazing. Qin Yu couldn't help but feel a bit of pride in his heart. But this couldn't change the helplessness, bitterness, and unwillingness that twisted deep in his heart. In the end, he hadn't been able to achieve his goal. But he understood what it meant to have a sense of propriety and advance and retreat, especially when he was at an absolute disadvantage. "Thank you for your explanation. I will do what I must." The ruler nodded with satisfaction. She flicked a finger and a mote of light fused into Qin Yu's body. "This is for you. If you can use it in the future, it should be able to save your life. If you can't, consider it an extra reward." She paused and then sighed. "After all, the degree of danger is far higher than I expected. You must be careful." Qin Yu respectfully nodded. When he stood up and looked up once more, the ruler's figure had disappeared. After a moment of silence, Qin Yu focused his senses but couldn't find any trace of that mode of light. Indeed, the ruler's methods weren't something he could touch. Qin Yu's lips curved up in a self-deprecating smile, and he let out a long breath. As he was feeling bitter and unwilling, he didn't know just how shaken the Eye of Eternal Night was. Although her master had clearly given Qin Yu a warning this time, in the eyes of the Eye of Eternal Night, her arrival in the world of darkness itself was inconceivable. After all, with her master's status, when had she ever been so tolerant of others? It couldn't think of any more explanations, so there was only one possibility. When it looked at Qin Yu, its eyes became even more solemn. It seemed that this matter was incomparably important to her master. Since that was the case, she had to accomplish it no matter what. Shwar, the darkness scattered. The Eye of Eternal Night on the crown faintly flashed and then fell silent. Ah! It was like Hei Tian had fallen asleep and suddenly stepped on nothing. The chicken overlord fiercely flapped its wings in panic, barely managing to avoid falling down. It turned its head in panic, its eyes filled with horror. But it discovered that the hall was still the same hall, without any difference from before. And it was still alive and well. "Master, just now, it was unknown whether it was because it thought back to the feeling of that hand caressing it, but the chicken overlord's body trembled. No matter what it said, it couldn't speak. Qin Yu said, 'You had a nightmare.' A nightmare was also a dream. But the chicken overlord didn't think that it had fallen asleep. It clearly remembered the memories just now. There wasn't the slightest bit missing or blurry, so how could it have been a dream?" "Master," just as it was about to speak, Qin Yu interrupted it with a wave of his hand. "You had a nightmare. Remember this." Repeating this a second time clearly wasn't to retell what had just happened. Rather, it could only be a reminder to the chicken overlord. The chicken overlord's eyes swiveled around. Then, it seemed to respond. It said, "Master is right, I was dreaming." As it spoke, it carefully looked around, trying to let that unknown existence see its current performance. In this world, knowing too much was never a good thing. On the contrary, if one was ignorant, they might be able to live longer. Qin Yu smiled, not saying anything else. After being frightened just now, the chicken overlord's lips would surely be tightly sealed. It definitely wouldn't speak carelessly. He walked deeper into the hall and sat down on the only throne. He took a deep breath and then closed his eyes. Without obtaining an explanation, he could only follow that woman's wishes and quietly wait here. He could only hope that she would keep her promise and explain everything in the future. Moreover, there had clearly been some changes in this matter that surpassed her expectations. She had no choice but to change her original plan. Was the degree of danger even higher? For a ruler to say these words, it was clearly not ordinary at all. Qin Yu's heart tightened and his thoughts subconsciously began to turn. This had already been deeply imprinted into his instincts. Once he sensed any dangerous aura, he would immediately analyze it and make the most advantageous judgment for himself. But soon, Qin Yu stopped this action. He bitterly smiled. Up until now, he only knew that he had to go to the desolate region. He didn't know anything else. No matter how sharp his thoughts were or how quick-witted he was, it was useless. He had to wait. Restraining his thoughts, Qin Yu calmly adjusted his breathing. He didn't try to cultivate again. That woman had personally arrived to give an explanation. Perhaps it was because she felt Qin Yu's firm attitude, but the most important reason was that there wasn't much time left. The channel could open at any moment. She couldn't allow Qin Yu to continue messing around, so she could only comfort him. After an unknown period of time, Qin Yu, who was sitting on the throne in the depths of the hall, suddenly opened his eyes. He glanced outside the hall and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. Soon, he understood what was going on. After several breaths of time, the doors to the hall were pushed open from the outside. True Saint Baiyu calmly walked in. He lightly said, "Dark Ruler, His Majesty the Desolate Sovereign has ordered you to enter the desolate region with me. It's here." Qin Yu already knew this. He also guessed that since the woman had changed her plans, there was a high chance it was related to the western desolate region. After all, the opening of the channel was in their hands. Although this was the case, he still maintained his silence and confusion on the surface. So, after a brief pause, he asked, "What is it?" There was 30% hesitation in his voice, 20% joy, and the rest was vigilance. Although it was only 2 words, Qin Yu couldn't help but praise his own performance. The complex emotions in his words perfectly displayed the attitude that the Dark Ruler should have at this time. It was so real that he almost believed himself.